The dense flames on Su Zimo's body were pure white, making him stand out in the world of scarlet flames. White flames. I heard that Su Zimo mastered a flame immortal art. Is that the flame? It doesn't seem like there's anything special about it. Many cultivators turned to look at the camp of the Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom instinctively. The Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom established its Tao with flames, and no sect or faction in the divine firmament immortal domain could compare to its control of flames. There are many types of flames, but there are only a few with the strongest might. For example, the scarlet red lotus karmic fire, the green hellfire, the golden sun essence fire, or the purple heavenly fire. Perfected Immortal Xianxia pondered for a moment and said, "White flames are rather rare. However, it's impossible if he thinks that he can break through the obstruction of the fire sparrows with just a single flame." As Xianxia had said, after the fire sparrows appeared, it was an unimaginable test for the earth immortals in the 9 heavens. The fire sparrows were dense and covered the skies. There was nowhere to hide. Even Feng Yin and Tai Hua, who were charging at the front, began to release some divine powers and secret skills to chase away the incoming fire sparrows. A large number of fire sparrows died tragically in front of the two of them. Although their speed had decreased significantly, they could still continue forward. However, for most people, the appearance of the fire sparrows was a devastating catastrophe. The barrier conjured by an earth immortal using a secret skill was shattered by a few fire sparrows. The earth immortal's body was completely exposed to the fire sparrows. His aura was completely different from level 1. The fire living beings in level 1 heaven were all formed from flames. This person was made of flesh and blood. The moment he was exposed, countless fire sparrows charged forward. Great rain summoning, boundless frost seal, violet cloud seal. The earth immortal released greater divine powers and immortal Tao secret skills one after another to fight the fire sparrows head-on. He released a deafening might and sparks flew. However, the fire sparrows were endless and more of them charged forward. Before long, the earth immortal was drowned by the sea of fire sparrows and his essence spirit was destroyed, dying on the spot. He seems to be ranked 93 on the earth ranking predictions. Han Jia of a major immortal Tao clan. To think that he would fail to clear level 1 despite the fact that he's on the earth ranking predictions. Many cultivators were secretly alarmed. Everyone realized that the situation in the 9 heavens was even more tragic than they had imagined. Even paragons on the earth ranking predictions might not be able to survive. Look at Princess Scarlet Rainbow. She's using the greater divine power, the 72 transformations, to transform into a fire sparrow and mix in with the fire sparrows. How smart. That's a way to break out of the situation indeed. Not necessarily. As everyone discussed, they saw other earth immortals think of this method as well. They released greater divine power and transformed into fire sparrows. Although their forms were identical to the fire sparrows, their auras could not be compared to the fire sparrows of the 9 heavens. Fire sparrows relied on sensing auras to attack. All living beings that were incompatible with the aura of this world were their targets, be it fire sparrows or the gravel and lava. Although these earth immortals transformed into fire sparrows, unexpectedly, they were surrounded by the real fire sparrows in the blink of an eye and revealed their true forms. As for Princess Scarlet Rainbow, she was not attacked despite being among the fire sparrows. Just as everyone was puzzled, Xianxia spoke. Scarlet Rainbow cultivated the Great Sun Sutra and can control flames. She can imitate the fire sparrow's flame aura to a close to the mark. Others don't have the ability to do so. If they transform rashly, it will only backfire. Su Zimo is about to encounter the fire sparrows as well. Someone shouted and attracted the attention of many cultivators. Everyone wanted to see how this grade 8 earth immortal of the academy would defend against such a terrifying group of fire sparrows. Su Zimo's body burned with white flames as he looked at the approaching fire sparrows. He did not show any signs of dodging and his movement technique did not even slow down. Instead, he welcomed them. The next moment, a shocking scene happened. Before the sea of fire sparrows could strike Su Zimo, they took the initiative to avoid the detour. Right in front of everyone, The fiery red ocean seemed to have been separated from the middle by an invisible force and surged to both sides. Su Zimo was bathed in white flames and looked extremely striking in the red sea of flames. However, when went against the current, the sea of flames had no intention of stopping him and none of the fire sparrows attacked him. Many cultivators in the square were dumbfounded and confused. Even the many heaven immortals present could not tell what was going on. Interesting, interesting. Yun Ting smiled and clapped in praise. A look of realization flashed through Prince Yuan's eyes. As though he thought of something, he sneered. What's there to be surprised about? His Highness Xialing said earlier that the attacks of the fire sparrows relied on aura detection. Although he did not change his figure, he must have imitated the aura of the fire sparrows to not be attacked. Idiot! Suddenly, Yun Ting spoke and sneered. Who are you scolding? Prince Yuanzhua glared angrily. Yun Ting burst into laughter and pointed at Prince Yuanzhua, saying without hiding anything, Of course I'm scolding you. Princess Scarlet Rainbow released her divine power and transformed into the form of a fire sparrow, imitating its aura. However, she was only mixed in the group of fire sparrows. Is Su Zimo in the same situation as Princess Scarlet Rainbow? Prince Yuanzhua was stumped by Yun Ting's question and was speechless for a moment. He merely clenched his fists in rage. Perfected Immortal Xialing frowned slightly and said sternly, This situation is a little strange and is indeed different from Scarlet Rainbow. The movements and trajectory of the fire sparrows seem more like fear. Towards the end, Xialing's tone became confused and uncertain. What was the fire sparrows afraid of? They were not pure living beings and did not have sentience. They only knew how to attack living beings with different auras. However, why would they feel fear towards Su Zimo? In fact, even the entire fire sparrow group was opening up a path for him. White flames. Xialing murmured softly in deep thought. Although he was a perfected immortal, he did not recognize the flames on Su Zimo. This was the Southern Mingli fire recorded in the Hell Suppression Tripod. As for the Hell Suppression Tripod, it was the Emperor weapon of the Infinite Great Emperor and came from the ancient era that was once buried. It had been many years since then, and Xialing had naturally not seen the flames on the tripod. The reason why the fire sparrows gave way was because the Southern Mingli fire originated from the vermilion bird Sacred Soul. The flame was still white right now. If it was cultivated to its limits, there was a chance it could transform into a scarlet vermilion bird sacred flame. The Southern Mingli fire carried an extremely strong aura of the vermilion bird. The fire sparrows did not have high sentience. When they sensed the aura of the vermilion bird, they did not dare to attack and dodged one after another. That was why the strange and shocking scene that everyone in the square witnessed was formed. 2202 Mars stone. Due to the appearance of the fire sparrows, almost everyone in the nine heavens slowed down. However, Su Zimo continued advancing at a high speed. Before the fire sparrows appeared, he was already in the top 100. Right now, his ranking was still rising rapidly. 50, 20, 3, 1. After passing through the fire sparrows that blanketed the skies, Su Zimo was already in the first place. In the distant horizon, a towering mountain could vaguely be seen. The mountain peak was scarlet red and thick black smoke billowed from it. From time to time, red lava would splash and flow slowly along the mountain peak. It was a gigantic mouth of a volcano. Above the mouth of the volcano, a teleportation formation shone with runes. Once he stepped foot on the teleportation formation, Su Zimo would be able to ascend to level 2. Su Zimo actually managed to get to number 1 and surpassed Feng Yin and Tai Hua. This is just level 1 and there are 4 more levels. The obstacles of each level are different. That's right. Coincidentally, this person specializes in a fire secret skill. That's why he's like a fish in water in level 1 and can surpass others. It won't be so easy for him after he ascends to other spaces. As everyone discussed, Su Zimo released his movement technique and had already descended on the teleportation formation above the mouth of the volcano. Standing on the teleportation formation, Su Zimo surveyed his surroundings coldly. The teleportation formation was located in the middle of level 1. The Earth Immortals participating in the elimination rounds of the Earth ranking were scattered around level 1 and were heading towards the middle. Standing here, he could observe everything from the high ground. However, Su Zimo looked for a while, but no one appeared in his line of sight. Su Zimo was in no hurry to ascend to level 2. He intended to kill cultivators of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and flying Immortal sect here. Since there was no room for negotiation, Su Zimo would not hold back either. Rather than retaliate passively, he might as well attack first. If Immortal Tai Hua of Flying Immortal Sect were to arrive, he would not mind killing this person here first to resolve a huge problem. Why is Su Zimo standing there? Why isn't he ascending as soon as possible to shake off others? Some people were puzzled. Good, good, good. Yun Ting's eyes lit up. He understood Su Zimo's intentions and could not help but praise repeatedly. Prince Yuanzhua and Heaven Immortal White Sea exchanged glances and frowned slightly. Su Zimo's rise to number 1 had completely exceeded their expectations and spoiled their plans. If Su Zimo was guarding here, it meant that there was a high chance that Immortal Tai Hua would meet Su Zimo beforehand. The two of them were not worried that Immortal Tai Hua would lose. However, that way it would be difficult to form an encirclement and they might not have a 100% chance of killing Su Zimo. Right then, Su Zimo, who was on the teleportation formation of level 1, suddenly leaped down and arrived at the edge of the mouth of the volcano below, surveying his surroundings. His actions attracted everyone's attention once more. What was he trying to do? Just as everyone was puzzled, Su Zimo made another shocking move. He leaped down from the edge of the mouth of the volcano and actually jumped into the scorching lava. That scene caused an uproar. Perfected Immortal Xie Ling frowned slightly. Stunned for a moment, Xie Qingcheng paused for a moment before turning to look at Xie Ling, who was not far away, and sending a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness. Second brother, I remember that there's a Mars stone in the depths of the mouth of the volcano. That's right, Xie Ling said. To think that this lad could sense this item. Is he trying to take away the Mars stone? Mars was a star condensed from flames and had existed in the upper world since ancient times. As for the Mars stone, it was a stone that fell off the star. Although it was only the size of a palm, it contained an extremely pure and condensed power of flames, and was a rare treasure. The source of power for the fire giants, fire sparrows, and other living beings that might be born in level 1 was actually the Mars stone. Could be said that the Mars stone was the foundation of level 1. The Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom had held the Earth ranking competition many times. Countless paragons and monster incarnates had participated as well. However, no one dared to enter the volcano and harbor designs on the Mars stone. The Mars stone contained the extreme power of fire to begin with and even contained a trace of spirit consciousness that was extremely offensive. Outsiders would definitely be attacked if they tried to touch it. It was difficult for Earth Immortals to defend against the power of that attack. Many cultivators could not help but follow Su Zimo into the mouth of the volcano with their eyes. Everyone seemed to be in it, and their surroundings were filled with lava as they followed Su Zimo down. 9 heavens. Initially, Su Zimo intended to hunt Earth Immortals of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal sect near the teleportation formation. However, there was a commotion in his consciousness from the Hell Suppression tripod that had been silent for a long time. He was extremely familiar with that activity. There might be a treasure worth the Hell Suppression tripod devouring in the vicinity. Thereafter, when Su Zimo leaped down from the teleportation formation and arrived at the edge of the mouth of the volcano, the activity of the Hell Suppression tripod became increasingly obvious. That was the reason why he dived into the depths of the volcano. The Hell Suppression tripod was way too important to him. This treasure was once an emperor weapon and had saved his life countless times. Right now, 3 sides of the Hell Suppression tripod had been repaired. As for the souls of the sacred beasts on the 3 sides, because of the previous few combats, their strength was completely exhausted and they fell asleep. If he could repair the 4th Hell Suppression tripod, the Taboo Mystic Classic on it would appear completely. Even if he could not repair the 4th tripod wall, if he could awaken the souls of 1 or 2 sacred beasts, it would be a powerful method for him to survive at critical moments. The combat strength of a sacred soul was comparable to a top heaven immortal. Therefore, Su Zimo dived into the depths of the volcano without hesitation and released his spirit consciousness to probe continuously. This was also because the Green Lotus true body had a strong physique and terrifying bloodline. If an ordinary body of flesh and blood were to leap into the lava, they would have turned into ashes long ago without a corpse left. Relying on his Green Lotus true body, Su Zimo dived continuously and the temperature in the lava increased. He realized that he was getting closer to the treasure in the depths of the volcano. After a long time, the surrounding lava had already turned dark red. Even the Green Lotus true body could not withstand it. His skin was burned red, and when cracks appeared, Su Zimo's feet missed. His figure suddenly broke free from the lava and fell. He realized that he was getting closer to the treasure in the depths of the volcano. After a long time, the surrounding lava had already turned dark red. Even the Green Lotus true body could not withstand it. His skin was burned red, and when cracks appeared, Su Zimo's feet missed. His figure suddenly broke free from the lava and fell. He had already arrived at the bottom of the volcano. There was a secret space hidden in the depths of the boiling lava. Su Zimo entered the space, and the surrounding temperature increased to a terrifying degree. His Green Lotus true body sizzled and burned with smoke. He took a deep breath of air. Right in front of him, a scarlet stone the size of a fist hovered in midair. It released a heat that could incinerate all beings. 2203 Ridiculous joke. The space around the scarlet stone was distorted from the heat. The temperature was way too high. Su Zimo's green robes had already turned into ashes, and his body was shrouded by raging flames that burned the Green Lotus true body continuously. There were layers of lava in the depths of the volcano. Due to the existence of the Mars stone, the space at the bottom of the volcano was distorted and blurry. Therefore, many cultivators in the square could not see what was going on inside. Everyone could only vaguely see a figure advancing with difficulty in the depths of the volcano, approaching a gigantic ball of flames. Feng Yin, Tai Hua, and the others had already arrived above the volcano. After they arrived at the teleportation formation, they did not stop and ascended to level 2, surpassing Su Zimo once more in terms of ranking. However, at that moment, most of the cultivators in the square were focused on the figure in the depths of the volcano. The Mars stone was the foundation of level 1. The power of all living beings in level 1, such as the lava giants and fire sparrows, came from this Mars stone. In other words, the power of the Mars stone far surpassed the lava giants and fire sparrows. Perfected Immortal Xie Ling frowned slightly. What's that lad trying to do? Is he going to give up his life for this Mars stone? In the depths of the volcano, Su Zimo had a pained expression and felt that the flames were extremely powerful and damaging, as though they wanted to seep into his organs and burn him to ashes. Even with the bloodline of perfected Immortal Green Lotus, he could not withstand it at this moment. Under the invasion of such a terrifying external force, the bloodline of the Green Lotus true body began to circulate on its own. The closer he was to the Mars stone, the faster his bloodline circulated. At that time, before he could touch the Mars stone, the aura of the Green Lotus true body might not be able to conceal itself and burst forth. Actually, if not for the fact that he could not use his dermic treasures in the 9 heavens, Su Zimo would have been able to devour the Mars stone with the Hell Suppression tripod. However, once a dermic treasure was summoned here, it would definitely be sensed by the heaven and earth laws, and he would be killed. There was no need to take that risk. However, he was bent on getting his hands on the Mars stone before him. The southern Mingli fire on his body was suppressed by the flames of the Mars stone and was about to extinguish. Su Zimo conjured hand seals repeatedly, and 3 balls of terrifying flames appeared beside him. The Immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend Tao fires. The 3 balls of flames circled around him and fought against the flames released by the Mars stone. Although they were both flames, the power of the 2 flames could not fuse. With the 4 flames, Su Zimo was getting closer to the Mars stone, and it was within reach. When he saw that, Xianxia looked worried and murmured, "Brother Su, your decision is way too risky. It's not worth it." "What is risky about it?" "The Mars stone." Su Xiaotian could vaguely tell that Xianxia was implying something and asked out of concern. "It's not just the Mars stone. Xianxia said sternly. Su Zimo's actions will affect his upcoming fight for the Earth ranking. He might even lose his life or be unable to enter the final ranking battle. Is it that serious? Su Xiaotian was shocked. Xianxia asked instead, in the 9 Heavens elimination round, do you know what is truly being tested? Who can reach level 5 in the shortest time with their combat strength? Su Xiaotian said naturally. Over the past few days, he had also gained some knowledge about the Earth ranking. Xianxia shook his head. That's only on the surface. The 9 Heavens elimination round is not only a test of combat strength, but also of one's judgment of the situation, consumption of essence qi, control of time, decisiveness in releasing methods, and so on. Su Xiaotian was at a loss. Xianxia said, have you noticed that although powerful paragons like Feng Yin and Tai Hua encountered some obstacles along the way after entering the 9 Heavens, they did not reveal many methods? Su Xiaotian nodded. Feng Yin, Tai Hua, and the other paragons and monster incarnates merely used a few divine powers and secret skills to get through level 1. Xianxia said, the reason why they held back was so that they could pass through the next 4 levels easier. However, Brother Su released such a powerful flame immortal art secret skill in advance. If he encounters any other danger later on, he won't be able to use this secret skill. Su Xiaotian understood. For a secret skill as powerful as this, it required a relatively long time to recover and took a huge toll on the essence spirit and essence qi. But now that Su Zimo released this secret skill in advance, it would have a huge impact on his future. Fufu. When Prince Yuan's saw Feng Yin, Tai Hua, and the others surpass Su Zimo once more, he heaved a sigh of relief and sneered, as expected of an ant that ascended from the lower worlds. You don't have much knowledge and want to take all the treasures you see for yourself. Why don't you take a look at your own capabilities? If I'm not wrong, the stone in the depths of the volcano should be the Mars stone. Heaven Immortal White Sea waved his folding fan gently and said, the value of the Mars stone is comparable to a sentient dermic treasure. It's definitely the foundation of level 1. This lad doesn't know his limits at all and wants to remove the entire foundation of level 1. What a joke! How utterly ridiculous! There was indeed such a rule in the 9 Heavens that the treasures within were opportunities. As long as cultivators could obtain them, they could keep them. However, even if no one from the Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom said anything, everyone could guess that the Mars stone was definitely not among them. Who would leave a treasure comparable to a sentient dermic treasure for an Earth immortal? Perfected Immortal Xialing smiled as well and said, it's fine. When he sees that things won't work out later on, he'll naturally retreat in the face of difficulties. The Mars stone has already nurtured a spirit consciousness in the 9 Heavens and no one can take it away. Right then, a change happened in the depths of the volcano. The floating Mars stone seemed to have sensed Su Zimo approaching and suddenly released a shocking power. A gigantic flame spewed out and transformed around him rapidly, turning into a gigantic soaring serpent. Flapping its flaming wings, it descended from the skies and devoured towards Su Zimo. Su Zimo's gaze intensified. Without dodging or avoiding, he guided his hands in midair and gathered the 4 balls of flames around him. At the same time, a spirit consciousness flame was released from his glabella and entered the 4 balls of flames. An even more terrifying flame was formed. The Pankati Dao fire burst forth. What immense strength! Perfected Immortal Xialing's eyes lit up and his expression changed slightly as he exclaimed softly. Boom! Su Zimo smashed the Pankati Dao fire towards the soaring serpent that was charging over. With a loud bang, the entire volcano shook and swayed. The surrounding space became even more distorted and everyone's vision turned blurry. Among the cultivators in the square, only Heaven Immortal experts could vaguely see the situation inside. Su Zimo took advantage of the moment when the Pankati Dao fire collided with the soaring serpent to take a step forward and extend his arm to grab the Mars stone. 2204 Forceful Refinement Sizzle. The moment Su Zimo gripped the Mars stone, a jarring sound echoed from his palm as green smoke billowed. The flesh on his palm burned at a visible speed. In less than 2 breaths, the flesh on his palm had turned into nothingness. The jade-green lotus bones were only not burned to ashes by the Mars stone because it experienced the forging of thunder. This is bad. When he saw that, Xianxia frowned and exclaimed softly. What he was worried about earlier on had happened. To think that Su Zimo did not retreat and chose to snatch the Mars stone forcefully. He could not withstand the power of the Mars stone at all. Now, it was equivalent to a crippled palm for Su Zimo. As an Earth immortal, he could definitely regrow this broken limb. However, the damage caused by the Mars stone might not recover completely even after hundreds or thousands of years. Now, even if Su Zimo let go, the Mars stone had already caused him immense damage. There was no longer much hope for him to contend for the Earth ranking. With his arm crippled and such a powerful fire secret skill released, it was difficult for him to be ranked on the Earth ranking given the immense consumption. The elders of the academy had grim expressions and could not help but stand up to look at the scene in the mirror. Ha 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 ha! Prince Xianxia could not help but laugh. He felt incomparably delighted when he saw Su Zimo in such a state. Initially, Yunting was not concerned about this elimination round. In his opinion, the so-called 9 heavens could not stop Su Zimo at all. But now that he saw such a change, he frowned slightly and looked at the figure in the depths of the volcano fixedly. This lad is truly way too persistent. Perfected Immortal Xialing shook his head and sighed. Initially, he thought highly of this disciple of the academy. After all, someone worthy of Yunting's personal challenge must have some tricks up his sleeves even though he came from a lowly background. But now that he saw how stubborn this lad was, he could not help but feel disappointed. Actually, the reason why he said that this lad was persistent was because he wanted to give face to Heaven and Earth Academy. In his opinion, this lad had lost his mind because he was too greedy. No matter how talented a cultivator as such was, his future accomplishments would be limited. Right then, the figure in the depths of the volcano did something unexpected. Even though he was severely injured, Su Zimo did not let go. Instead, he gripped the Mars stone tightly and stuffed it into his consciousness. What is he doing? Is he crazy? Su Zimo committed suicide? Most of the Earth Immortals in the square could not see what was happening inside and could only hear the Heaven Immortal experts in the sect shouting. Initially, these Heaven Immortal experts were calm and experienced. However, they seemed to have seen something and were shocked at the moment. A Heaven Immortal expert gasped and was speechless. Su Zimo probably can't withstand the pain and stuffed the Mars stone into his consciousness. Ah! When everyone heard that, they felt chills run down their spines. Everyone witnessed the power of the Mars stone. This was something that even a body of flesh and blood could not defend against. Even a Heaven Immortal would not be able to withstand it being stuffed into their consciousness. Yunting's gaze was sharp as a sword as he glared at the mirror in the firmaments. He did not believe this. There was no way Su Zimo would commit suicide. Right then, the other Heaven Immortals gradually calmed down as well. They looked into the depths of the volcano with changed expressions. The space in the depths of the volcano gradually stabilized. Many cultivators could see everything clearly as well. Su Zimo was not dead. Unknowingly, he had already taken out a brand new green robe from his storage bag and wore it once more. His right hand that was burned by the Mars stone was hidden under his wide robes and no one could see it. The depths of the volcano returned to normal. Su Zimo was still the same as before with black hair and green robes. However, the Mars stone in front of him had already vanished. He's not dead. Xianxia, the Academy Elders, Prince Xianxia, Heaven Immortal White Sea, and many other Heaven Immortal experts were dumbfounded in disbelief. Even perfected Immortal Xialing was stunned on the spot, not knowing what happened. Look, something is happening to Level 1, someone exclaimed. In Level 1, the lava giants who were initially stopping many Earth Immortals and killing wantonly as well as the fire sparrows seemed to have suffered a blow. Their eyes dimmed as they dissipated. The massive body of the lava giants exploded, turning into thick and scorching lava that splashed onto the ground. The fire sparrows dissipated as well, turning into scarlet clouds that floated in the skies like a sunset glow. The Mars stone was suppressed. Perfected Immortal Xia Ling blinked and murmured. That was the only possibility that could explain the scene before him. In other words, Su Zimo stuffed the Mars stone into his consciousness and suppressed it instead. Xialing had more or less guessed it. The Mars stone was stuffed into Su Zimo's consciousness and devoured by the hell suppression tripod. Not only was it suppressed, it was also being refined by the hell suppression tripod. Dermic treasures could not be used in the 9 heavens. However, the hell suppression tripod did everything in Su Zimo's consciousness and was not against the rules. Even the heaven and earth laws of the 9 heavens had no feedback allowing his actions. Prince Yuanzhua was stunned for a long time before gradually reacting. He wanted to say something, but his mind was in a mess. He only said instinctively, "That's not good, right?" Heaven Immortal White Sea spread his folding fan and said in a deep voice, "Your Highness Xialing, the Mars stone is the foundation of the 9 heavens and is priceless. How can we let this lad take it away casually?" Xialing remained silent. Fufu. A sneer sounded from the side. Yun Ting pouted. "In my opinion, the rules of the 9 heavens are just for show. We can't take away everything inside casually. Otherwise, I guess hearts will be broken." Yun Ting was clearly mocking Xialing and the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom. Perfected Immortal Xialing took a deep breath and was not angered. Suddenly, he smiled and said, "The foundation of the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom is strong and it's just a Mars stone. It's no big deal." By saying that, it meant that this matter could no longer be pursued. Prince Yuanzhua and Heaven Immortal White Sea were helpless and could only sit back down. Humph! Prince Yuanzhua sneered. "So what if he obtains the Mars stone? That lad has expended a lot of energy in that fight earlier on. Now that he has released his trump card and crippled a palm, let's see how he's going to fight for the Earth ranking." Right then, Su Zimo left the depths of the volcano and passed through the lava, returning to the mouth of the volcano. He took out the badge in his storage bag and took a look. Initially, he was in the first place. After this delay, he was now in the 200,000 region. Su Zimo's expression was indifferent. Everything was within his control. Given his capabilities, it would not be difficult for him to charge into the Earth ranking. 2205 Sunset. Su Zimo focused his gaze and observed the activity of the hell suppression tripod in his consciousness. The power of the Mars stone was more compatible with the Vermilion Bird Sacred Soul. Therefore, it was absorbed by the Vermilion Bird Sacred Soul first. If nothing went wrong, the Vermilion Bird Sacred Soul would definitely awaken after refining the Mars stone. If the Mars stone was not completely refined after the Vermilion Bird Sacred Soul awakened, there was a chance that he could continue repairing the 4th tripod wall. As Su Zimo pondered, his heart skipped a beat. According to Princess Scarlet Rainbow and the others, each level of the 9 heavens were non-identical and the tribulations and obstacles they had to experience were completely different. Did this mean that there were treasures similar to the Mars stone in the other levels? At that thought, Su Zimo's eyes lit up. If he could snatch all the treasures in level 2, 3, and 4, there was hope for the hell suppression tripod to be repaired. Of course, that was only his speculation. At that thought, Su Zimo soared into the air and arrived at the teleportation formation, prepared to ascend to level 2. "Fellow Taoist, save me." Right then, a tragic cry sounded not far away. Su Zimo turned around suddenly and saw a cultivator staggering and crawling with difficulty halfway up the mountain. His body was emitting scarlet flames and he was burned into charcoal from the inside out, no longer recognizable as a human. However, one could vaguely see the person's pained expression and eyes filled with struggle and despair. He extended his arm, as though he wanted to touch the teleportation formation at the peak. Unfortunately, that person's life force had already dispersed. Even if Su Zimo reached out, it would be useless. The person collapsed halfway up the mountain and was devoured by the lava that spewed out from the peak, disappearing before long. "Ah!" A tragic cry sounded from another direction. Su Zimo glanced sideways. Under the 9 blazing suns, a cultivator finally could not hold on any longer. His final divine power dissipated and his essence chi dried up. He was engulfed by the flames around him and in the blink of an eye, he was devoured without a corpse left. Su Zimo could see such figures everywhere he looked. Although there were no lava giants, fire sparrows, or other living beings, the power of flames in this space was still extremely terrifying. More and more cultivators could not hold on. The most frightening thing was that there was almost nowhere to hide in the 9 heavens, and every single corner was enveloped by the 9 blazing suns. This did not seem like the 9 heavens, but a blazing hell where countless living beings struggled to survive and let out despairing roars. This was the cruelty of the 9 heavens to begin with. If one was afraid of death and did not know their limits, they should not participate in the Earth ranking competition. These people had nothing to do with Su Zimo. He would not feel any unnecessary sympathy either. However, he knew in his heart that most of the cultivators who died in level 1 were from lowly black-grade sects and itinerant cultivators. He was just like them in the past. Most people of Tianhuang mainland who ascended would be as such as well. Most of them did not expect to be ranked on the Earth ranking, although they took part in the elimination round. Perhaps they merely wanted to come to the 9 heavens to encounter opportunities and gain experience. However, these people did not even have a way out. After entering the 9 heavens, there was nowhere to retreat, and life and death was irreversible. Standing on the teleportation formation, Su Zimo looked back at the many figures struggling in the sea of flames in the distance. Suddenly, he took a deep breath and channeled his essence spirit, causing the essence chi in his body to surge wildly. In the blink of an eye, a gigantic bow appeared between Su Zimo's palms. 9 essence chi arrows floated around the bow. What is he trying to do? What pure and condensed essence chi? To think that it can evolve into the shape of a weapon. Everyone in the square exclaimed. Right on the heels of that, right in front of countless gazes, Su Zimo bent his knees and drew the bowstring. He loaded an arrow, and the entire bow was drawn into the shape of a full moon. Swoosh! The bowstring quivered gently, and the arrow shot into the skies like a meteor, piercing through the firmaments. A blazing sun was penetrated, and after a brief pause, it exploded and fell from midair. The temperature in the world seemed to have dipped slightly. Su Zimo continued to load his bow. Swoosh! 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 9 consecutive arrows were shot. All 9 blazing suns fell. The flames of level 1 were still burning. However, without the envelopment of the 9 blazing suns, the pressure on the remaining cultivators was greatly reduced. At the very least, most cultivators would be able to survive. Damn it! Those 9 suns are finally extinguished. I think I saw arrows penetrate the 9 blazing suns and shoot them down. Ha 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 ha! I survived. Everyone was overjoyed after surviving a calamity. Should we continue forward? Do you want to die? Just stay here and try your luck everywhere. Don't forget, there's 4 more levels after this. This is a chance given to us by the heavens. If we don't know what's good for us and continue forward, we'll truly be courting death. By the time the 9 blazing suns fell, Su Zimo had already ascended and did not linger. Countless cultivators in level 1 cheered. However, the square outside was silent. Su Zimo's action had exceeded everyone's expectations. It shocked everyone present even more than when he snatched the Mars stone. Everyone in the huge square remained silent for a long time. Su Zimo's actions seemed a little ridiculous and childish. However, for some unknown reason, a corner in the depths of everyone's hearts seemed to be touched gently. Many cultivators had conflicted expressions. Even perfected Immortal Xialing frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. Heh! Suddenly, Yun Ting smiled and said, Su Zimo, you're amazing. As though he was jolted awake, Prince Yuan's was suddenly burst into laughter and said, How foolish! To think that he would have to expend so much essence chi to save some unrelated ants in this elimination round of the 9 heavens. This time round, no one replied. Who was not an ant in this vast world? In the crowd at the back, a heaven immortal strode to the table of Heaven and Earth Academy and bowed deeply to the Academy elders. Those good-for-nothing disciples of my Flying Frost sect managed to survive because of your Academy's disciple. Thank you for the saving grace. Heaven and Earth Academy is truly worthy of the title of an immortal sect. the heaven immortal of another black-grade sect stood up and came before Heaven and Earth Academy, bowing as well. More and more cultivators stood out and arrived before Heaven and Earth Academy. Among them were heaven immortals of black-grade sects, elders of earth-grade sects, representatives of family clans and masters who had disciples inside. In the blink of an eye, the table of Heaven and Earth Academy was filled with people bowing in thanks. As immortals, we should uphold justice and benevolence. Fellow Taoists, there's no need for that. Elder Zhong gestured for everyone to stand up and said casually. Elder, he was experienced and wise as well. Coughing gently, he said sternly. As a disciple of the academy, there was naturally no way he could leave them in the lurch when he saw something like that. Although they said that, the elders of the academy stroked their long beards gently. Their faces were rosy and they were in high spirits, almost beaming with pride. 2206 Seabed, this matter might be a small matter for the entire Earth ranking competition and would be forgotten before long. However, after that incident, the attitudes of the many sects, factions and cultivators in the square towards this academy disciple changed drastically. Initially, most people were merely watching the show and gloating over the feud between Su Zimo and the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect. Right now, they hoped that this disciple of the academy would be able to leave his name on the Earth ranking and avoid danger in the 9 heavens. Unknowingly, the human heart had already deviated. Right. Did you guys notice that Su Zimo's right hand seems to have recovered? Right then, a cultivator recalled the scene of Su Zimo shooting the arrows and asked uncertainly. That seems to be the case. That can't be. Su Zimo was injured by the Mars stone and the flesh on his palm turned into ashes. How can he recover to his original state in such a short period of time? Everyone only reacted when someone mentioned that person. Many heaven immortals were shocked when they recalled what happened earlier on. What terrifying regeneration capabilities! Xianxia exclaimed. Perfected immortal Xia Ling nodded to himself as well. His flesh was incinerated by the Mars stone. The fact that he could heal in such a short period of time meant that his regeneration capabilities were almost comparable to blood rebirth. Level 2. After Su Zimo ascended, he arrived on a lone island. All he could see was an endless ocean. However, the surrounding seawater shone with silver light and was extremely different from ordinary seawater. Su Zimo squatted down and scooped up a handful of seawater. His wrist sank slightly. It's indeed 1 essence heavy water? Su Zimo murmured softly. 1 essence heavy water was extremely rare. If one refined a lake, they might only be able to obtain a single drop. A single drop weighed tens of thousands of kilograms. The entire space was filled with 1 essence heavy water. Before entering the 9 heavens, Princess Scarlet Rainbow had mentioned to him that if he encountered a sea world, it would be formed by 1 essence heavy water and the teleportation formation would be at the bottom of the sea. The pressure that cultivators had to endure in the 1 essence heavy water was unimaginable. A single drop of 1 essence heavy water weighed tens of thousands of pounds. The surroundings were filled with 1 essence heavy water and the pressure was suffocating. As for the teleportation formation at the bottom of the sea, one had to dive continuously. The deeper one dived, the greater the pressure in the ocean, notwithstanding the pressure of the 1 essence heavy water. In the end, if they did not have a strong physique and many immortal arts and divine powers to protect them, the pressure at the bottom of the sea would be enough to crush their bodies. That was merely the obstruction of the marine environment. What was even more frightening was that similar to level 1, there would also be many living beings or changes in the ocean. If an earthquake or tsunami were to break out, the pressure on cultivators would increase dozens of times. Without hesitation, Su Zimo leaped into the ocean and headed towards the depths of the sea. The Green Lotus true body did not feel much pressure in the ocean formed by the 1 essence heavy water. Even as he ventured deeper, the 1 essence heavy water could not cause any damage to the grade 10 Green Lotus true body. However, before long, many living beings began to appear around Su Zimo. A large number of fish swam over and a large shadow enveloped him with a suffocating aura of death. Far away, a cultivator released his divine powers and immortal arts, wanting to buy time. However, in the blink of an eye, He was torn apart by the fishes, leaving only a skeleton that sank into the depths of the sea. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as he conjured hand seals with both hands and channeled his spirit consciousness. Heaven and earth essence chi gathered rapidly and formed a fist-sized black water in front of him. The black water appeared and formed a vacuum around Su Zimo, pushing away the surrounding one essence heavy water. With a thought of his spirit consciousness, Su Zimo dispersed the black water and enveloped himself, forming a barrier that resembled clothes. The fish at the front closed in but dispersed as though they were suddenly frightened. Su Zimo smiled gently and continued advancing towards the bottom of the sea. The black water was the secret skill inherited from the black tortoise sacred soul in the hell suppression tripod. The heavenly perfected water. The heavenly perfected water was elite and was the essence of all water. A single drop could transform into a vast ocean and was much stronger than the one essence heavy water. Initially, Su Zimo could only condense a single drop. As a grade 8 Earth Immortal, he could already condense a ball. The heavenly perfected water originated from the black tortoise sacred soul and naturally contained the aura of the black tortoise. To the living beings in the ocean, that aura was like a divine being. What sort of a technique is this? Su Zimo has so many trump cards. Many cultivators in the square stirred once more when they saw that. Heaven Abyss of Mountain Sea Immortal sex expression changed slightly as he said slowly, "If I'm not wrong, that lad should have condensed the heavenly perfected water." Heavenly perfected water. Perfected Immortal Xialing exclaimed softly. Pausing for a moment, Xialing smiled and said, "If he has the heavenly perfected water to protect him, Level 2 would not be a problem for him. It might not be a good thing for that lad to use such a powerful secret skill in advance." Heaven Abyss shook his head gently. In his opinion, a powerful secret skill like the heavenly perfected water could be used in the ranking battle against Feng Yin, Tai Hua, and the others. However, in reality, this was only one of Su Zimo's many methods. Even if he used it in advance, it would not affect his combat strength much. With the protection of the heavenly perfected water, the surrounding one essence heavy water posed almost no resistance to the green lotus true body, and Su Zimo's speed was at its limits. He dived into the depths of the sea as though he was treading on flat ground, and his speed increased. His ranking was also rising rapidly. Previously, he fell behind by more than 200,000 because of the Mars stone. Before he arrived at the teleportation formation in level 2, Su Zimo had already returned to the top 10,000 and his ranking was still rising rapidly. However, Feng Yin and Tai Hua were not slow this time round. By the time Su Zimo arrived at the teleportation formation, there were 8 people in front of him. Feng Yin and Tai Hua were still ranked at the top 2. Standing on the teleportation formation, Su Zimo looked around. Not far away from the teleportation formation, there was a deep and dark ravine that was bottomless and emitted a cold aura. In a flash, Su Zimo swam towards the trench. Indeed, when he arrived at the edge of the trench, the hell suppression tripod in his consciousness trembled slightly. Su Zimo's eyes lit up. After a moment of hesitation, he leaped down and sneaked into the depths of the trench. In the square, many cultivators were stunned when they saw that, not knowing what Su Zimo was going to do. Xianxia glanced sideways at perfected Immortal Xialing and coughed gently, asking softly, "Second brother, that seems to be..." Xialing grit his teeth and said, "This person is truly a robber. 2207 assault. There's someone else over there." In the square, someone pointed to the trench at the bottom of the sea. Apart from Su Zimo, another figure in level 2 dived into the trench as well, as though he had a motive. Perfected Immortal Xialing had a conflicted expression as he said coldly, "There are truly some special characters in the Earth ranking competition this time round. They have the courage to covet every single thing they see." The elders of the academy looked straight and pretended not to understand. However, many people could hear the bitterness in Xialing's tone. A treasure like the Mars stone was extremely precious to perfected immortals as well. The loss of one of such items in the 9 heavens was already enough to make Xialing's heart ache. If he lost another, his head might hurt. That's the great commander of the execution guards of the great Jin Immortal Kingdom, Tai Han. Some cultivators recognized the origin of that figure. Strange. Why did he choose to dive into that trench as well? Many cultivators whispered among themselves. When perfected Immortal Xialing saw that, he knew that he could not hide it either and declared, "In that trench is the foundation of level 2, a piece of mercury ice." Mercury ice. The eyes of many heaven immortals present lit up. Mercury was among the many stars and was formed from water. It was ranked alongside Mars. As for the rocks on Mercury, they were like ice blocks that were almost transparent, emitting a chilling intent that froze everything. If a piece of mercury ice was used to cultivate water and ice element cultivation techniques and secret skills, it would take less effort. If one were to create a sentient dermic treasure and add it in, it would raise the grade of the dermic treasure by at least a level and its power would increase significantly. For example, a sentient dermic treasure might only be an 8 tribulations spirit treasure. If a piece of mercury ice was added, the sentient dermic treasure could become a 9 tribulations spirit treasure, the legendary pure yang spirit treasure. Even heaven immortals and perfected immortals were tempted by such a treasure, let alone earth immortals. "I got it," a cultivator said in a deep voice. "I heard that Taihan's physique is special and he has an ice physique. Furthermore, he cultivated some top-tier ice attribute cultivation technique. He must be trying to make use of this mercury ice to advance his cultivation. This is going to be interesting." Su Zimo and Taihan have their eyes on this mercury ice at the same time. There's probably going to be a battle between the two of them in advance, right in front of everyone. Taihan did not dive at a fast speed. He was extremely cautious. If not for that temperament, he would not have been able to become the great commander of the Earth Execution Guards. On the other side, Su Zimo dived at an extremely fast speed. The two of them were far apart and were not on the same path, separated by the vast seawater. Before long, Su Zimo had already surpassed Taihan and was getting closer to mercury ice. Just as Taihan was diving, he suddenly paused, as though he sensed something. Right on the heels of that, he changed direction slightly and sneaked towards Su Zimo's direction. He was even slower and more careful. Taihan's senses are so sharp. Su Zimo passed through the sea at high speed. The fluctuation of the seawater is a little strong and has already alerted him. When the elders of the academy saw that, they became nervous. In the depths of the sea, visibility and spirit consciousness detection range were limited and the two of them could not see the other party's existence. Taihan dived slowly and did not cause any fluctuations in the depths of the sea. However, it was the opposite for Su Zimo. By exposing his existence, he attracted Taihan's attention and alertness. Right now, Taihan could sense Su Zimo's existence. However, Su Zimo was oblivious to Taihan. One of them was in the open while the other was in the dark. Before they even started fighting, Su Zimo was already disadvantaged. In the deep sea trench, Su Zimo dived the entire way without encountering any obstacles. There were no living beings in the trench, and as he dived deeper, the temperature of the seawater decreased as well. If it was any other cultivator, their bloodline would have frozen long ago. However, the Green Lotus True Body had a strong physique and his bloodline flowed silently within his body. It circulated smoothly the entire time and allowed Su Zimo to maintain his peak condition. Su Zimo did not know where the treasure of level 2 was. However, as long as he searched through the depths of the cold, he would definitely be able to find the source of the chill. After a long time, Su Zimo gradually stopped in his tracks. Not far ahead, a fist-sized ice block floated. It was crystal clear and emitted a chilling intent that even the Green Lotus True Body felt extremely uncomfortable. Even though he was in the seawater, Su Zimo's brows and hair were already covered by a layer of frost. His clothes were already frozen and became incomparably tough. If not for the envelopment of the heavenly perfected water, his clothes would have been frozen into ice shards. In a flash, Su Zimo floated towards the ice block. The closer he was, the colder it was. In the end, the coldness even penetrated the flesh of the Green Lotus True Body and froze his bloodline into ice that he could not circulate. Su Zimo's lips were purplish from the cold. However, he could still maintain his clarity. Although his bloodline was frozen, his green lotus bone had undergone a baptism of thunder before. Countless electric arcs flashed continuously in his body to defend against the coldness. Su Zimo's speed decreased. Finally, the ice block was within reach. Su Zimo raised his arm and grabbed the ice block. Suddenly, a powerful life force burst forth from the ice block. Immediately after, endless coldness gathered and formed a gigantic divine turtle in the depths of the sea. It roared at Su Zimo and charged over. Su Zimo's gaze intensified and he was in no hurry. Previously, when he subdued the Mars stone, he encountered such a counterattack. This time round, he was prepared as well. Su Zimo channeled his spirit consciousness and circulated his massive divine powers, forming a turtle shell in front of him rapidly. It shone with mysterious patterns and sparkled brightly, blocking in front of him. Immediately after, his spirit consciousness moved, and the heavenly perfected water on his body flowed rapidly, covering the turtle shell. Innate divine power. Spirit turtle shield. Initially, this was only a spirit turtle from the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. However, because of the existence of the heavenly perfected water, the spirit turtle shield had an additional aura of the black tortoise sacred soul. The frost divine turtle that was charging over was slightly stunned and its strength weakened slightly. However, it still charged over fiercely. Right then, a warning flashed in Su Zimo's mind. Suddenly, a strange feeling came from the seawater behind him. Someone was there. When they saw that, many cultivators in the square held their breaths and widened their eyes. As bystanders, they naturally saw everything clearly. Taihan followed Su Zimo all the way down and arrived here as well. But he did not attack rashly. He was waiting patiently. It was only when Su Zimo snatched away the mercury ice and triggered its spirit consciousness to resist that he appeared and suddenly attacked. The timing of the attack could be said to be perfect. 2208 scram. The hearts of the Academy elders skipped a beat and they looked nervous. Prince Yuanzhou could not suppress the excitement in his heart and even stood up instinctively. He clenched his fists and glared at the scene in the depths of the sea with a menacing and excited expression, as though he could see Su Zimo die. Actually, Taihan's attack this time round was not within the plans of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect. However, if he could make use of this opportunity to kill Su Zimo, it would save him a lot of trouble. Furthermore, Taihan could keep Su Zimo's storage bag and no longer have to share the treasures with Flying Immortal Sect. This is bad, Xianxia exclaimed softly. As a prince of the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom, he had also participated in the elimination round of the Nine Heavens back when he was an Earth Immortal. His understanding of the Nine Heavens far surpassed others. In that trench of the deep sea, the chill was bone-chilling and one's vision, spirit consciousness, 5 senses and everything else were reduced to their limits and blurred. Right now, Su Zimo was facing Mercury Ice's spirit consciousness head-on and had no time to be distracted. There was no way he could sense the killing intent behind him. By the time he reacted, Taihan's killing move was most likely already on him. Right in front of everyone, 2 figures converged rapidly under the shadow of the gigantic frost divine turtle. Indeed, Taihan attacked and slashed down at Su Zimo's head like a saber. At that moment, Taihan's palm made use of the cold air around the deep sea to condense a corporeal saber that slashed down. That lad is dead. Perfected Immortal Xie shook his head gently and murmured with a regretful expression. Taihan's attack was even more terrifying than everyone had imagined. To begin with, Taihan's combat strength could be ranked in the top 10. And now, in the depths of the sea, his combat strength was not weakened because of mercury ice. Instead, it was strengthened. He made use of his surroundings to release an even more terrifying killing power. Even Yun Ting frowned slightly when he saw Taihan attack this time round. If he was in Su Zimo's position, it would be difficult for him to escape unscathed against such an attack. Right then, a deep growl burst forth from the trench in the depths of the sea. Scram! The moment Su Zimo conjured the spirit turtle shield, he spun around and extended his palm, grabbing the incoming saber behind him. If it was anyone else, they would definitely not be able to detect Taihan's attack without the help of their five senses and spirit consciousness. However, Su Zimo cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness and had an extremely sharp sense of danger. The cicada senses autumn coming before the wind even starts to blow. The moment Taihan attacked, Su Zimo had already sensed danger. However, he could not dodge. That was because the timing of Taihan's attack was way too precise. The moment the frost divine turtle collided with his spirit turtle shield, this was his weakest moment. Su Zimo shuddered and did not have time to release any divine powers or secret skills. He could only rely on the power of his body to turn back and grab the saber. At the same time, he recognized Taihan. Die! Taihan said coldly. Piak. When the saber struck Su Zimo's palm, the blade sank in for a moment before stopping. The sound of metal clashing could be heard as though it had struck steel. Taihan's heart skipped a beat. When Su Zimo was at his weakest, his slash could not slice him into two. In fact, Su Zimo's palm could not even be severed. At the same time, the moment their saber and palm collided, Taihan felt a vibration and a terrifying twisting power coming from the saber. The next moment, the saber condensed from cold chi shattered. Although Taihan's expression was still cold as ice, he was alarmed internally. Su Zimo was much more troublesome to deal with than he had imagined. At that moment, Taihan revealed his decisive nature as well. His saber was shattered and he did not engage Su Zimo at all. Retreating, he disappeared into the dark ocean and fled far away. Su Zimo stood on the spot and took a deep breath without chasing. At that moment, his bloodline was frozen. Although he managed to defend against the impact of the frost divine turtle, his distraction caused a large amount of cold chi to invade his meridians and organs. Su Zimo's body trembled slightly. If he wanted to chase after Taihan, he would have to release his blood chi. However, that would risk him exposing his green lotus true body and it would not be worth it. The two of them would definitely meet again later on. At that time, he would settle this debt. The fight between the two of them happened in an instant. Although they had only met for a brief moment, the danger involved was shuddering. It was only then that the cultivators watching in the square heaved a sigh of relief. Su Zimo is so strong. While receiving that gigantic divine turtle head-on, he even diverted his attention to take on Taihan's full-powered attack barehanded. That's right. Although his palm was injured, that small injury is nothing to him. In my opinion, there's a high chance that Su Zimo's combat strength can be ranked in the top 10. After a momentary silence, a commotion broke out in the crowd. This time round, even perfected Immortal Xialing was shocked. Initially, he had expected that Su Zimo would not only be unable to defend against Mercury Ice's attack, but also Taihan's attack. To think that Su Zimo would be able to defend against the impact of the two terrifying powers. Xia Qingcheng, Yun Ting, the Academy Elders and the others were relieved as well. The Academy Elders exchanged glances and smiled bitterly. As bystanders, they seemed even more nervous than the participant inside. Deep in the sea, Su Zimo did not let the spirit consciousness in Mercury Ice launch a second attack. He went forward and grabbed it, stuffing it into his consciousness. The Hell Suppression tripod descended instantly when it sensed Mercury Ice's aura. Before Mercury Ice could emit any coldness, it was devoured by the Hell Suppression tripod and refined. On the other side of the Hell Suppression tripod, the patterns of the Black Tortoise Sacred Soul shone faintly. In a flash, Su Zimo headed towards the teleportation formation above him as well. He took out his badge and took a look. After this change, his ranking had fallen once more and he was now in the 100,000 region. Before long, Su Zimo arrived at the teleportation formation and ascended to level 3 without stopping. After entering level 3, Su Zimo felt a murderous aura and the air was filled with a faint blood stench. It was clear that the cultivators who arrived earlier encountered immense obstacles in this space. A robust sound of metal clashing could be heard from midair. Xia Qingcheng said, "Level 3 is extremely cruel and most of the Earth Immortals will be eliminated here. There's no trick to clearing it. One can only take everything head-on. This place is filled with the sharpness of blades and danger lurks at every corner." It's extremely treacherous. The cultivators spectating could see everything clearly. Although Feng Yin and Tai Hua were at the front, they had become much more cautious in level 3. Many times, the surroundings may seem calm without danger. However, at the next moment, a sword light could appear to pierce a cultivator's glabella. Killing intent could descend at any moment from anywhere in the surroundings. Above, by the side and even below, 2209 full speed ahead, Feng Yin, Tai Hua and the others are about to ascend to level 4. I wonder if Su Zimo can catch up to them. Although Su Zimo obtained 2 treasures, he wasted a lot of time and even released many powerful methods in advance. He might be in danger if he's surrounded by the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect. Right? A cultivator seemed to have suddenly thought of something and asked in confusion. According to Prince Yuanzhua, they're going to surround and kill Su Zimo in the 9 heavens. Why aren't there any signs yet? Up till now in the elimination round of the Earth ranking, other than the test exchange between Taihan and Su Zimo, the other cultivators of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect did not make any moves towards Su Zimo. The cultivators of the 2 factions were advancing at full speed, as though they had forgotten about this matter. Your Highness, could Prince Yuanzhua have been bluffing to disrupt the situation? Su Shaotian asked softly. Xia Qingcheng shook his head gently. No. Since Prince Yuanzhua said it in front of everyone, he will definitely attack. Furthermore, this time round, the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect clearly came prepared and planned for a long time. They won't give up halfway, Su Shaotian said. However, none of them have shown any signs of attacking up till now. Xia Qingcheng pondered for a moment before saying slowly, in order to attack Su Zimo, the Earth Immortals of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect have to gather first. Cultivators who enter the 9 heavens are scattered everywhere, and it's not easy to gather them unless they're in a special place. At that point, Xia Qingcheng paused for a moment and his eyes lit up. Teleportation formation, Su Shaotian gradually understood as well. No matter where the cultivators were, they had to head to the teleportation formation eventually. In other words, only a teleportation formation could gather the cultivators of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect. Which teleportation formation will it be? Su Shaotian asked again. Nothing. Xia Qingcheng shook his head gently. They did not make any moves at the teleportation formations of level 1 and 2. From levels 3 to 5, every single teleportation formation holds an equal probability. On the other side, this time round, Prince Yuanzhua did not say anything when he saw Su Zimo obtain the treasure of level 2. Instead, he smiled. He understood something. The more treasures Su Zimo snatched, the better, because in the end, all of them would belong to him. Furthermore, Su Zimo would have to release many trump cards and expend a large amount of essence chi to snatch the treasures at the front. That would make their plan even smoother. At that thought, Prince Yuanzhua hoped instead that Su Zimo would continue searching for treasures. It would be best if he could obtain all the treasures of levels 3 and 4. 9 heavens. Su Zimo realized that his ranking was a little behind. If he wanted to obtain the treasure in this space, he had to increase his speed as much as possible. At that thought, Su Zimo circulated his dermic art and conjured heavenly feet and boundless golden light behind him. His speed increased exponentially, and he transformed into a golden streak of light, speeding forward. In the square, many cultivators frowned. The elders of the academy were worried as well. This space was metal and focused on killing. It was the most dangerous and filled with ubiquitous killing intent. The greatest taboo was to charge forward brashly at full speed. If there was any sudden danger, he would not be able to react in time against such a high-speed sprint. Before this, if anyone was distracted, they would be sliced into 2 by a sharp blade that suddenly descended from the skies, let alone advance at full speed. Isn't that speed way too fast? Maintaining this speed in this space is like speeding through the borders of life and death, as though he can charge into the gates of hell at any moment. Many cultivators were secretly speechless. The speed displayed by Su Zimo was almost at the limits of an Earth Immortal. Clang. Just as everyone was discussing, a gigantic saber appeared in front of Su Zimo and slashed towards his figure. Ah! Someone exclaimed. Su Zimo's speed was too fast and he could only see a golden light flying over. Even if the gigantic blade did not slash over, it would be difficult to avoid it given the immense inertia of the golden light. Swoosh! The saber slashed down and the golden light brushed by without slowing down. It missed. Everyone was surprised. Su Zimo did not seem to dodge and continued advancing at full speed. However, the blade hit nothing. Logically speaking, the killing weapons in this space should not have missed. This scene seemed a little strange to everyone. Only perfected Immortal Xialing and some Heaven Immortal experts present could see what happened earlier. The moment the saber appeared, Su Zimo's figure changed direction slightly. It was imperceptible given his terrifying speed. However, that slight change allowed him to avoid the blade. He did not waste any space or reduce his speed at all. He merely brushed shoulders with the saber and controlled his actions with extreme precision that was shocking. The elders of Heaven and Earth Academy exchanged glances and nodded to themselves. That move alone was enough to kill most Earth Immortals instantly. As for perfected Immortal Xialing, he looked at Su Zimo's figure thoughtfully. He was thinking about something else. The blade was formed almost instantly. Given Su Zimo's speed, it was already too late for him to dodge when he saw the blade. However, that lad avoided it perfectly. It was as though Su Zimo could sense danger beforehand and make changes. Was it just his imagination? Xialing thought to himself. As Su Zimo advanced, the obstacles and killing intent ahead increased. At any moment, there might be sabers and axes blocking his way and sword chi threatening to pierce his body at every corner. Killing weapons were increasing in number and intensity. Each time, Su Zimo could avoid the sharpness by a hair's breadth and brush past the killing weapons. Right from the beginning, his speed had not decreased. That's way too terrifying. How did he do it? I've never seen anyone pass through level 3 in such a manner. Right in front of everyone. The figure in level 3 sped through the air and danced continuously. Occasionally, it turned sideways, lowered its head, and made a slight turn. Each time, he could avoid the blade and killing intent. The figure seemed to be dancing on the blades, roaming freely in the killing intent. It was carefree and elegant, giving off a stunning feeling. Su Zimo's ranking was rising rapidly. On the other side, Feng Yin, Tai Hua, and the others had already arrived at the teleportation formation of level 3 and ascended one after another without stopping. He's already very fast. However, he's still far behind after all. It's going to be difficult for him to catch up to Feng Yin and the others, a cultivator analyzed. As though he heard that, a pair of wings appeared behind the figure in the 9 heavens and his speed increased once more. 2210 Metal Cyclone. Look! Su Zimo's speed has increased again. Indeed, he's so fast that his figure can no longer be seen clearly. The crowd exclaimed. Right then, another pair of wings grew on Su Zimo's back, carrying endless wind and thunder. His speed increased exponentially and reached its limits like lightning. Everyone exclaimed. Su Zimo was so fast that no one could catch up to him for a moment. His speed is probably comparable to ordinary Heaven Immortals. A Heaven Immortal was shocked. What truly shocked everyone was that Su Zimo could still avoid danger and advance despite his speed. Towards the end, the killing weapons condensed became more concentrated. In fact, many sword nets and saber mountains appeared in front of Su Zimo. However, Su Zimo advanced with his spirit perception. The moment danger appeared, he changed his trajectory in advance. Right in front of everyone, a strange scene formed. It was as though the killing power of level 3 would always be a step slower and could not injure Su Zimo at all. Unlike everyone's shock, the worry in Xianxia's eyes intensified. If Su Zimo did not release those powerful movement techniques and secret skills in advance, he might be able to escape far away if he encountered any danger later on. But now, he had to release those 4 divine powers and secret skills in succession in order to get to level 4. The price was way too great. 50, 000, 10, 000, 3, 000. By the time Su Zimo arrived at level 3's teleportation formation, he was already in the top 500. Standing on the teleportation formation, Su Zimo did not ascend immediately. Instead, he surveyed his surroundings with a glint in his eyes, as though he was searching for something. When he saw that, Xiaoling's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. He could accept losing the Mars stone. Although he complained internally about losing a piece of mercury ice, he could still endure it. But now, from the looks of it, Su Zimo was bent on getting his hands on the treasure of level 3 as well. Xiaoling grit his teeth and remained silent. The losses this time round were way too great. The location of the treasure in level 3 was not as secluded as level 1 and 2. Beside the teleportation formation, there was a killing intense storm that connected the heavens and the earth. Like a gigantic dragon, it howled continuously and released streams of killing intent. The killing intent burst forth and covered the skies. Some of them formed dense arrows that rained down. Some of them formed sharp sword chi along the way to stop intruders. The treasure was in the middle of the metal cyclone and was a Venus stone. The Venus stone was a meteor that fell from Venus. The power of metal within was extremely pure and was an excellent material for forging weapons and dermic treasures. The cyclone was way too striking and could be seen instantly without even searching. Indeed, Su Zimo stood on the teleportation formation and looked around. Instantly, he saw the cyclone and in a flash, closed into it. Clang, clang, clang. Before Su Zimo could come into contact with the cyclone, the metallic killing intent released by the cyclone was already colliding against the green lotus true body repeatedly with the sound of jade clashing. Su Zimo frowned slightly. As expected of this space that focused on killing, it was extremely lethal. Before he even made contact with the cyclone, the green lotus true body already felt waves of pain. However, the more that was the case, the more he could not give up. The remaining wall of the hell suppression tripod had yet to be repaired. According to his deduction, the patterns on the tripod should be one of the 4 sacred beings, the white tiger sacred soul. The white tiger resided in the west and focused on killing. If he could let the hell suppression tripod devour the treasure in this space, the 4th tripod wall would definitely be repaired. He did not know what would happen if the hell suppression tripod was completely repaired. However, Su Zimo was certain that the Prajna Nirvana Sutra could be revealed completely. If the power of those treasures was enough, the 4 sacred souls might awaken. As he pondered, he was already getting closer to the metal cyclone. Towards the end, his speed decreased as well. His body was already torn by the cyclone and shallow wounds appeared. The regeneration capabilities of the green lotus true body were shocking and his wounds healed the moment they appeared without any blood splattering. However, if he continued forward, his green lotus true body would be injured. Even the green lotus true body might not be able to withstand it if he entered the center of the cyclone. Su Zimo glared at the metal cyclone not far away and his gaze intensified. He channeled his essence spirit and conjured sword arts with both hands. TSK, TSK, TSK. Heaven-slaying sword chi. Condense. Su Zimo's two-handed sword art gathered tens of thousands of heaven-slaying sword chi that interweaved continuously. Under the control of his spirit consciousness, the endless heaven-slaying sword chi gathered in his palm and formed a sharp heaven-slaying sword. The sharpness of a single heaven-slaying sword chi was extremely terrifying. The sword formed by the tens of thousands of heaven-slaying sword chi pushed the killing power to its limits. There were no changes to the firmaments of the 9 heavens. However, in the square, in the skies above the Yin-Yang immortal kingdom under the scorching sun, countless stars appeared with chaotic trajectories. Some stars even fell from midair. When the heavens' killing intent is released, the stars are shifted out of alignment. The condensation of the heaven-slaying sword caused a change that shook the world. Pest! What immortal art is that? How terrifying! The power of that sword art reminds me of an ancient saying in the legends of the upper world. When the heavens' killing intent is released, the stars are shifted out of alignment. Many cultivators turned towards Yun Ting instinctively. Some cultivators recalled the evaluation of Su Zimo on the Earth ranking prediction. There was indeed a record of the heaven-slaying sword chi. However, No one expected the might of the heaven-slaying sword Qi to be so terrifying. 9 heavens. The moment the heaven-slaying sword was formed, the metal cyclone not far away paused for a moment. The heaven-slaying sword Qi and metal cyclone were releasing killing intent wildly. The collision of the two killing powers seemed like it could tear everything apart. Su Zimo growled and leaped up. Gripping the heaven-slaying sword in reverse with both hands, he descended from the skies and stabbed towards the metal cyclone not far away. Boom! The heaven-slaying sword collided against the metal cyclone and let out a deafening bang. At that moment, the massive cyclone that connected heaven and earth showed signs of stopping and dissipating, revealing a flaw. Su Zimo's eyes lit up. He did not let go of this fleeting opportunity and charged into the cyclone, grabbing a stone within. He had obtained the Venus stone. Although he had the heaven-slaying sword and the metal cyclone paused for a brief moment, its power still remained. The green lotus true body was riddled with holes in an extremely tragic state. Su Zimo endured the immense pain and tossed the Venus stone into his consciousness. As the hell suppression tripod descended and devoured the Venus stone, the scar on its fourth wall reacted and began to quiver. 2211 Human-eating flower. The price is too great. When he saw that, apart from admiration, Xianxia could not help but lament. The Mars stone, Mercury ice, and Venus stone were all priceless treasures. It was definitely a huge opportunity and gain to be able to obtain 3 treasures. However, it was also because of this that Su Zimo released too many trump cards. Those methods had a relatively long recovery time. If he continued forward, it would be difficult for him to release them again on the Earth ranking. This was extremely disadvantageous for Su Zimo's future. Furthermore, Su Zimo was severely injured by the metal cyclone and was covered in injuries. It would take a lot of mental and essence Qi to heal his injuries. It might take a long time, and all of that would have a huge impact on him. The expressions of the Elders of Heaven and Earth Academy turned grimmer as well. In their opinion, if they could remind Su Zimo, the best decision right now was to stop advancing and stop while he was ahead. The Mars stone, Mercury ice, and Venus stone alone were unimaginable gains. Xianxia and the Academy Elders' worries were not unfounded. However, they did not know that Su Zimo was the Green Lotus true body and his regeneration capabilities were extremely shocking to begin with. Right now, although he was only an Earth Immortal, his essence spirit was at the Heaven Immortal realm. Coupled with the fact that he was the Green Lotus true body, he could completely undergo blood rebirth, and his regeneration capabilities were even more terrifying than Heaven Immortals. Although the injuries caused by the metal cyclone looked terrifying, they were only superficial wounds for him and had almost no effect. He would recover to his original state before long. As for Su Zimo's trump cards, he did not care even if he released them in advance. The Green Lotus true body had too many methods and trump cards. What he revealed was only a part of them. 9 heavens. After Su Zimo sent the Venus stone into his consciousness and it was devoured by the hell suppression tripod, the gigantic metal cyclone outside dissipated. Standing on the spot, Su Zimo took a breather and looked at the ranking. He did not waste much time this time round, and his ranking was still at 500. If nothing went wrong in level 4, he would definitely be able to rank in the top 100. For him, it was fine as long as he could make it into the top 100 of the elimination round of the 9 heavens. As for the final ranking, a ranking battle was required. Su Zimo rested for a while and the wounds on his body gradually healed. They stopped bleeding and healed at an astonishing speed. Thereafter, he arrived at the teleportation formation and ascended to level 4. After reaching level 4, Su Zimo released his spirit consciousness and looked over. Compared to the previous 3 levels, level 4 looked much more normal and was extremely similar to the outside world. Mountain ranges stood tall and green water surrounded them. The vegetation was sumptuous and lush. In this space, one could sense a rich heaven and earth essence Qi. It was filled with vitality, birdsong, fragrance, and was peaceful. Su Zimo did not advance rashly. Since it was the elimination round of the 9 heavens, cultivators would definitely not be able to pass it easily. He surveyed his surroundings and his gaze landed on a cultivator. Coincidentally, This person was from Heaven and Earth Academy, and his name was Lu Ping. Lu Ping was ranked last in the outer sect competition and was not ranked on the Earth ranking prediction this time round. Although he did not say anything, he was indignant and wanted to make use of this opportunity to prove himself. Lu Ping advanced carefully with a calm expression. Suddenly, the grass beneath his feet grew wildly without warning and coiled around his legs, extending down his lower body as though it wanted to bind his entire body. The edges of the long grass were extremely sharp and serrated. The moment it coiled around him, wounds appeared on Lu Ping's body and fresh blood flowed. Go! Lu Ping was rather calm and did not panic. He channeled his spirit consciousness and released some sort of immortal art immediately. His hands transformed into two swords that slashed at the grass on his body. At the same time, he consumed an elixir pill swiftly and the blood on his wounds gradually stopped flowing. Although the grass was still growing wildly, he could protect them temporarily with the help of his immortal art. Lu Ping channeled his blood chi and hollered once more. Piak, piak. A crisp sound came from his legs and the wild grass was snapped by him instantly. However, the surrounding grass seemed to have sensed something and extended over. Countless grass and vines filled with thorns. Although Lu Ping resisted continuously, the vegetation here was endless. In that short period of time, he had only taken a few steps when he sank deeper and deeper. Suddenly, sensing danger, Lu Ping dodged to the side hurriedly. However, he was entangled by many plants and his movements were sluggish. As such, his body merely shifted slightly. Behind him, a gigantic mouth descended from the skies and bit his shoulder, ripping it apart. Shing! Blood gushed out. Lu Ping's arm was torn off by that huge mouth in a tragic manner. If he had dodged slower, his head would have been bitten off. Ah! Lu Ping cried out in pain and turned back instinctively. He could not help but turn pale with fright. The bloody mouth that bit off his arm did not come from any demon beast. Instead, it was a seemingly ordinary flower beside him. But now, the middle of the flower changed continuously, turning into a mouth filled with fangs that chewed his arm as blood spurted everywhere. This seemingly beautiful flower ate human flesh. Suddenly, Lu Ping realized that everything around him was filled with endless killing intent that could take his life. More and more vines coiled around him and the vegetation grew wildly. The human-eating flower devoured his broken arm in a few moments and bit towards him once more. Just as Lu Ping was about to struggle and retreat, he smelled a strange fragrance. Immediately, he felt his head spin and his limbs went limp. This is bad. Lu Ping's heart skipped a beat. This is where I die. The fragrance was also emitted by the flower and could clearly affect the movements of cultivators. If Lu Ping was in his peak condition, he would definitely be able to notice something unusual and neutralize the fragrance with a surge of his blood chi. But now that he was here, he had already used many immortal arts and divine powers. His essence chi was expended and his essence spirit was a little weak. Under such circumstances, this human-eating flower could take his life. Lu Ping's expression was filled with despair as he watched the bloodied mouth descend from the skies and chomp down viciously. However, he could not muster any strength at all. Just as Lu Ping was about to give up, a strange change happened in his surroundings. The mouth of the flower paused above his head. Although it was extremely close to him, it did not bite down. Right on the heels of that, as though it was shocked, the flower retracted in a strange manner and reverted to its tender and beautiful form, swaying gently in an extremely obedient manner. 2212 Subdued Flora. Lu Ping was stunned. He looked at the flower in a daze and could not snap out of his stupor. For a moment he thought that he was hallucinating. However, before long, the vegetation and vines that coiled around him retreated rapidly and returned to normal. The surroundings became peaceful once more. All of a sudden, the frenzied plants from earlier on were no longer aggressive. Senior brother Lu, are you all right? Right then, a voice sounded behind him. Immediately after, someone helped him up. Lu Ping turned back. Junior brother Su? It was his fellow sect mate from the academy, Su Zimo. Junior brother Su, you've ascended to level 4 as well? Lu Ping was slightly surprised. Although your cultivation realm is slightly inferior, you're not much slower than me in terms of speed. I've truly underestimated you. Su Zimo smiled without saying anything. As though he suddenly thought of something, Lu Ping said hurriedly, "Junior brother Su, watch out. The surrounding vegetation is extremely aggressive." My arm was snapped by that flower. Lu Ping pointed to his broken arm that had yet to recover and looked at the beautiful flower not far away, saying with lingering fear. Su Zimo nodded. When Lu Ping saw Su Zimo's nonchalant and indifferent expression, he explained, "Junior brother Su, don't be blinded by the appearance of that flower. That flower looks normal right now. However, it truly transformed into a gigantic mouth earlier on with sharp fangs that were even more terrifying than any ferocious beast." As Lu Ping said that, he channeled his essence spirit and his severed arm regrew slowly. "You are right, senior brother Lu. We should proceed with caution." Su Zimo agreed. Lu Ping said deeply, "Since the two of us can meet here, it's a rare opportunity. We can join forces and attempt to clear level 4. All right." Su Zimo did not explain further. In any case, he was going to advance himself, and it was fine even if he brought someone with him. "Junior brother Su, your cultivation realm is lower. You can cover the back while I take the lead to pave the way," Lu Ping said in a deep voice. "If I can't hold on, you can hold out for a while at the front." "Sure." Su Zimo did not decline either. "Senior brother Lu, let's hurry and catch up to the others." Lu Ping took a deep breath of air and released his spirit consciousness, heading forward warily. Su Zimo followed behind. Strangely enough, after the two of them walked for a while, the surrounding vegetation did not move or attack them at all. It was as though everything that Lu Ping experienced earlier on was his imagination. "Junior brother Su, did anything happen behind you?" Lu Ping asked as he surveyed his surroundings. "Everything is normal." Su Zimo held the badge in his hands and looked at their rankings continuously. Although the two of them did not encounter any obstacles along the way, Lu Ping was already like a startled bird and did not advance at a fast speed. Although their rankings were rising continuously, their speed was also slow. Su Zimo gradually revealed a hint of impatience. "Junior brother Su, you must buck up and not be distracted." When Lu Ping heard Su Zimo's distracted tone, he reminded again, "Although everything around us seems normal, danger can appear at any moment. The calmer it is, the more likely it is that there is an unimaginable storm." Su Zimo could not help but say, "Senior brother Lu, let me take the lead. Come and cover the back so that you can take a break as well." Lu Ping pondered for a moment and said, "All right, you'll take the lead for a while. If we encounter any danger, we'll change positions immediately." "Senior brother Lu, just follow me," Su Zimo said and arrived before Lu Ping in a flash, striding forward. "Hey, hey!" Lu Ping was shocked and shouted hurriedly, "Junior brother Su, you're running too fast. Be careful. Watch out for that flower. Watch out for that vine." Su Zimo turned a deaf ear and continued sprinting forward. Lu Ping was scared out of his wits and wanted to abandon Su Zimo. However, he felt uneasy and could only chase after Su Zimo while shouting from behind. Su Zimo's speed increased. In the end, Lu Ping could only use his full strength to barely keep up with Su Zimo's speed and no longer had the strength to shout. The strange thing was that the two of them did not encounter any attacks along the way, and the surrounding vegetation became incomparably quiet. In fact, Lu Ping witnessed a rather strange scene. Initially, a dense patch of grass blocked in front of Su Zimo. Su Zimo had no intention of dodging and charged over. The dense grass actually dodged to both sides, opening up a path for Su Zimo to advance smoothly. Strange. Lu Ping looked at Su Zimo's back view and frowned slightly. What excited him was that their rankings were rising rapidly. 400, 300, 200. This also meant that the other cultivators did not have it as smoothly as the two of them in level 4. In the square, many cultivators looked at the green-robed cultivator in the 9 heavens with agape mouths. Through the observation of the first 3 levels, everyone had some understanding of Su Zimo's methods and were psychologically prepared. However, no one expected Level 4 to be so simple for Su Zimo. Level 4 was the flora world. All the plants in this space were sentient. A portion of the plants did not have any offensive capabilities and could merely entangle and restrain cultivators, harassing them continuously and delaying them. Of course, there were also many plants within that possessed extremely terrifying offensive and lethality. The flower that Lu Ping encountered was only one of the most ordinary ones. Along the way, the two of them passed by countless terrifying offensive plants. However, none of them attacked the two of them. In other places in this space, the same vegetation had already killed many cultivators. However, for some reason, the plants suddenly became quiet and obedient in front of Su Zimo. It was clear for the bystanders. Everyone could tell that this was definitely not Lu Ping's ability. When he first entered Level 4, Lu Ping was almost devoured by a flower. The reason why the flower suddenly retreated was because of Su Zimo's appearance. Su Zimo sure is something. This person passed through Level 1 with a flame immortal art and Level 2 with heavenly perfected water. Even at Level 3, he released many movement techniques and secret skills. Although it was spectacular, he did not have it easy. However, at Level 4, everyone could clearly see that Su Zimo did not release any divine powers or secret skills in Level 4 and continued forward smoothly. I reckon that this person must have cultivated some cultivation technique or secret skill related to flora and obtained the recognition of this flora world. That's why they did not attack him. Some people speculated. However, perfected Immortal Xie Ling frowned in confusion. In his opinion, it did not seem as though Su Zimo had gained the recognition of the plants. Instead, it was as though the plants revered him. 2213 ranking superiority. By this point of the elimination round in the 9 heavens, there were not many cultivators who were truly qualified to be ranked on the Earth ranking. Right now, the number 1 of the ranking, the reincarnated Immortal Feng Yin, had already reached Level 5. Immortal Tai Hua of Flying Immortal Sect followed closely behind and did not fall far behind. There was not much danger in Level 5 and it was much calmer. However, the space of Level 5 had an extremely terrifying gravity restriction. Even if a Grade 9 Earth Immortal used immortal arts and divine powers in this space, he could not jump too high, let alone fly in the air. Peerless monster incarnates like Feng Yin and Tai Hua could naturally fly through the air for a short period of time. However, that would consume too much essence chi and it was not worth it. Therefore, even when the two of them ascended to this place, they chose to travel on foot and sped towards the Earth ranking stele. Although it was only an elimination round, it could indeed reflect the methods of the two reincarnated immortals. Although the difference between the two of them was not great, they were far ahead of everyone else. By the time the two of them arrived at the Earth ranking stele, the third place had yet to ascend to Level 5. When he saw that, perfected Immortal Xie Ling nodded slightly and said, "Seems like there's not much deviation in the prediction of the Earth ranking this time round. The first and second place of the elimination round have already been determined. Fellow Taoists Green Peak and White Sea, congratulations in advance." Xie Ling looked at Heaven Immortal Green Peak and Heaven Immortal White Sea with a smile and raised his glass from afar. The two Heaven Immortals returned the greeting hurriedly. Heaven Immortal Green Peak said, "Before Immortal Feng Yin reincarnated, he was my senior brother. He is merely participating in this Earth ranking casually this time round without any pressure." Although Heaven Immortal Green Peak sounded nonchalant, there was a hint of pride in his tone. Heaven Immortal White Sea smiled as well. If not for something else, Immortal Tai Hua wouldn't have appeared to take part in the fight for the Earth ranking this time round as well. Su Xiaotian asked softly as he listened to the discussions of the important figures at the table. "Your Highness, the ranking of the elimination round is only temporary. What's the use of being number 1 or 2? Isn't there still a ranking battle after the elimination round?" "It's very useful," Xie Qingcheng smiled and explained. "After the ranking of the top 100 Earth Immortals of the elimination round is over, the ranking battle will be held immediately without any gaps." Su Xiaotian blinked in confusion. Xie Qingcheng continued, "This means that the earlier one reaches Level 5 and the higher their ranking in the elimination round, the longer they will be able to rest and recover." "Ah!" Su Xiaotian reacted and came to a realization. In other words, Feng Yin, Tai Hua and the others can rest immediately after arriving and recover their essence qi. Those that are ranked lower and arrive later will have less time to rest. It will definitely affect their ranking battle later on. That's right. Xia Qingqing nodded and said, that's not the only advantage of being ranked at the top of the elimination round. There are other advantages? Su Xiaotian was surprised. In his opinion, that fact alone was enough for the cultivators at the front to gain the upper hand in the ranking battle. The ranking battle is conducted in pairs. Xia Qingqing said, the first will be up against the 100th place. The second will be against the 99th place, and so on. The benefit of this rule is that it can prevent two peerless paragons from meeting beforehand and resulting in an overly intense fight that results in another paragon being eliminated. That was not hard to understand. For Feng Yin and Tai Hua, if they met in the first round of the ranking battle, one of them would definitely be eliminated. It was way too unfair for the Earth ranking. Su Xiaotian was secretly speechless. In other words, the lower the ranking of the elimination round, the stronger the opponents they will encounter in the ranking battle. That's right. Xia Qingqing nodded and said, if you're ranked 100th or 99th in the elimination round, you can choose to admit defeat against Feng Yin and Tai Hua in the ranking battle. Su Xiaotian said, it's no wonder why everyone wants to reach the Earth ranking steal as soon as possible and be ranked higher in the elimination rounds. So, there's such a huge difference in the order of ranking. Right then, Feng Yin stood in front of the Earth ranking stele and hesitated for a moment before soaring into the air. The stele was 100 feet tall. For many Earth immortals, they could reach a height of 100 feet in a single leap even without using immortal arts. However, in level 5 there was a gravity field. The higher one soared, the greater the gravity restriction. In the end, it could be augmented by hundreds or even 1,000 times of gravity. For Earth immortals, a height of 100 feet was almost impossible. Everyone in the square watched as Feng Yin flew through the air at an increasingly slower speed. 60 feet, 70 feet, 80 feet. Feng Yin had already arrived at the height of the stele at 80 feet, but he did not leave his name. Right then, Tai Hua arrived before the stele as well. He looked at the seal above his head and his eyes flashed. He channeled his spirit consciousness and circulated an immortal art, soaring into the air as well. Strange. Su Xiaotian murmured softly. Isn't it enough to just carve your name on the Earth ranking stele? Why are they flying so high? His heart skipped a beat as though he thought of something. Your Highness, could it be that the higher your name is on the stele, the more useful it will be for the ranking battle? You're thinking too much, Xia Qingqing smiled. Even many women in the square paled in comparison. Pausing for a moment, he said, however, supreme monster incarnates like Feng Yin and Tai Hua are innately prideful. Since they want to leave their names on the stele, they will definitely not bow down to others. There is naturally no way the two of them would allow others to casually leave names above theirs on the stele. The words etched on the stele were the personal symbols of everyone. As reincarnated immortals, since Feng Yin and Tai Hua wanted to leave their names, they had to ascend to the peak and look down on other cultivators from above. Xia Qingqing looked at the two figures that were ascending slowly in front of the stele and said, in every elimination round of the 9 heavens, some paragons and monster incarnates will compete in secret here to determine the victor. Typically, ascending to a height of 80 feet is already the limit. However, judging from Feng Yin and Tai Hua's methods, they're probably stronger than 80 feet. By the time Feng Yin reached the height of 80 feet, his speed was already getting slower. However, he did not stop and channeled his blood qi to its limits. The sound of a tsunami echoed from his body as he continued soaring through the air. A moment later, he finally reached a height of 90 feet. Feng Yin lowered his head slightly and glanced at Tai Hua, who was closing in rapidly beneath him. If he gave it his all, he could naturally rise a little more. However, that would expose him too much and consume too much energy. There was no need for that. He believed that Tai Hua would not give it his all to continue rising just for a moment of pride either. At that thought, Feng Yin left his name on the steel at 90 feet. 2214 change Feng Yin did not leave after leaving his name at a height of 90 feet. Before long, Tai Hua ascended as well and his blood qi surged with a tsunami. Indeed, he glanced at Feng Yin beside him and did not continue ascending. He carved his name at a height of 90 feet as well. If he continued ascending, the gravity he would have to endure would be unimaginable and it would not be worth it. The true fight between the two of them was the final ranking battle. At a height of 90 feet at the steel, the two of them exchanged glances and sparks flew. Both could see the fighting spirit in the other's eyes. In the hearts of the two reincarnated immortals, only the other party was worthy of being their opponent for the Earth ranking this time round. These two fellow Taoists are truly interesting, perfected Immortal Xialing smiled and said. Leaving their names at 90 feet on the steel should be a record. As far as I know, it's unprecedented and will most likely not be surpassed in the future as well. Many cultivators of Flying Immortal Sect and Imperial Wind Temple raised their heads slightly and felt proud. Feng Yin and Tai Hua stood side by side on the Earth ranking steel like two perfected immortals. They shone incomparably and ascended to the peak, looking down at the world in an untouchable manner. It's only 90 feet. What's there to be cocky about? Yun Ting looked at the faces of the cultivators from Flying Immortal Sect and Imperial Wind Sect and sneered. Unfortunately, even you, Yun Ting, are only good at talking. You no longer have the chance to take part. Heaven Immortal Green Peak said indifferently. Yun Ting snorted coldly and did not reply. Feng Yin and Tai Hua descended and rested not far away. Before long, Yufeng of Mountain Sea Immortal Sect arrived before the steel. Yufeng was also ranked third on the Earth ranking prediction. The prediction of the Earth ranking had an extremely high evaluation of him. According to the compiler, if not for the two reincarnated immortals, Yufeng would have been the top of the Earth ranking this time round. Yufeng stood in front of the steel and raised his head slightly, looking at the two Dao titles at the highest point with a hesitant expression. After a moment of silence, he pursed his lips and did not choose to soar into the air to try and surpass the two of them. He stood on the spot with his feet on the ground and left his name on the steel. Thereafter, he came to the other side and assumed a lotus position. He consumed an elixir pill and began to recover his essence qi and stamina. When he saw that, Xialing praised, "This disciple of Mountain Sea Immortal Sect is not bad. He has a calm personality and did not expend his essence qi or stamina rashly to fight for a needless position. His future is promising." Heaven Abyss of Mountain Sea Immortal Sect nodded slightly in admiration as well. In his opinion, rather than expend his essence qi and stamina on competing for the height of the steel, he might as well accumulate momentum and explode in the final ranking battle. Right then, Tai Han, who was ranked fourth, had already ascended and strode towards the steel. It was no wonder why Tai Han was the great commander of the Earth Execution Guards. Although he was delayed in level 2, he still surpassed everyone and became the fourth person to arrive before the Earth ranking steel. Tai Han raised his head and looked at the two names that were 90 feet tall. He did not choose to soar into the air. Instead, he carved his name below. With Feng Yin and Tai Hua's Dao titles at 90 feet, looking down at everyone, the other cultivators did not have any desire to fight for supremacy. Strange. Suddenly, Su Shaotian whispered, "Your Highness, aren't the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect joining forces to kill Mr. Su? Why aren't they doing anything?" Xia Qingqing frowned. He had been considering this question ever since the elimination round began. That was also his confusion at the moment. Could Prince Yuanzhua truly be bluffing? Xia Qingqing glanced sideways at Prince Yuanzhua, who was not far away. At that moment, Prince Yuanzhua had a relaxed expression. There was no hint of anxiousness, as though everything before him was within his expectations. After Tai Han etched his name, he exchanged glances with Tai Hua and nodded slightly before heading to the other side. Xia Qingqing's heart skipped a beat as he said, "I got it. They're going to attack here. In front of the Earth ranking steel?" Su Shaotian asked. Xia Qingqing nodded and said, "Apart from a few teleportation formations, There's also this Earth ranking stele that can gather cultivators of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect. However, cultivators of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect are not the only ones who can gather before the Earth ranking stele. Earth Immortals of Heaven and Earth Academy can also gather here. Su Xiaotian frowned. At that time, the other disciples of Heaven and Earth Academy will definitely not watch Mr. Su be surrounded. Could it be? Suddenly, Xia Qingqing thought of a terrifying guess and his expression changed slightly in shock. Right then, the fifth cultivator who arrived at the Earth ranking stele had already appeared. Princess Scarlet Rainbow. As Xia Qingqing had expected, Princess Scarlet Rainbow's movement technique gave her a considerable advantage in the elimination round of the 9 heavens. Her combat strength could not be ranked in the top 5. However, she was the 5th to arrive in the elimination round of the 9 heavens and had surpassed many cultivators on the prediction ranking. The elders of Heaven and Earth Academy exchanged glances and nodded to themselves in satisfaction. When Princess Scarlet Rainbow arrived before the Earth ranking stele, she glanced at Feng Yin, Tai Hua and the other 2 who were resting with their eyes closed. She then looked at the 4 names on the stele and pouted her lips slightly. She was unlike Yu Feng and Tai Han. She was indignant and wanted to give it a shot. Soaring into the air, she flew higher and higher, releasing many immortal arts and divine powers in succession. However, by the time she reached the height of 70 feet, she was already exhausted and could no longer soar into the air. She had no choice but to carve her name on this spot. Princess Scarlet Rainbow's figure descended slowly. As though he sensed something, Xia Qingqing leaned forward slightly and glared at the 9 heavens with a nervous expression. Just as Princess Scarlet Rainbow was about to land on the ground, a change happened. Immortal Tai Hua and Tai Han, who were initially resting with their eyes closed on both sides of the stele, suddenly opened their eyes. The 2 of them moved and attacked at the same time, charging towards Princess Scarlet Rainbow. This change happened without any warning. Princess Scarlet Rainbow had just carved her name at a height of 70 feet and was completely exhausted. Coupled with the fact that she was caught off guard and was now surrounded by 2 supreme monster incarnates, Immortal Tai Hua and Tai Han, she could not defend against them at all. She could not even defeat either of them alone. Now that the 2 experts had joined forces and everything happened so suddenly while she was exhausted, she did not even have the chance to escape. Although she was fast, she was restricted by gravity in the level 5 space and was greatly affected. The attacks of Immortal Tai Hua and Tai Han were like thunder and arrived instantly. Even the spectators were stunned on the spot and could not react for a moment, let alone Princess Scarlet Rainbow, who was directly involved. Bang! Bang! Both parties merely exchanged a single round of blows. The moment Princess Scarlet Rainbow's figure descended, she was restrained by Immortal Tai Hua. It was too fast. In the blink of an eye, Princess Scarlet Rainbow was captured. Immortal Tai Hua's spirit consciousness moved, and he circulated an immortal art, releasing a seal that imprinted itself on Princess Scarlet Rainbow. Princess Scarlet Rainbow's body, essence chi and essence spirit were sealed, and she could not move at all. 2215 lesson. When he saw that, Xia Qingqing sighed internally. Indeed, what he was worried about earlier on happened. When he realized that the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect were going to attack at the Earth ranking stele, he could vaguely guess that there was a high chance the cultivators of Heaven and Earth Academy would be targeted. What are the Great Gene Immortal Sect and Flying Immortal Sect trying to do? Elder Zhong of Heaven and Earth Academy questioned loudly with a changed expression. The other elders looked in the direction of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect with furious gazes. Perfected Immortal Xialing frowned slightly and asked, Yuan Zhua, White Sea, what's the meaning of this? Apart from being a disciple of Heaven and Earth Academy, Princess Scarlet Rainbow was also a princess of the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom. It was impossible for Xialing to be indifferent when he saw that. Prince Yuan's was stood up and bowed slightly to Xialing with a smile. Don't worry, Your Highness. Tai Han and Tai Hua know their limits and will definitely not hurt Princess Scarlet Rainbow. Xialing's expression softened. Prince Yuan's continued. Not only that, Tai Han and Tai Hua even waited for Princess Scarlet Rainbow to carve her name on the Earth-ranking stele before attacking her. We are merely sealing Princess Scarlet Rainbow temporarily so that she can watch a good show from the side. Heaven Immortal White Sea waved his folding fan gently and said leisurely with a smile, "What's the meaning of this?" Elder He of Heaven and Earth Academy opposite glared and shouted, "It's nothing." Prince Yuanzhua shrugged his shoulders slightly and said casually, "I just want the disciples of Heaven and Earth Academy to behave themselves later unless they get injured." At that point, the elders of the Academy understood as well. The actions of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect were to restrain the other disciples of Heaven and Earth Academy first, lest they helped Su Zimo later on. Initially, everyone thought that Su Zimo was the only one targeted by the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect's plan. However, they did not expect that these two factions were going to target Heaven and Earth Academy as a whole. Elder Zhong's expression was terrible as he said coldly, "Does that mean that from the beginning, your two factions were prepared to join forces to deal with Heaven and Earth Academy?" In the previous Earth rankings, although there were also fights between cultivators of the major factions, it would not turn into a fight between factions. At the very least, the 3 immortal kingdoms and 4 immortal sects would definitely not fall out. To think that the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect would join forces to openly attack cultivators of Heaven and Earth Academy for the sake of an Earth Immortal at this 10,000-year meet. Since Heaven and Earth Academy wants to protect the sinner hunted down by the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom, you have to endure this. Apart from Princess Scarlet Rainbow, no one else from Heaven and Earth Academy will have a chance to leave their names on the Earth ranking this time round. Prince Yuanzhua did not hide anything and admitted it directly. He sneered with a mocking expression. This fight for the Earth ranking can be considered as a small lesson for Heaven and Earth Academy. Sure. Elder He was so angry that he laughed instead. Since your two factions are shameless, don't blame our Academy for not showing mercy in the future. Heaven and Earth Academy will definitely not let this matter rest. The next 10,000-year meet would be held at Heaven and Earth Academy. As the host, Heaven and Earth Academy naturally had many ways to take revenge on the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect. As though he could read Elder He's mind, Prince Yuanzhua smiled and said, "It's fine. At most, we'll just send a few people from the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom to the next 10,000-year meet so that Heaven and Earth Academy can take revenge." "You!" Elder He was enraged, but there was nothing he could do. Since they planned this and were prepared to attack Heaven and Earth Academy, they naturally took into account the consequences and had long thought of a countermeasure. Heaven Immortal White Sea looked at the elders of Heaven and Earth Academy and smiled leisurely. "Fellow Taoists, don't worry. Tai Hua, Tai Han and the others know their limits. Apart from Su Zimo, they won't harm the lives of the other disciples of the Academy." Humph! Elder Zhong had a furious expression as he clenched his fists and glared at Prince Yuanzhua and Heaven Immortal White Sea coldly. Although the elders of the Academy were enraged, they could not do anything and could only let the situation develop. Interesting. Heaven Immortal Green Peak of Imperial Wind Temple clapped and smiled. "Actually, elders, there's no need to get angry. From another perspective, this matter might be a form of protection for these disciples of the Academy. Think about it. If these disciples of the Academy are not sealed, they will fight later on and both parties will fight to the death. How many disciples of the Academy can survive with a reincarnated immortal like Tai Hua around?" Heaven Immortal Green Peak was merely watching the show and fanning the flames. "Ha ha ha ha!" Yun Ting burst into laughter and looked askance at Heaven Immortal Green Peak. "I've truly witnessed it. This is the first time I've heard someone making falsehoods sound so good." Heaven Immortal Green Peak chuckled. "Nine heavens! What are you guys doing?" Princess Scarlet Rainbow was restrained and frowned. She glared at Immortal Tai Hua and Tai Han and hollered with a furious expression. Immortal Tai Hua had a haughty expression and ignored Princess Scarlet Rainbow. He walked to the side of the stele and continued resting with his eyes closed. "Princess, we'll have to trouble you," Tai Han said indifferently. He supported Princess Scarlet Rainbow and placed her beside the stele in a cross-legged posture. Throughout the entire process, Princess Scarlet Rainbow could not move, and could only let Tai Han manipulate her. Bastard! Let go of me! How dare you touch me? This is the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom. Bastard! Princess Scarlet Rainbow could not move at all and could only curse to vent the anger in her heart. How noisy! Immortal Tai Hua frowned slightly and flicked his finger gently. His essence chi rapidly formed a rune in midair that landed on Princess Scarlet Rainbow's face. Ooh, ooh, ooh. When Princess Scarlet Rainbow realized that she could not speak, her face flushed red and she was even angrier. However, she struggled for a moment but could not break through the seal planted by Immortal Tai Hua. She could only pant slightly and glare at Tai Hua and Tai Han, who were not far away, wanting nothing more than to kill them with her gaze. Not far away, Feng Yin did not open his eyes the entire time, as though he was indifferent to this matter. Yu Feng of Mountain Sea Immortal Sect watched coldly from the sidelines in deep thought. He vaguely guessed something but did not say anything. This matter had nothing to do with him or Mountain Sea Immortal Sect. There was no need for him to bother. He only had a single goal this time round, to get to the top of the Earth ranking as soon as possible. Before long, the sixth cultivator to arrive at the Earth ranking stele appeared. He was also from Flying Immortal Sect and his Dao title was Xianxia. He had a handsome face and his white robes fluttered in the wind, looking extraordinary. If not for the appearance of Immortal Tai Hua, Xianxia would have been the #1 Earth Immortal of Flying Immortal Sect. Xianxia arrived and etched his name on the stele. He was not surprised at all when he saw the restrained Princess Scarlet Rainbow and bowed slightly to Immortal Tai Hua before sitting down to rest. The seventh person to arrive on the stele was from the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom, Xiayun. Back in the fight between the younger generation of the royal family of the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom, Princess Scarlet Rainbow was defeated by Xiayun. In the Earth ranking prediction, Xiayun was also ranked in the top 10. 2216 forced into a corner arriving before the Earth ranking stele. Xiayun looked at Princess Scarlet Rainbow, who was sitting in a lotus position not far away after leaving his name on it. I've defeated you before. In the elimination round of the 9 heavens, you beat me once. Seems like we can only compete in the ranking battle. Ooh, ooh. Princess Scarlet Rainbow's eyes widened and she could not speak, only whimpering. MMM? Xiayun frowned slightly and walked forward slowly when he saw the strange expression on Princess Scarlet Rainbow's face. Just as he was about to ask, Tai Han at the side suddenly opened his eyes and said indifferently, Your Highness Xiayun, Princess Scarlet Rainbow is fine. Please don't interfere in this matter. Just watch the show from the sidelines, Your Highness. Xianxia of Flying Immortal Sect smiled as well. Xiayun's gaze swept past the two of them and landed on Immortal Tai Hua, who was not far away, vaguely guessing something. Xiayun pondered for a moment before retreating to the side to wait and see. Ooh, ooh. Princess Scarlet Rainbow let out continuous sounds. Xiayun shook his head slightly with an apologetic expression. As long as Princess Scarlet Rainbow was fine, he did not care about the lives of others. In fact, some people might even become his opponents for the Earth ranking. Even if they were suppressed and killed, he would not interfere. The eighth was from Mountain Sea Immortal Sect, Prince Yunlei. 1,000 years ago, Prince Yunlei took part in the Immortal Sect selection at the same time as Princess Scarlet Rainbow. However, he joined Mountain Sea Immortal Sect. After Prince Yunlei left his name on the stele, he heard Princess Scarlet Rainbow's whimper and sensed something unusual. His gaze swept past Immortal Tai Hua, Tai Han and Xianxia, and his heart skipped a beat. Although their locations seemed casual, they were extremely particular. Any cultivator that arrived before the Earth ranking stele could fall into their encirclement. Yun Ting's heart skipped a beat as he deduced the rough truth and retreated to the other side to watch. 9th, Prince Yun Tao of the Zixien Immortal Kingdom. 10th, Yi Fei of Heaven and Earth Academy. When Yi Fei reached level 5, the elders of the academy became nervous. Yi Fei was the #1 of the outer sect competition, and the academy had high hopes for him. Everyone outside the 9 heavens knew what was about to happen. However, Yi Fei did not know that a gigantic trap awaited him ahead. As long as he arrived at the Earth ranking stele, Han and the others would attack and not give him a chance to leave his name on the steel. This was also the brilliance of the great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal sect. With the involvement of Immortal Hua and Han, the two of them could join forces as long as they arrived at the steel first. The combination of the two of them was enough to suppress anyone caught off guard. Furthermore, as time passed by, more and more cultivators from the great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal sect arrived. As for the cultivators of Heaven and Earth Academy, every time someone arrived at the steel, they would be suppressed and sealed until Su Zimo appeared. 9 heavens. Wild winds howled and gravel filled the air. For some reason, there was a murderous aura in this space. In the sand, Yifei advanced continuously and finally caught sight of the earth-ranking steel that was 100 feet tall in the sand. There were also some cultivators scattered around the earth-ranking steel, resting with their eyes closed. Among them was a woman. From afar, she looked like Princess Scarlet Rainbow from her clothes and figure. Due to the yellow sand blocking his vision, his spirit consciousness could not extend too far and Yifei could not see everything clearly. Princess Scarlet Rainbow's eyes widened as she watched Yifei approach. However, she could not speak and could only use her full strength to whimper. However, her mouth was sealed by Immortal Hua, and even the whimpering sound was extremely soft. Unless one was close, they would not be able to hear it. Yifei strode forward quickly and gradually approached the steel of the earth ranking, gradually making out the few people around him. Feng Yin, Hua, Han. That woman was indeed Princess Scarlet Rainbow. Junior Sister Scarlet Rainbow, to think that you're even faster than me. Yifei said loudly with a smile and continued advancing towards the earth-ranking steel. Princess Scarlet Rainbow could hear Yifei's voice, but she could not hear him. The more that was the case, the more anxious she became. Yifei took a few more steps forward and suddenly stopped, narrowing his gaze slightly. He looked at the few cultivators around the earth-ranking steel with a bewildered expression. The fact that Princess Scarlet Rainbow did not reply alarmed him. He swept his gaze across the locations of Immortal Hua, Han and Xianxia and noticed something unusual. Something isn't right. Yifei frowned with a grim expression. As expected of the number 1 of Heaven and Earth Academy's outer sect, your alertness has already surpassed others. Suddenly, Xianxia of Flying Immortal sect opened his eyes and chuckled. At the same time, Han moved and charged towards Yifei at an extremely fast speed. Xianxia lunged towards Yifei as well. Initially, the two of them wanted to wait for Yifei to get closer before attacking. To think that Yifei would notice something unusual beforehand. Yifei's reaction was extremely fast as well, and he retreated the moment Xianxia spoke. Be it Han or Xianxia, they were both above him in the rankings. If it was a one-on-one fight, he had a chance of winning. However, he had no chance of winning if the two of them joined forces. Furthermore, there was Immortal Hua over there. Yifei was extremely decisive and made a decision in a flash. He had no intention of fighting Han and Xianxia. He wanted to leave this place right away and gather his fellow sect mates from the academy before making further plans. Otherwise, if disciples of the academy arrived one after another, they would not be able to defend against the many cultivators of the great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal sect. In such a short period of time, all of Yifei's countermeasures were already the best solution. However, Han and Xianxia were way too strong. Neither of them would let him leave so easily. Up! Han channeled his essence spirit and hollered softly. A gigantic ice wall appeared out of thin air behind Yifei and blocked his path forward. He could not let any disciples of the academy off in case anything changed. Han did not hold back either and released a greater divine power right away. Yifei condensed a sword with his fingers and channeled his essence spirit. With a soft shout, he stabbed towards the ice wall behind him. Boom! A resplendent sword beam burst forth from his finger sword, piercing a hole in the ice wall. However, with that slight delay, Xianxia's attack had already descended. Yifei was helpless and could only defend once more. Xianxia chuckled and did not fight Yifei head-on. He merely condensed his chi into threads with both hands and held the latter back. On the other side, Tai Han arrived and slashed down at Yi Fei's head with his palm like a saber. A chilling intent enveloped him and Yi Fei shuddered. His blood chi circulated slowly and was almost frozen into ice. It was so strong. Yi Fei was alarmed. He condensed his finger sword and stabbed in reverse, colliding with Tai Han's palm saber. Crack, crack, crack. Instantly, a layer of frost covered Yi Fei's finger sword. Frost spread along his arm continuously. On the other side, the 10 thin black threads condensed by Xianxia's fingers coiled around Yi Fei's body and bound his limbs. The combination of two top-tier experts forced Yi Fei into a corner in a few rounds. 22-17 tree, screech. Yi Fei spat out a stream of white qi that pierced towards Xianxia's face like a flying sword. It was sharp and was not inferior to divine weapons. Xianxia did not dare to be careless and dodged hurriedly. At the same time, Yi Fei's blood qi surged and the sound of a tsunami echoed. The essence qi in his body spewed and released streams of sword qi that resembled dragons. They buzzed and circled around him with an extraordinary aura. Bloodline phenomenon. Yi Fei knew that he was in a desperate situation and did not dare to hold back at all. Clang, clang. The 10 essence qi threads released by Xianxia were severed by the sword qi. The frost on Yi Fei's body shattered under the baptism of the sword qi, as countless ice shards flew everywhere. Seal! Right then, an indifferent voice sounded beside him. A powerful rune descended and penetrated the bloodline phenomenon around Yi Fei, imprinting multiple sword qi on his chest. Immortal Tai Hua had attacked. The rune emitted a strange power that even Yi Fei's bloodline phenomenon could not defend against. Yi Fei grunted dully and his body shuddered. The bloodline sword qi surrounding him dissipated as well. He wanted to activate his essence spirit and release his essence spirit secret skill to attempt to gather essence qi. However, he realized that his essence spirit and essence qi were completely sealed by a powerful power. Is this the method of a reincarnated immortal? Yi Fei looked at Immortal Tai Hua, who was not far away, and sneered. Bullying with numbers? How shameless! Immortal Tai Hua's expression darkened. Although he was an Earth immortal, due to his status as a reincarnated immortal, he had always thought of himself as a perfected immortal. Yi Fei's rude words were equivalent to a mere Earth immortal challenging a perfected immortal like him. Killing intent rose in his heart, but he suppressed it quickly. Initially, Immortal Tai Hua had no intention of attacking. However, when he saw that Tai Han and Xianxia could not suppress Yi Fei after a few rounds, he was a little impatient. Worried that something might happen, he sealed Yi Fei. You had better watch out when you speak in front of me, lest trouble comes from your mouth. Immortal Tai Hua's tone was indifferent, but there was killing intent hidden within. I'll give Heaven and Earth Academy some face this time round and not stoop to your level. Thereafter, Immortal Tai Hua's spirit consciousness moved and released another rune, sealing Yi Fei's mouth. Yufeng, Yunlei, and Xiayun shook their heads. The combat strength of Immortal Tai Hua, Tai Han, and Xianxia could almost be ranked top 5 on the Earth ranking. If the three of them joined forces, even Feng Yin might not be able to gain any advantage, let alone Yi Fei. Feng Yin had not opened his eyes the entire time and was indifferent towards this matter. He was still resting with his eyes closed. Tai Han brought Yi Fei, who could not speak either, to the side of the steel. He moved the latter beside Princess Scarlet Rainbow and assumed the same posture of recuperating. Ooh, ooh! Princess Scarlet Rainbow looked at Yi Fei as though she wanted to say something. Yi Fei had a cold expression and did not say anything the entire time. As the number 1 of the outer sect of the Academy, he represented not only himself but also Heaven and Earth Academy. Heaven and Earth Academy would definitely not wait for death. He would definitely not allow the scheme of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect to succeed. He remained silent and waited in silence. In the square, the elders of Heaven and Earth Academy had extremely terrible expressions. Good, good, good. Elder Zhong grit his teeth and suppressed the rage in his heart. The Great Gene Immortal Sect and Flying Immortal Sect are indeed capable. Heaven and Earth Academy will remember today's humiliation and definitely return it in the future. The actions of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal sect were not only targeted at Su Zimo. In the face of many sects, factions and countless cultivators at the 10,000-year meet, this was also a heavy slap for Heaven and Earth Academy. Even Yi Fei could not last more than a few breaths, let alone the other disciples of Heaven and Earth Academy. As time passed by, more and more cultivators arrived at the Earth ranking stele. Including Tai Han, there were already 6 people on the side of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom. Including Immortal Tai Hua, there were already 7 people from Flying Immortal sect. Later on, even without Immortal Tai Hua making a move, the other cultivators of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal sect could suppress and seal the disciples of the Academy in less than a breath. At that moment, there were already 10 Heaven and Earth Academy disciples sealed in front of the Earth ranking stele. There were already 48 names on the Earth ranking stele. Level 4. Su Zimo's journey was smooth and he arrived at the teleportation formation in the center without any obstacles. First, he lowered his head to check the ranking on the badge. There was enough time. He surveyed his surroundings and locked his gaze on a willow tree not far away. The willow tree had existed for a long time and its trunk was upright with rough bark. Its branches were smooth and emerald green as they hung in midair, swaying gently with the breeze. Although the willow tree was ancient, it emitted an extremely exuberant life force. However, compared to the lush greenery around him, the willow tree before him was a little strange and terrifying. That was because dried human skins were hung on the inverted tender willow branches. Because they had no flesh or bones, the shriveled human skins looked extremely menacing. Even in death, there was an inexplicable fear on their faces. Some of the willow branches even had cultivators hanging on them. They were the Earth Immortals who were taking part in the elimination round of the Earth ranking this time round and had clearly died not long ago. The seemingly weak willow branches coiled around the necks of the cultivators. If one focused their attention, they would be able to notice that there were even tiny spikes on the willow branches that pierced the blood vessels on the necks of the cultivators, slowly absorbing their life force. Before long, the Earth Immortals would end up as dried human skin as well. Even for Su Zimo, who was used to killing and bloodshed, he felt a hint of disgust as well. He walked towards the willow tree. If he was not wrong, the treasure in this space should be on the willow tree. Before long, Su Zimo arrived within the range of the willow tree. The willow branches with fresh corpses did not avoid him. Instead, they swayed gently with the wind and swayed the corpses with widened eyes in front of Su Zimo. Although it seemed unintentional, it was more like a warning. Fufu. Su Zimo smiled. You think you have what it takes to fight me just because you obtained the treasure? Su Zimo stared at the willow tree not far away and murmured. In this space, when the other flora sensed his aura, they chose to submit and retreat, opening up a path. No flora living being dared to fight him at all. However, the willow tree before him had lived for too long and occupied a treasure. Not only did it not give way, it even wanted to scare Su Zimo off. Junior brother Su, what are you doing here? Right then, Lu Ping finally caught up and panted. I finally understand something. This? Before Lu Ping could finish his sentence, a change happened. Swoosh! The moment Lu Ping entered, the gentle willow branches that swayed earlier on suddenly turned incomparably excited as though they had sensed prey and tore through the air. Dozens of willow branches shone with a faint blood glint like bloodthirsty pythons. Barbs grew from their bodies and coiled towards Lu Ping. 2218 Sacrifice. Lu Ping was shocked and released a divine power hurriedly to defend. However, that greater divine power could not withstand a single blow from the shifting willow branches and was shattered with ease. Suddenly, Lu Ping's vision blurred and a figure entered his line of sight. Before he could see who it was, he felt a tremendous force send him flying and he fell to the ground not far away. Lu Ping stood up quickly and looked over instinctively when he realized that his body was fine. Su Zimo stood where he was initially and was already entangled by the dozens of spiked and blood-colored willow branches. Earlier on, Su Zimo was the one who attacked in time and pushed Lu Ping back, saving his life. Junior brother Su, Lu Ping exclaimed and was about to step forward. prepared to attack. Pang! 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 Su Zimo shuddered and the dozens of willow branches on his body broke, letting out the sound of a bowstring snapping. "Don't come over!" Su Zimo hollered without turning back. This willow tree was unlike other plants. It even dared to attack him, let alone Lu Ping who was behind him. Lu Ping stopped in his tracks hurriedly. When he chased after Su Zimo earlier on, he gradually guessed that the reason why the plants in this space suddenly became non-offensive might be because of Su Zimo. Now that he saw that, he no longer had any doubts. "Junior brother Su, be careful. I'll wait for you at the teleportation formation." Lu Ping knew that he would not be of much help even if he went forward. Instead, he would distract Su Zimo. "There's no need. Leave your name on the Earth ranking stele first. I'll rush over in a while." Su Zimo replied casually without turning back. Right now, he had yet to see the cultivators of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal sect join forces. If he was not wrong, those two factions were most likely at level 5. If they saw Lu Ping traveling with him, Lu Ping might be implicated instead. Lu Ping pondered for a moment and said, "That's good too. Thank you, junior brother Su. If I hadn't met you, I would have died in level 4. See you at the ranking battle." He bowed to Su Zimo before turning to leave. After arriving at the teleportation formation, he ascended. After arriving on level 5, Lu Ping felt his body sink, as though he had gained countless pounds. His every move became much slower and more difficult. "Is this level 5? Lu Ping murmured softly and looked at the howling sand in the surroundings. Invigorated, he headed forward. After a long time, Lu Ping finally caught sight of a tall stele on the horizon ahead. It was the legendary Earth ranking stele. Lu Ping took out his badge and looked at the ranking, 58th. Haha! He was delighted to think that not only would he be able to leave his name on the Earth ranking stele in this elimination round, his ranking would not be too low either. "I wonder who else from the academy is here," Lu Ping pondered as he strode forward quickly. "If I'm not wrong, senior brother Yi and junior sister Scarlet Rainbow will definitely be ahead of me. Senior brother Lu and senior brother Wang should be around the same as me." He was getting closer and closer to the Earth ranking stele. Before long, Lu Ping could already see dozens of cultivators scattered beneath the Earth ranking stele. Among them were fellow sect mates of Heaven and Earth Academy. Yi Fei and Princess Scarlet Rainbow were among them. "Senior brother Yi, you guys are so fast." Lu Ping waved his arm and greeted from afar. Everyone from Heaven and Earth Academy was still in a lotus position. They did not get up and merely widened their eyes without replying. Although Lu Ping was puzzled, he did not think too much about it. He was about to carve his name on the Earth ranking stele and was a little emotional as he smiled. "Senior brother Yi, you guys didn't expect me to arrive here so quickly, right? Actually, I nearly died in level 4. Thankfully, I met junior brother Su and he brought me all the way here. That was how I surpassed everyone and arrived here. Junior brother Su is still at level 4. He's about to arrive." When he heard that, Yi Fei's expression changed and a resolute look flashed through his eyes. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. "Ah!" Suddenly, Yi Fei stood up and let out a long roar, as though countless shackles had broken. His black hair turned grayish-white rapidly and danced as his face aged rapidly. However, his eyes shone with a resolute gaze. In the square, the crowd was astonished. Under normal circumstances, there was no way Yi Fei could break free from Immortal Tai Hua's power. At that moment, Yi Fei's condition was truly terrifying. "Lifespan sacrifice art," the elders of Heaven and Earth Academy exclaimed in shock. Many cultivators present were astounded when they heard that. This secret skill came from Heaven and Earth Academy and was extremely famous in the Divine Firmament Immortal domain of the 9 Firmament Immortal domain and even the entire heavenly world. There were only 3 levels to the secret skill. At level 1, once released, one would lose 100,000 years of lifespan instantly. However, they would obtain an immense burst of power within a short period of time. Yi Fei was not old and was around 40,000 years old. However, the lifespan of an Earth Immortal was only 200,000 years. After releasing that secret skill, it meant that Yi Fei had instantly turned from his peak age into his twilight years. This would have a huge impact on his future. Once one entered their twilight years, their blood qi and mental state would deteriorate, and there would be many dangers if they wanted to break through a major cultivation realm. What Yi Fei did was equivalent to abandoning his future in order to break free from the seal left behind by immortal Tai Hua. It was not only in the square. Everyone in front of the earth-ranking steel was stunned for a moment and could not react. Nobody expected Yi Fei, who was initially sealed, to suddenly break free. Junior brother Lu, hurry and retreat. Yi Fei's eyes widened in anger as he hollered. Tai Hua and the others set up a trap here. Tell junior brother Su not to ascend. Because Lu Ping was traveling with Su Zimo. He was the only one who could help Su Zimo avoid this calamity. In Yi Fei's heart, he was the number one of the outer sect and the senior brother of Su Zimo and the others. He should do his best to protect his fellow sect mates in the academy. He should give up everything to protect the dignity of the academy. The Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect tried their best to join forces to kill junior brother Su. He could not stop them with his strength alone. All he could do was remind Su Zimo to let the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect's plan go to waste. You have a death wish. Immortal Tai Hua's expression darkened as he suddenly bounced up from the ground. Instantly, he arrived before Yi Fei and extended his palm. A gigantic rune condensed and enveloped down once more. The power that Yi Fei exchanged for releasing the lifespan sacrifice art was already used to break free from the seal on his body. Right now, he could not defend against Immortal Tai Hua at all. Grabbing Yi Fei by the throat, Immortal Tai Hua asked coldly with a murderous expression, "Do you really think that I won't dare to kill you?" Yi Fei's gaze was ferocious, but he could not channel his essence spirit and blood qi. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of essence blood towards Immortal Tai Hua's face. Caught off guard, Immortal Tai Hua turned his head hurriedly, but could not dodge all of them as blood splattered on his face. Immortal Tai Hua was expressionless as blood flowed down his face slowly, making his face look extremely terrifying. You call yourself an immortal? You shameless piece of bullshit. Yi Fei's face turned purple as he cursed with difficulty. Immortal Tai Hua exerted strength in his palm and crushed Yi Fei's throat. A tremendous power surged into his consciousness and shattered his essence spirit. Yi Fei's head was torn apart, revealing a shocking hole of blood. 2219 Chase the Square was silent. At the very least, the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect knew their limits when they joined forces to deal with Heaven and Earth Academy. They merely restrained disciples of the Academy so that they could not interfere or help Su Zimo. Although the elders of Heaven and Earth Academy were indignant, they could still endure it. But now, the number one of Heaven and Earth Academy's outer sect, Yi Fei, was killed by Immortal Tai Hua. The situation had escalated and was even out of control. Even Heaven Immortal White Sea's eyelids twitched a few times in shock. In order to not fall out too badly with Heaven and Earth Academy when the two factions joined forces to kill Su Zimo, he and Prince Yuanzhua had instructed them not to harm the lives of anyone else from Heaven and Earth Academy. However, he had not expected Yi Fei to be so resolute and would rather release the lifespan sacrifice art than be controlled by others. Furthermore, Yi Fei even spoke rudely to Immortal Tai Hua time and again. Immortal Tai Hua was the reincarnation of a perfected immortal. Although he was at the Earth Immortal realm, he possessed the pride and dignity of a perfected immortal. He could not accept being cursed and spat blood at by Yi Fei in front of everyone. Unable to contain his killing intent any longer, he killed Yi Fei on the spot. Bang! The elders of Heaven and Earth Academy slammed the table and stood up with enraged expressions. White Sea! What's the meaning of this? Elder Zhong was enraged and kicked away the table in front of him, sending it flying towards Flying Immortal Sect. In the direction of Flying Immortal Sect, the cultivators led by Heaven Immortal White Sea and the others stood up one after another and placed their palms on their storage bags. The situation between both parties was tense and a huge battle could break out at any moment. Everyone, calm down. Perfected Immortal Xialing released a thick perfected immortal pressure that enveloped the hall. Under such a vast and majestic pressure, neither party could attack. He was hosting the 10,000-year meet this time round and naturally could not let the conflict between the two parties escalate into another fight between the Heaven Immortals. Heaven Immortal White Sea gradually regained his composure and spread his folding fan, sneering coldly, "Elder Zhong, your academy disciple was the one who sent provocations repeatedly, resulting in his death. Immortal Tai Hua can't be blamed for this. Immortal Tai Hua is the reincarnation of a perfected immortal. Even I have to be respectful when I see him. How can he be insulted by an earth immortal?" Elder He's gaze was filled with hatred as he said coldly, "You mean to say that my academy disciple deserved to be killed? I didn't say that." Heaven Immortal White Sea shrugged his shoulders slightly and said, "However, the rules of the 9 heavens are that life and death battles are allowed. Flying Immortal Sect did not break the rules either. Although everything that the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect had done up till now was shameless, it was indeed within the rules." Prince Yuan's were raised his brow slightly as well and chimed in, "Why? Cultivators of other sects are allowed to die but not disciples of Heaven and Earth Academy." Heaven Immortal Green Peak coughed gently and said, "Up till this point of the elimination round, many disciples of sects and factions have died. I've never seen their seniors so agitated. Isn't the reaction of these few elders a little too exaggerated? It's not that disciples of the Academy can't die. It's that they can't die in such an unjust manner." Elder Zhong shouted, "If Tai Hua of Flying Immortal Sect had fought fairly with Yi Fei, I would have no objections even if Yi Fei died. However, Tai Hua and the other two surrounded Yi Fei and sealed him first. Now that they killed him, so what if I had a huge reaction? Am I not allowed to speak up?" Heaven Immortal White Sea chuckled and said, "Elders, if cultivators of Flying Immortal Sect or the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom are killed, we won't say anything no matter what methods were used. No one can be blamed for their lack of competence." "That's right." Prince Yuan's was smiled and nodded as well, adding, "You guys." Elder Zhong was filled with rage, but he had nowhere to vent it. "Good man." At the side, Yun Ting suddenly raised his wine bowl and gestured in the direction of the 9 heavens before spilling the wine on the ground. "Elders, let's sit down and wait for the elimination round to end," Perfected Immortal Xialing said in a deep voice. "I believe that Immortal Tai Hua killed Yi Fei by accident in a moment of impulse. At the very least, up till now, the other disciples of Heaven and Earth Academy have not been injured." The elders of Heaven and Earth Academy had ashen expressions and refused to sit back. They stood on the spot and continued looking at the 9 heavens. In front of the Earth ranking stele, when Immortal Tai Hua killed Yi Fei, everything happened so suddenly that the surrounding cultivators were shocked. Even the cultivators of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect were stunned for a moment and could not react. "Ooh, ooh." Princess Scarlet Rainbow's eyes were bloodshot, and she had a pained expression as she cried continuously. The other disciples of the academy that were restrained had sorrowful expressions as well. Far away, Lu Ping was shocked when he saw that. This scene had a huge impact on him. Initially, he came here with joy and excitement, prepared to carve his name on the Earth ranking stele, only to witness this scene. He was completely unprepared. Thereafter, Lu Ping finally realized what happened. Senior brother Yi is dead. Immortal Tai Hua and the others are going to attack junior brother Su here. I have to inform junior brother Su and not let him ascend. Those thoughts flashed through Lu Ping's mind. Right on the heels of that, Lu Ping grit his teeth and spun around, sprinting back the way he came. His blood chi surged and he released all his divine powers and secret skills, channeling his speed to its limits. Tai Han's expression changed, and he realized right away that there was a disciple of Heaven and Earth Academy not restrained by them. Tai Han sped towards Lu Ping. Although he had wasted some time at level 2, he was still able to catch up and be ranked 4th on the Earth ranking stele. One could imagine the speed of his movement techniques. Although Lu Ping left first, Tai Han caught up to him not long after. A chilling intent came from behind. Without turning back, Lu Ping could sense that Tai Han was getting closer and closer. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Tai Han waved his hand and gathered his essence chi, releasing a few ice blades that were as thin as cicada wings. Instantly, they tore through the air and slashed towards Lu Ping's back. Lu Ping conjured divine powers and dermic arts as he sprinted. Bang! Bang! The two of them clashed and the ice blades were extremely sharp, slicing Lu Ping's divine powers into pieces. Poof! 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 Although the few ice blades did not hit Lu Ping's vitals, they caused his body to tremble slightly and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The mouthful of blood was filled with ice shards and his nose and mouth were filled with cold air. The difference between them was too great. Lu Ping widened his eyes and forced himself to focus. Ignoring his injuries, he continued sprinting forward. Although the power of the ice blades weakened, they still had a huge impact on his body. As time passed by, Lu Ping felt his limbs turn colder as he shivered continuously. Even his hair and brows were covered by a layer of frost. The blood qi in his body circulated slower and even showed signs of freezing. I don't want to kill you, but you had better stop in your tracks lest the coldness infiltrates your organs and bones and damages your foundation. Tai Han's emotionless voice sounded beside Lu Ping. If my ice blades invade your consciousness, even perfected immortals won't be able to save you. 2220 A better body. Whether I live or die is none of your business. Lu Ping hollered and suddenly channeled his essence spirit, releasing a secret skill. The temperature of his bloodline that was initially about to freeze rose rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it boiled with scarlet flames. Lu Ping's figure turned into a streak of flames and his speed increased exponentially, almost flying through the air. He sprinted into the distance and distanced himself from Tai Han rapidly. Frowning, Tai Han hastened to catch up as well. However, even if his movement technique was at its limits, he would only be able to match Lu Ping at most and would not be able to close in. How long can you last by burning your essence blood to release your escape technique? Tai Han said coldly. When you can't hold on any longer, the attacks of the ice blades in your body will become even more ferocious and you'll definitely die. Essence blood was equivalent to the foundation of a cultivator's blood qi. This escape technique was rare to begin with and its effect was extremely shocking the moment it was released. This blood ignition escape technique was similar to dermic blood escape but different. The dermic blood escape technique expended a portion of the cultivator's blood qi in exchange for a momentary increase in speed without damaging his foundation and body. However, the blood ignition escape technique required one to burn his essence blood continuously. If he could not stop it and his essence blood burned continuously, it would eventually cause irreparable damage to the cultivator and touch their foundation. They might even die. The reason why Lu Ping could defend against the invasion of the frost qi and ice blades for the time being was because of the immense power released by burning his essence blood. On the one hand, that power was used to increase his speed. On the other hand, it was used to defend against the frost qi and ice blades in his body. Once his essence blood was depleted and the cold qi invaded, he would definitely die as Tai Han had said. Lu Ping knew it as well, but he did not stop in his tracks. If not for Junior Brother Su, I would have died in level 4. My life was saved by Junior Brother Su. I can't let him ascend. Senior Brother Yi sacrificed himself and died. I must not let him down. Not only do I have to remind Junior Brother Su, I have to remind my fellow sect mates from the academy. I have to hold on. Lu Ping recalled those thoughts repeatedly. His essence blood burned faster and faster and his body became weaker as the journey grew longer. However, his gaze became firmer. I must meet Junior Brother Su alive. I want to tell him everything so that he can prevent our other fellow disciples. With that obsession, Lu Ping actually burst forth with a shocking will to survive against Tai Han's pursuit. Like Yi Fei, he refused to submit. In the square, everyone was moved when they saw the academy cultivator who was burning with flames but had a cold aura above his head. Although he had a pale expression, his gaze was resolute. At that moment, many cultivators finally understood why Heaven and Earth Academy was one of the 4 immortal sections. Everyone gradually understood what Yifei wanted to protect even at the cost of his life. It was the dignity of Heaven and Earth Academy. Disciples of the Academy would definitely not bow down. If this continues, that Academy disciple won't be able to survive. I didn't expect this outcome. Heaven and Earth Academy lost 2 people in succession, and Princess Scarlet Rainbow is the only one on the Earth ranking this time round. However, they won the respect of many people. Lu Ping, an Earth Immortal whose combat strength could not even pass level 4, was worlds apart from Tai Han. However, under the watchful eyes of countless cultivators, Lu Ping managed to escape from Tai Han's pursuit and finally caught sight of the teleportation formation to level 4. The elders of the Academy watched everything with reddened eyes. When Lu Ping arrived at the teleportation formation, he turned back and grinned at Tai Han, who was charging over. He left level 5 and disappeared. Standing there, Tai Han hesitated for a moment but did not chase after Lu Ping. Even if he stopped chasing, Lu Ping would be a dead man. Furthermore, the terrain of level 4 was complicated and the vegetation was lush. If he encountered Su Zimo inside, the outcome would be unpredictable and there was no need for him to take the risk. At that thought, Tai Han turned around and walked towards the Earth ranking stele. Level 4. In front of the gigantic willow tree, Su Zimo held a small jade green branch in his hands. That tree branch was the treasure of level 4. The treasure was called the Jupiter Wood, but it was actually a stone that fell off Jupiter Wood. However, it looked like a tree branch and was filled with life. Su Zimo held the Jupiter Wood. The green lotus true body had a strong desire to devour and take the power of the Jupiter Wood for itself. He hesitated for a moment and did not throw the Jupiter Wood into the Hell Suppression tripod. Instead, he put it away in his storage bag first. The Hell Suppression tripod had a chance of repairing the 4th tripod wall after devouring the Venus Stone. Although the Azure Dragon's sacred soul showed no signs of awakening, if he obtained other treasures later on, it would not be too late to give them to the Hell Suppression tripod. However, there were not many treasures suitable for the green lotus true body to absorb. One after another, the willow branches danced around Su Zimo and brushed his shoulders gently. They looked extremely docile and no longer had the aggression from earlier on. The middle of the willow tree was split apart forcefully by Su Zimo as he snatched the Jupiter Wood away. Even with the help of the Jupiter Wood, its strength could not fight against the creation green lotus. At that moment, it knew that its life and death depended on a single thought of Su Zimo and began to plead for mercy. Su Zimo had a mocking expression as he looked at the willow tree before him and sneered, "You're only thinking of begging for mercy now? MMM?" Suddenly, Su Zimo sensed something and glanced sideways at the teleportation formation not far away. A figure staggered over with a pale face and purplish lips. It was Lu Ping, who had ascended not long ago. What happened? Su Zimo hurried forward and hollered, "Junior brother Su, I'm not going to make it. Please don't ascend." When Lu Ping saw Su Zimo, he felt relieved and panted. Tai Hua and the others are guarding the stele of the Earth ranking, prepared to join forces to deal with you. Everyone else in the Academy has been sealed by them. Let's talk about it later. Su Zimo's spirit consciousness moved and scanned Lu Ping, frowning. Lu Ping's essence blood was completely burned. At that moment, Tai Han's frost chi ice blades that entered his body released a terrifying might. His flesh, bones and organs had already frozen into ice. Su Zimo went forward to support Lu Ping. The moment his palm made contact with Lu Ping's arm, it shattered into countless ice shards. Lu Ping's body was completely crippled with no life left. The cold chi surged into Lu Ping's consciousness, wanting to freeze his essence spirit. Humph! Sensing this, Su Zimo attacked decisively and released a rich and pure essence chi that surged into Lu Ping's body, shattering the frost chi ice blades. Lu Ping's essence spirit survived. However, his body was also shattered by this clash, turning into ice shards that scattered beneath Su Zimo's feet. It's nothing much to lose this body. At the very least, I managed to survive. Lu Ping's essence spirit laughed bitterly. A thought jolted through Su Zimo's mind as he suddenly said, "That body of yours is nothing much as well. I'll give you a better body. A better body? Lu Ping smiled bitterly, thinking that Su Zimo was comforting him. This is the 9 heavens. There's no physical body to replace mine. Su Zimo remained silent and escorted Lu Ping's essence spirit back to the willow tree. The willow tree seemed to have realized something as well and was a little afraid, causing its drooping branches to sway slightly. I'll give you 2 choices now, Su Zimo said indifferently. First, I'll kill your essence spirit. Your soul will disperse and all your memories will be erased. The creation green lotus was the only god among plants in the world. The plants in this space might not recognize the creation green lotus. However, when they sensed Su Zimo's aura, they felt a fear that came from the depths of their souls and chose to submit. As for the willow tree, its greed caused it to want to make use of the Jupiter wood to devour Su Zimo when it sensed the powerful life force emanating from him. Initially, Su Zimo had no intention of letting it off. The willow tree trembled and its tender branches caressed Su Zimo's clothes continuously, as though it was begging for mercy. Su Zimo continued, "Second choice. Don't resist and let my senior brother of the same sect assimilate you. Your essence spirits will fuse and he will inherit your memories as well. From a certain perspective, you will be reborn in another way. Furthermore, you will leave this place and see the wider world outside." Actually, it was not a problem for Su Zimo to kill the willow tree essence spirit and let Lu Ping's essence spirit reside in the body of the willow tree. However, Lu Ping was a human while the willow tree belonged to the flora race. Even if Lu Ping could control the body of the willow tree, he would feel immense discomfort and rejection. He would not be able to unleash the full power of the body. The body of the willow tree had lived for a long time and devoured countless Earth immortals in level 4. Its life force was immense and unimaginable. Even heaven immortals of the human race could not compare to it. All these years, it had even taken over the Jupiter wood to cultivate. The power contained in this body was extremely terrifying. Otherwise, it would not have dared to challenge Su Zimo. The only way to unleash the full power of the willow tree body was if the willow tree essence spirit did not resist while Lu Ping assimilated it. Although the willow tree would die, Lu Ping could inherit its memories. It was equivalent to the fusion of 2 essence spirits. That way, this body would not reject Lu Ping's essence spirit. This was the best of both worlds for Lu Ping and the willow tree. After a moment of silence, the willow tree released a spirit consciousness and agreed to the decision. If it did not agree, it would be killed by Su Zimo. It might as well be assimilated by Lu Ping and leave this world. Junior brother Su. Lu Ping listened at the side and gradually understood what Su Zimo meant. You can inherit this body first. If you don't like it, you can replace it if you meet something better in the future. Su Zimo said. All right. Lu Ping agreed excitedly. Without the protection of his body, his essence spirit could meet with danger at any moment. Furthermore, the body of the willow tree before him did not seem bad. At that moment, Lu Ping had yet to realize how terrifying and vast the power contained within the body of the willow tree was. This was the greatest opportunity for him up till this point of his cultivation. Su Zimo sent Lu Ping's essence spirit into the willow tree's consciousness. Although time was tight, he was in no hurry to leave. He stood on the spot and guarded silently with a burning gaze. The willow tree was way too bold. It was not impossible for it to change its mind and devour Lu Ping's essence spirit after he left. Sensing Su Zimo's gaze, the final ripple in the willow tree's heart calmed down as well. It gave up on resisting completely and allowed Lu Ping's essence spirit to assimilate it. The 2 essence spirits began to make contact and gradually fused. The essence spirit of the willow tree was a gigantic green light. Although it was still an earth immortal, the power of its essence spirit released by the ball of light was much stronger than Lu Ping's essence spirit. In the face of that gigantic green light, Lu Ping's essence spirit was at most a fingernail-sized spot of light. If it had not given up on resisting completely, Lu Ping would not have been able to succeed in his assimilation. Under Su Zimo's gaze, the light spot absorbed the energy of the green light bit by bit and grew stronger. Before long, the energy of Lu Ping's essence spirit finally surpassed the willow tree, and his devouring speed increased significantly. After a while, There was only an essence spirit left in the consciousness. The assimilation was successful. Of course, the memories of the willow tree were complex, and it would take Lu Ping some time to digest them completely. After the two essence spirits fused, they were not too stable and had to continue waiting. No matter what, Lu Ping's life was no longer in danger. Furthermore, after he controlled the body of the willow tree completely, there should be no one in level for who could threaten him. Su Zimo turned around and walked towards the teleportation formation expressionlessly, prepared to ascend to level 5. Junior brother Su, don't go. Right then, Lu Ping's spirit consciousness sounded. His essence spirit was not stable yet, and his spirit consciousness seemed ethereal. Tai Hua and the others sealed disciples of the academy. It was because senior brother Yi sacrificed his life to break free from the seal and warned me that I had a chance to escape. Sacrificed his life. Su Zimo paused in his tracks and frowned slightly. Senior brother Yi is dead. He released the lifespan sacrifice art and broke free from the seal on his body, reminding me to be careful and to have me stop you from ascending. Senior brother Yi Fei called Tai Hua shameless and spat out blood on his face before being killed by the latter, as Lu Ping sent the messages one after another with his spirit consciousness. Su Zimo's expression turned increasingly cold. Senior brother Yi Fei was dead. Although Su Zimo had joined Heaven and Earth Academy for 1,000 years, the two of them had only met for the first time at this 10,000-year meet. The two of them did not have much of a relationship. At most, they were sect mates. In fact, Su Zimo did not have a deep impression of senior brother Yi Fei. However, he had not expected Yi Fei to die tragically at level 5. He had once thought that as long as Heaven and Earth Academy did not interfere in his feud with the Great Gene Immortal sect and Flying Immortal sect, disciples of the Academy would be spared from the killing and fighting. However, he had not expected that the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal sect would not only want to kill him, but also teach Heaven and Earth Academy a lesson. Su Zimo's expression darkened and his killing intent surged as he walked towards the teleportation formation. Junior brother Su, why are you still heading over? Lu Ping watched as Su Zimo walked further and further away, feeling increasingly worried. However, his essence spirit had just been synthesized and was not stable enough. He could not control the body of the willow tree completely and could not take on human form. As such, he could not leave and could only worry. Nothing much. I'm just going to bring senior brother Ye's corpse back. Standing on the teleportation formation, Su Zimo paused for a moment with a cold glint in his eyes before saying slowly, "Additionally, some people will have to die with him. 2222, I'll start with you." In the square. When they saw that, everyone who heard Su Zimo had different expressions. Some shook their heads and sighed. Some looked disdainful and some looked worried. When Heaven Immortal White Sea saw Lu Ping escape and informed Su Zimo about this, he was still worried that Su Zimo would be afraid and not advance. He only heaved a sigh of relief and was relieved when he saw that Su Zimo had ascended to level 5. I know that lad too well. He won't back down. Prince Yuanzhua had a smile on his face, as though he had expected this. This lad is extremely audacious and does not have any reservations. There's nothing he doesn't dare to do. It's good for young people to be sharp and hot-blooded. Heaven Immortal White Sea smiled. Unfortunately, he's going to die this time round. At that moment, there were already 8 Earth Immortals from the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom who had arrived before the Earth ranking steal, including Tai Han, including Immortal Tai Hua. There were 10 Earth Immortals from Flying Immortal sect. A total of 22 people from those two factions had entered the 9 heavens. Right now, 18 people had already arrived and were waiting for Su Zimo to deliver himself. Among them were peak Earth Immortal experts like Immortal Tai Hua, Qing Chenzi, and Tai Han. Given such a huge lineup, even a grade 1 or 2 Heaven Immortal would most likely die here. Your Highness, will Mr. Su be all right? Su Xiaotian asked softly with a worried expression. Xie Qingcheng opened his mouth slightly, wanting to speak but stopped. In the end, he sighed gently without saying anything. If Su Zimo had not released so many trump cards in the previous level 4, he might have had a chance of survival. But now, he had expended a lot of energy to clear level 4. He had already released many trump cards in advance and could not release them again within a short period of time. On the other side, Immortal Tai Hua, Qing Qinzi, Tai Han and the other Earth Immortals had been waiting for a long time to conserve their energy. Notwithstanding the difference in strength between the two parties, there was a huge difference in terms of condition. How could this battle be fought? The elders of the academy stood on the spot with sorrowful expressions. They could not stop Su Zimo from ascending and could only let the situation develop. Among everyone present, there might only be a single person who was the most relaxed and calm. Yun Ting looked at the figure in the 9 heavens and drank a bowl of strong wine, murmuring, "You won't disappoint me, right?" To be fair, even if he was in the same position, he could not guarantee that he would win this round. Ferocious winds howled and yellow sand billowed. In front of the earth-ranking steel, a corpse laid there motionlessly with most of its body covered by the sandstorm. At the side, there were dozens of figures scattered around, either sitting or standing. Everyone had different expressions, but their eyes that opened occasionally revealed a hint of anticipation. Before long, a figure strode over from afar. It was Tai Han, who had chased after Lu Ping earlier on and had finally returned. "Where is he?" Qing Qinzi raised his brow and asked. "He escaped." Tai Han did not say much and replied coldly. "He escaped." Qing Qinzi frowned and questioned, "You're the great commander of the Earth Execution Guards. How could you let a nobody like that escape?" "He burned his essence blood to release his escape technique. I can't catch up to him," Tai Han said. "However, he won't be able to survive after being struck by my ice blades." Immortal Tai Hua opened his eyes and sneered. He was a little angry as well as he grumbled. "However, if he tells Su Zimo about this, our preparations might go to waste." No, Tai Han's voice did not fluctuate either as he said, "Before this, I studied Su Zimo. If he knew that a disciple of the academy died in our hands, he would definitely ascend." "Oh," Immortal Tai Hua asked. "He will come despite knowing that he will die?" "He's not afraid of death," Tai Han said coldly. Just as Immortal Tai Hua was about to speak, his expression changed. At the same time, all the cultivators before the earth-ranking steel sensed something. Some people who were resting with their eyes closed opened them as well. Even Feng Yin's expression changed as he looked into the distance. In the endless yellow sand, a figure was walking over slowly. That person seemed to be extremely slow. However, every single step caused the ground beneath everyone's feet to tremble, as though a supreme ferocious beast was about to be born deep underground. An extremely terrifying killing intent filled the world that sent shivers down one's spine. He was here. Immortal Tai Hua and the other 17 top Earth Immortals of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect stood up one after another. Their gazes intensified and powerful auras burst forth from their bodies, howling towards the figure like a tsunami. All the Earth Immortals who could reach this place and leave their names on the Earth-ranking steel had been famous for many years. All of them were peerless paragons. Any one of the 18 people would not be afraid of Su Zimo. Boom! 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 Su Zimo's aura collided with the incoming aura, and it was as though a series of thunderclaps sounded in the firmaments, causing space to tremble. Su Zimo did not retreat a single step and was still advancing. "He actually dares to come?" Yufeng of Mountain Sea Immortal Sect frowned slightly. "Perhaps he wants to perish together with these paragons of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect." Xie Yun sighed gently. "Perish together?" Yun Lei shook his head. With Immortal Tai Hua, Qing Chenzi and Tai Han, the 3 Earth Immortals, he won't even have the chance. What a strong killing intent. Far away, Feng Yin suddenly murmured. In a flash, Tai Hua and the others rushed forward and surrounded Su Zimo in the blink of an eye. When Xie Yun saw that there was no one guarding Princess Scarlet Rainbow, he came to the side and circulated a dermic art, wanting to remove the seal in her body. However, Immortal Tai Hua's seal was way too domineering. He released consecutive dermic arts but could only dispel the seal on Princess Scarlet Rainbow's tongue. Most of the restrictions on her body could not be shaken. "Junior brother Su." Princess Scarlet Rainbow had a pained expression. Just as she could speak, she roared. Senior brother Yi was killed by Tai Hua. You have to take revenge for him and kill Tai Hua. Don't worry. Surveying his surroundings, Su Zimo looked at Tai Hua and the others and said slowly, all the Earth Immortals of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect will have to die with Senior Brother Yi in the 9 heavens today. Fufu. Qing Qinzi shook his head and chuckled with a mocking expression. Su Zimo, you might not have realized the situation you're in, right? Let me introduce myself. Qing Qinzi raised his head slightly and was interrupted by Su Zimo the moment he spoke. You don't have to introduce yourself. Su Zimo glared at Qing Qinzi, who was not far away, and said coldly, I'll start with you. Before his sentence was finished, Su Zimo stomped heavily on the ground. The entire ground shook violently. Crack. Immediately after, right in front of everyone, a gigantic and dark crack appeared on the ground of level 5. A buzzing sound of a sword echoed from within with a boiling killing intent. 2,223 kill. Nobody dared to believe that Su Zimo would dare to attack first against the encirclement of peak Earth immortals such as Tai Hua, a peerless, ferocious beast that was filled with killing intent and was formed from countless sword chi tore out from the ground and bit towards Qing Qinzi. Qing Qinzi had not expected that Su Zimo's attack would come from underground. The gravity of level 5 was far superior to the outside world, and the ground beneath everyone's feet was much sturdier than the ground outside. The scene of Su Zimo's stomp cracking the ground was way too shocking. Qing Qinzi was slightly stunned when a menacing, ferocious beast darted out from beneath him, charging towards him with a murderous aura. Go! At the end of the day, Qing Qinzi's combat strength was ranked top 10 on the Earth ranking. Although he lost the initiative against the sudden attack, his reaction was extremely fast. He channeled his blood chi and soared into the air, releasing a movement secret skill without hesitation. At the same time, Qing Qinzi's hands waved down continuously, condensing his essence chi into black threads that coiled around the ferocious beast to delay its speed. The Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and the other cultivators of Flying Immortal Sect attacked one after another as well. Some of them charged towards Su Zimo while others released immortal arts and divine powers, attacking the ferocious beast that burst forth from the ground. Now that everyone had joined forces, there was naturally no way they would sit by idly and watch Su Zimo attack Qing Qinzi. Immortal Tai Hua extended his fingertip and drew a complicated rune in midair rapidly, emitting a bedazzling light as he prepared to strike Su Zimo. Suddenly, sensing something, Immortal Tai Hua spun around and hollered at Qing Qinzi, who was leaping into the air. Watch out up there! When Qing Qinzi saw that he had escaped from the pursuit of the ferocious beast beneath him, he had just caught his breath and relaxed when he heard Immortal Tai Hua's warning. Right on the heels of that, a large shadow shrouded over his head. An even more terrifying killing intent enveloped him, and it was chilling to the bones, almost seeping into his organs. Qing Qinzi felt his scalp prickle and his limbs turn cold. At that moment, his heart almost jumped out of his chest. Up till this point of his cultivation, he had also experienced countless life and death dangers. However, there had never been a time when he felt so close to death. A blood mist spewed out. Qing Qinzi's body was devoured by a gigantic mouth and was crushed into a blood mist instantly. His essence spirit did not even have the chance to escape and was destroyed on the spot. Even till his death, Qing Qinzi did not know what had killed him. As for the cultivators watching from the sidelines, they saw everything clearly. Just as the ground split open and the ferocious beast with wings charged out, countless sword chi condensed into a divine dragon in the firmaments and swooped down. The combined attack of the dragon snake had a torrential killing intent, and Qing Qinzi died on the spot. Pest! Gasps could be heard from the square. Many cultivators were shocked when they saw what happened in the 9 heavens. Against the encirclement of Tai Hua and 17 other peak Earth immortals. The moment the battle broke out, Su Zimo was the one who killed Qing Qinzi of Flying Immortal Sect with thunderous methods. What was that dragon snake earlier on? What a terrifying attack! I can even sense that killing intent through the firmament ancient mirror. I wonder if that's a divine power or secret skill. I've never heard of it before. This should be Su Zimo's strongest trump card. Commotion broke out in the crowd. When the Earth's killing intent is released, the dragon snake shall rise. If I'm not wrong, that attack earlier on should be the legendary Earth-slaying sword art. Perfected Immortal Xialing said slowly. Earth-slaying sword art? Su Zimo of the Academy actually possesses 2 of the 3 great sword arts, human and earth-slaying? That explains why Yun Ting challenged him openly. If that's the case, it's no surprise why Qing Qinzi died to the earth-slaying sword art. The moment he said that, an even louder commotion broke out. Most cultivators did not recognize that attack at all. Yun Ting was the only one who had a calm expression and a faint smile on his face. He was not surprised. Back in the Emperor's tomb, when the 2 of them fought, Yun Ting had already seen Su Zimo's 2 sword arts. However, even the 2 sword arts could not defeat his human-slaying sword. 9 heavens! Qing Qinzi's death did not stop the battle. Instead, it intensified the attacks of the other cultivators. Nobody looked down on Su Zimo anymore. A portion of the cultivators attacked and destroyed the soaring serpent and divine dragon conjured by the earth-slaying sword art, while the other portion charged towards Su Zimo. Tai Han's physique was strong and his blood qi was strong. With a cold expression, he arrived before Su Zimo in the blink of an eye and was prepared to fight him in melee combat. From the Earth-ranking prediction, he knew that Su Zimo was very strong in melee combat. Back in the depths of Level 2's ocean trench, the 2 of them fought once as well. However, the current situation was completely different from before. Even with Qing Qinzi's death, there were more than 10 cultivators holding back Su Zimo, including Immortal Tai Hua, who had the most terrifying attacks. As long as Su Zimo was slightly distracted, he would definitely be severely injured in melee combat. Roar! Suddenly, Su Zimo opened his mouth with a dignified expression and let out a deafening roar like the enraged diamond gaze of a Vajra. It sounded like a dragon roar, a phoenix cry and the cries of all beasts. With Su Zimo as the center, the terrifying sound domain power almost materialized and spread like air currents. Many cultivators shuddered. When a few cultivators saw Su Zimo speak, they realized that something was amiss and released their sound domain secret skills hurriedly. However, their sound domain secret skills could not withstand a single blow from Su Zimo's dragon roar secret skill and were destroyed with ease. The attacks of those cultivators dissipated instantly. Even the rune that Immortal Tai Hua had just conjured was showing signs of dispersing. Tai Han was the first to be struck. Ah! Tai Han's eyes widened as he growled and circulated a dermic art. A layer of ice rapidly formed on his ears as he felt the impact of the dragon roar secret skill. Crack! Crack! The layer of ice shattered instantly, but it blocked the greatest damage of the dragon roar secret skill. Given Tai Han's physique and blood qi, he could withstand the remaining power. Although the attacks of the other cultivators dissipated, their foundations were not injured. Some cultivators' blood qi rumbled and tsunamis surged as they defended against the impact of the dragon roar secret skill. Some cultivators had slightly weaker physiques, but they could release sound domain secret skills and negate most of the damage. Blood seeped out of their ears, but they circulated their blood qi, and their injuries healed completely. Of the remaining 17 Earth Immortals, only one had a stiff expression and a dull gaze. He stood on the spot motionlessly with blood oozing from all orifices and fell to the ground. Dead. The cultivator was from Flying Immortal sect. His physique and blood qi were weak, and that was his greatest weakness. However, in terms of immortal arts and divine powers, he was second only to Immortal Tai Hua. To think that he would be killed on the spot by Su Zimo's dragon roar secret skill before he even had the chance to attack. The cultivator laid limply on the ground like a pile of mud. His bones were already shattered by the dragon roar secret skill. In the blink of an eye, 2 people from Flying Immortal sect died in succession. 22-24 Initiative, Qing Qinzi. In the square, Heaven Immortal White Sea's expression turned cold when he saw Qing Qinzi die. He closed his folding fan and murmured softly with a look of pity. However, before his sentence was finished, Su Zimo released his dragon roar secret skill. Right on the heels of that, flying Immortal sect lost another person. Yu. Heaven Immortal White Sea could not contain his shock and stood up with a furious expression. After the battle broke out, Su Zimo was not injured at all. However, flying Immortal sect had already lost 2 people in succession. How could he calm down? How tragic! That Earth Immortal of flying Immortal sect was killed by a roar. For Su Zimo, even if he dies now, it's already a gain. Hearing the discussions around him and sensing the gazes of many cultivators, Heaven Immortal White Sea took a deep breath and gradually composed himself before returning to his seat. The cultivators that surrounded Su Zimo were indeed peak Earth Immortals. At that distance, the lethality of the Dragon Roar secret skill was extremely terrifying. However, only one of the remaining Earth Immortals died. Immortal Tai Hua watched helplessly as his fellow sect mate died. Sound domain secret skills were instantaneous. At most, they could only protect themselves and could not save others. Furthermore, after the sound domain secret skill, Immortal Tai Hua felt a strong killing intent, and there was no time for him to think further. He was targeted by Su Zimo. The burst of the sound domain secret skill merely dispersed the attacks of the other cultivators. Su Zimo's true target was Immortal Tai Hua. In fact, he ignored Taihan beside him and used the True Dragon 9 flashes to appear behind Immortal Tai Hua in a flash. Extending his hand, the great Chaos Essence Palm burst forth and crushed down on Immortal Tai Hua's head. Yifei was killed by Immortal Tai Hua. The first person Su Zimo wanted to kill was Tai Hua. The Dragon Roar secret skill, True Dragon 9 flashes and Great Chaos Essence Palm were all released to kill Immortal Tai Hua. When Immortal Tai Hua saw Su Zimo disappear, he channeled his spirit consciousness without hesitation and waved his hand, sending the rune he conjured over. Boom! The Great Chaos Essence Palm collided with the rune with a loud bang. Su Zimo did not take a single step back. However, Immortal Tai Hua's expression was unchanged as he tapped his feet on the ground and released his movement technique, seizing the opportunity to distance himself from Su Zimo. Both parties were evenly matched this time round, and neither of them had the upper hand. Swoosh! Su Zimo's figure vanished once more. When he appeared, he reappeared beside Immortal Tai Hua and threw out a punch that was incomparably ferocious like a meteor. Immortal Tai Hua did not turn to look. As though he sensed something, he did not make any motions and suddenly shifted dozens of feet to the side, avoiding the strongest spot of Su Zimo's punch. Right on the heels of that, essence chi spilled from Immortal Tai Hua's fingertips and he drew another rune swiftly, imprinting it on Su Zimo's fist. Bang! The moment the rune exploded, Su Zimo took a half-step back as well. This reincarnated immortal was indeed troublesome to deal with. If it was anyone else, they might not have been able to dodge the pursuit of the True Dragon 9 flashes. However, Immortal Tai Hua dodged twice in succession. Even before this, when Su Zimo released the Dragon Roar secret skill and secret skills such as the Great Chaos Essence Palm, he could not gain the upper hand. Su Zimo could release the True Dragon 9 flashes 4 more times. However, he guessed that even if he continued his pursuit, it would be difficult for him to kill Immortal Tai Hua within a short period of time. As for the other Earth Immortal experts in the surroundings, he would definitely fall into a bitter battle if they attacked continuously. At that time, he might not even be able to afford to exhaust the Green Lotus true body. I have to get rid of the others first. Narrowing his gaze, Su Zimo calmed down and made a judgment of the situation instantly. As long as Tai Hua was the only one left, even if he was a reincarnated perfected immortal, Su Zimo was absolutely confident that he could bury him in the 9 heavens. On the other side, although Immortal Tai Hua merely looked surprised on the surface, his heart was in turmoil. His dodging earlier on looked casual and calm. However, a single mistake could result in death on the spot. This grade 8 Earth Immortal indeed had the power to kill him and could not be underestimated. Su Zimo's figure vanished once more, and Immortal Tai Hua released his massive spirit consciousness with a grim expression. His senses were raised to their limits and he was on guard. He had yet to realize that Su Zimo had unknowingly taken the initiative in the encirclement of the 18 peak stage cultivators. When Su Zimo released the True Dragon 9 flashes, he did not appear beside Immortal Tai Hua. Suddenly, an Earth execution guard sensed something. Die! The person's scalp prickled and his hairs stood on end. With a deep growl, he turned around without even looking and slashed with his palm like a saber. Indeed, Su Zimo was right behind him, expressionless and with a cold gaze. The person's palm seemed to have transformed into a saber that slashed down. Suddenly, Su Zimo attacked. His entire arm looked extremely soft as it rested on the palm of the Earth execution guard. Su Zimo's palm coiled and trembled. Crack! Poof! The sound of bones cracking could be heard and a blood mist spread. Right in front of everyone, the Earth execution guard's entire arm was contorted at a terrifying angle. His bones were snapped and his flesh exploded. Ah! The Earth execution guard cried out in pain but stopped abruptly. Su Zimo seized the opportunity to advance and attacked once more, slapping the execution guard on the cheek. Crack! 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 The execution guard's head spun a few times on his neck and he fell to the ground with a dull gaze. His essence spirit was destroyed and he was already dead. Bang! Bang! A few immortal arts and secret skills descended, and Su Zimo's figure vanished on the spot. Swoosh! An Earth Immortal of Flying Immortal sect had just released an immortal art and divine power. He was relatively weak when Su Zimo appeared beside him. Bang! Bang! The two of them fought in melee combat, and after a few exchanges, the person's head was shattered by Su Zimo's palm, and his essence spirit was destroyed, dying on the spot. Although the 18 Earth Immortals were strong and stood at the peak of the Earth Immortal realm, few of them could defend against Su Zimo's massacre in melee combat. Immortal Tai Hua conjured 2 runes with both hands that emitted a terrifying aura, but he did not attack the entire time. It was not that he did not want to save anyone, but each time Su Zimo released the True Dragon 9 flashes, no one knew whose side Su Zimo would appear next. Immortal Tai Hua had to be on guard the entire time against Su Zimo's sudden appearances and attacks. Let's see how much longer you can use that movement technique, Immortal Tai Hua sneered. With that, Su Zimo released the True Dragon 9 flashes 4 times in succession and 4 Earth Immortals died on the spot. No one could stop him. 18 peak Earth Immortals joined forces and the battle broke out. Up till now, it had only been a dozen breaths and Su Zimo was completely unharmed. However, 6 people from the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal sect had already died. In the square, many cultivators were dumbfounded. This scene had completely exceeded everyone's initial expectations. 2225 White Rainbow Sword. Alright, good kills. When the elders of the Academy saw the Earth Immortals of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal sect die one after another, they could not help but shout emotionally. Prior to this, the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal sect targeted Heaven and Earth Academy and their actions became increasingly overboard. In fact, the elders were helpless when they saw Yi Fei die. They had nowhere to vent the anger in their hearts. When they saw that, the elders felt their blood boil. The other cultivators in the square were shocked and speechless as well. Su Zimo was way too ruthless. Although Su Zimo's methods were amazing when he cleared the levels previously, he could not give everyone such a huge impact. But now, 6 peak Earth Immortals died in Su Zimo's hands. This bloody and tragic scene was far more shocking than him clearing levels. The cultivators of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal sect had ugly expressions. Heaven Immortal White Sea stood up as well. His gaze was dark and he was enraged. He looked in the direction of Heaven and Earth Academy repeatedly, wanting to say something but did not in the end. Heaven and Earth Academy merely lost Yi Fei while Flying Immortal sect lost 5 people just like that. However, he could not blame Heaven and Earth Academy. That was because not long ago, he had just said that if a disciple of Flying Immortal sect was killed in the 9 heavens, it would be because they were not competent enough and he would definitely not stand up for them. If he stood out to accuse Heaven and Earth Academy in front of everyone, it would be a slap to his own face. Isn't it too early to cheer now? When Prince Yuan's saw the emotional expressions of the elders of Heaven and Earth Academy, he sneered. Once Su Zimo is unable to use that strange movement technique, he will inevitably have to fight Tai Hua and Tai Han head-on. Let's see how much longer he can last. 9 heavens. Su Zimo attacked consecutively and killed 6 people in succession with his Sound Domain secret skill. Earth-slaying sword art, True Dragon 9 flashes, and other secret skills. Those were his strongest trump cards. However, at that moment he released them without holding back. With 6 dead, not only did the remaining 12 peak Earth Immortals not retreat, even their formation did not dissipate and they continued to surround Su Zimo. Those Earth Immortals were all experts of the Earth ranking. The deaths of others could not scare them off at all. Furthermore, these Earth Immortals were extremely sharp. The moment Su Zimo's figure reappeared, the 12 Earth Immortals judged at almost the same time that Su Zimo could no longer use the True Dragon 9 flashes. Let's see what else you have next. Tai Han looked at Su Zimo and said coldly. Earlier on, Su Zimo flashed consecutively, and he did not have the chance to fight Su Zimo in melee combat or hold the latter back so that Tai Hua and the others could attack with all their might. Execution guards. Listen to my orders. Suddenly, Tai Han shouted. Attack with all your might and kill him in melee combat. Understood. The remaining 7 Earth Execution Guards replied at the same time and channeled their blood chi, lunging towards Su Zimo. Splash! The sound of a tsunami surged from the 7 Execution Guards. Kill! Immediately after, phenomenons appeared behind the 7 Execution Guards one after another with a terrifying might and a steely killing intent. Although there were only 7 of them, when they moved at the same time, it was as though a massive army was charging over with a frightening aura, seemingly able to crush everything. 7 Earth Execution Guards and 7 Bloodline Phenomenons. The cultivators outside the 9 heavens were shocked. A bloodline phenomenon was almost the limit of a body-tempered cultivator's blood chi and was extremely difficult to cultivate. But this time round, in order to kill Su Zimo, the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom sent out 7 Earth Immortal experts with bloodline phenomenons. Even a single bloodline phenomenon was difficult to defend against, let alone 7. How can he fight this? Yunlei said with a wary expression. There's no need for Tai Hua and the others to attack. The bloodline phenomenons of the 7 Earth Execution Guards alone are enough to drown Su Zimo. They were in the 9 heavens and were not too far away from the battlefield, so they could sense the power released by the 7 bloodline phenomenons even more clearly. Xiayun sighed as well. It's unfortunate. If Su Zimo could use that strange movement technique to escape, he might have a chance of survival. There's no chance. Yu Feng shook his head. Immortal Tai Hua is still outside the battlefield and can attack at any moment. This person is under the threat of melee and ranged attacks. He will definitely die. Su Zimo had a fearless expression when he saw the 7 Earth Execution Guards charge forward with their bloodline phenomenons. Even if he had reservations and could not use the bloodline of the Green Lotus True Body, he had other methods to fight. Condense. Su Zimo channeled his essence spirit and conjured hand seals repeatedly with both hands. Suddenly, a vast and mysterious starry sky appeared above Su Zimo's head. Although almost half of the regions were dim, the shimmering starry skies were already resplendent enough. Millions of stars scattered down countless starlight that surged into Su Zimo's body continuously. Over the years, Su Zimo had cultivated the exalted mystic spirit Big Dipper True Sutra and could already condense 3 main stars. Now that he had an additional star region, his power was even stronger than before. Mystic Spirit Big Dipper Diagram. Perfected Immortal Xia Ling recognized the origin of the astral secret skill right away. Without the complete inheritance, Su Zimo's Mystic Spirit Big Dipper Diagram was equivalent to a universal phenomenon. However, it could fight against the surrounding bloodline phenomenons. Boom! The 7 bloodline phenomenons collided against the millions of starlight from the Mystic Spirit Big Dipper Diagram and let out an intense sound. All 7 bloodline phenomenons charged continuously, wanting to break through the defense of the starlight. Against the impact of the 7 bloodline phenomenons, the Mystic Spirit Big Dipper Diagram swayed as well and the starry skies above his head shook. Hee hee. Suddenly, Immortal Tai Hua laughed. Is this the method you're relying on? In my eyes, it's like the light of a firefly. As Immortal Tai Hua said that, he channeled his essence spirit and conjured sword arts with both hands. A blinding beam of light gathered on his fingertip and emitted a shuddering divine power aura. This is... Beside the earth-ranking steel, Yufeng, Yunlei, Xiayun and the others were shocked when they sensed that aura. White rainbow sword. A supreme divine power. The few of them exclaimed. When they saw the beam of light in Immortal Tai Hua's hands, the expressions of the Academy elders dimmed, and they no longer harbored any hope. Against such an attack and another supreme divine power condensed by Immortal Tai Hua, Su Zimo had no chance at all. Immortal Tai Hua wanted to kill all the variables. Elder Zhong looked at Heaven Immortal White Sea and said sorrowfully, "Great! This reincarnated immortal of yours is truly capable. His essence spirit has already cultivated to the Heaven Immortal realm. 9 heavens. As a reincarnated perfected immortal, I had no intention of coming out of seclusion, nor was I interested in fighting a junior like you." Wielding the white rainbow sword, Immortal Tai Hua looked at Su Zimo, who was surrounded, and said indifferently, "However, Senior Sister Meng Yao paid me a personal visit. She instructed me to send you on your way personally." 2226 Explode. Counterattack. It was only at that moment that many cultivators outside the 9 heavens realized that Immortal Tai Hua had appeared because of Zither Immortal Meng Yao. Someone sighed. He can die in peace knowing that Fairy Meng Yao wanted this so badly. Another person shook his head. It's truly dishonorable for Fairy Meng Yao to target an Earth Immortal like this. I think this Zither Immortal is not worthy of her title. Don't spout nonsense, or you might die before you know it. The sect elder of the cultivator hollered hurriedly. There are countless paragons and monster incarnates in the heavenly world who are willing to be controlled by the Zither Immortal. Who do you think you are? How dare you spout nonsense? 9 heavens. With a haughty expression, Immortal Tai Hua raised his hands slightly and released the white beam of light in his hands, saying indifferently, "You can die in peace." Swoosh! The white rainbow sword emitted an extremely sharp edge and tore through the air, penetrating the mystic spirit Big Dipper diagram instantly. The light of a billion stars could not compare to the brilliance of the white rainbow that tore through the firmaments. That was the power of a supreme divine power. Against that power, even the bloodline phenomenons of Taihan and the other 6 trembled slightly. The white rainbow penetrated the sun and countless stars were sliced into 2 by the sword chi released by the white rainbow in the blink of an eye. Their lights dimmed and dissipated quickly. Everywhere the white rainbow passed, it penetrated everything. It was as though there were no immortal arts, dermic arts or living beings in the world that could defend against the white rainbow and its sharpness. Before the mystic spirit Big Dipper diagram was cultivated to the perfected stage, it could not defend against the true form of that supreme divine power and collapsed. The white rainbow sword descended from the skies and stabbed towards Su Zimo's head. Without the support of the mystic spirit Big Dipper diagram, the bloodline phenomenons of Taihan and the other 6 Earth execution guards surged over like raging tides, wanting to engulf Su Zimo. At that moment, Su Zimo did not even have the space or chance to dodge given the situation. Princess Scarlet Rainbow revealed a pained expression. She could almost visualize Su Zimo's tragic death on the spot. In the square, many cultivators watched intently with bated breaths. Even Yun Ting leaned forward slightly with a nervous expression. Ah! Suddenly, Su Zimo reared his head and howled into the skies, his voice shaking all 9 heavens. Suddenly, 6 jade-white elephant tusks grew behind him. They were sharp and emanated a shuddering aura. Su Zimo's aura was rising rapidly. It was as though a gigantic elephant had appeared and overlapped with Su Zimo's figure. It had 6 elephant tusks and raised its trunk, roaring into the skies. Innate divine power, 6-tusk divine strength. Although Su Zimo was a grade 8 Earth Immortal, his essence spirit was already at the level of a grade 1 Heaven Immortal. When released, the power of his body, blood chi and essence spirit increased by 6 times. Immediately after, right on the heels of countless gazes, 2 identical heads and 4 arms appeared on both sides of Su Zimo's body. Supreme divine power, 3 heads 6 arms. Outside the 9 heavens, the cultivators were in an uproar. This perfected immortal Xialing was shocked as well. A grade 8 Earth Immortal had released a supreme divine power. Furthermore, this supreme divine power was extremely powerful. Many heaven immortals might not be able to comprehend its profundity even at their peak. The elders of Heaven and Earth Academy opened their mouths in shock. I know supreme divine powers as well. Su Zimo's gaze intensified as the 6-tusked divine elephant grew behind him. Waving 3 heads 6 arms, he shouted at Tai Han and the others who were charging forward, "Get lost!" Even without the 6-tusked divine elephant and 3 heads 6 arms, the Green Lotus true body alone was enough to fight against the bloodline phenomenons of the Earth Execution Guards. Now that he had released an innate divine power and a supreme divine power, Su Zimo's strength was almost at its peak. Boom! 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 Su Zimo punched 6 times in succession against the countless bloodline phenomenons and white rainbow sword above his head. He attacked with all his might and clashed head-on with the other 6 Earth Execution Guards, letting out a series of loud bangs that shook the world. The bloodline phenomenons of the Execution Guards were shattered by Su Zimo's fist and could not defend at all. 6 figures were sent flying. Some of the Earth Execution Guards exploded into a blood mist in midair and were completely crippled, losing their combat strength. Some of the Execution Guards had strong physiques. Although their bodies were not destroyed, they were severely injured and their organs separated from their bodies with their bones broken. The Earth Execution Guards could not defend against the burst of the 6-tusked divine elephant and 3 heads 6 arms at all. It was already extremely fortunate that they could defend against Su Zimo's attack. It proved that their methods and strength were at their peak. If it was any other Earth Immortal, they would have been crushed into dust by a single punch and their essence spirits would have been destroyed. At the same time, the white rainbow sword descended. Tai Han's palm saber slashed down as well. Su Zimo ignored the 2 attacks and channeled his spirit consciousness once more, releasing 2 greater divine powers. Before the 6 Earth Execution Guards could fall, golden lotus flowers surged out from the ground beneath them. Bang! 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 When the golden lotus flowers struck the Earth Execution Guards, the tremendous power shattered their bodies and their essence spirits were destroyed. The few Earth Immortals of Flying Immortal sect at the side attacked hurriedly and released their divine powers, destroying the golden lotus flowers on the ground, wanting to save the remaining Earth Execution Guards. However, lotus flowers fell from the skies one after another. Since Su Zimo had attacked, he would not leave anyone from the great Jin Immortal Kingdom with any chance of survival. The greater divine powers of the Buddhist monasteries, Heavenly Flower Fall and Earth Gushing Golden Lotus. Against the pincer attack of 2 greater divine powers, there was no way out for them in the world. The 6 Earth Execution Guards with bloodline phenomenons were all dead and their essence spirits were destroyed. That scene was way too shocking. The ferocity of Su Zimo's counterattack caused countless cultivators to shudder and even feel a hint of fear. Even Feng Yin, the other reincarnated immortal who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and looked over with a hint of caution. What happened? Under the encirclement of 12 peak Earth Immortals and the impact of the supreme divine power and 7 bloodline phenomenons, Su Zimo killed 6 people instead. Holy! He's way too strong. A huge commotion broke out in the crowd in the square. Instinctively, Xie Qingcheng stood up and looked at the scene on the battlefield in disbelief. Countless cultivators stood up excitedly. The development of this battle had already exceeded everyone's expectations. Poof! Poof! The white rainbow sword descended and pierced Su Zimo's head, causing fresh blood to splatter everywhere. Immediately after, Tai Han's palm saber split Su Zimo's face and head into 2. Before blood flowed out, it was frozen into ice. Hee hee. Suddenly, Su Zimo's laughter sounded sinisterly. 3 heads 6 arms. Immortal Tai Hua's white rainbow sword pierced his head. Tai Han split another head. However, the head that truly possessed an essence spirit was intact. 2227 Let the zither immortal accompany me. The fight earlier on was way too intense. Although it sounded slow upon narration, it merely took a few breaths. Su Zimo's counterattack was way too ferocious and sharp. Many cultivators watching did not react until the 6 Earth execution guards were dead. 3 heads, 6 arms. A supreme divine power. To think that it would be released by a grade 8 Earth immortal. 6 Earth execution guards with bloodline phenomenons were killed by a supreme divine power and 2 greater divine powers of the Buddhist monasteries without the chance to resist. The heavenly flower fall and earth-gushing golden lotus require one to comprehend the obscurities of the Buddhist monasteries to their limits before they can cultivate those 2 greater divine powers successfully. From what I know, even some disciples of the Buddhist monasteries are unable to release those 2 greater divine powers. The crowd was noisy and countless cultivators discussed the scene excitedly. Good, good, good. The elders of Heaven and Earth Academy were emotional and could no longer say anything else, merely repeating the same word repeatedly. Even till now, you guys are still pretending? Heaven Immortal White Sea sneered. This lad's essence spirit is already at the Heaven Immortal realm. As elders of the Academy, is it possible that you guys don't know he has such combat strength? Fufu. Elder Zhong sneered as well. Su Zimo entered Heaven and Earth Academy 1,000 years ago and entered seclusion immediately. He only appeared a few days ago, and this is the first time we've seen him as well. The few of us truly don't know what tricks he has up his sleeves. When they heard that, the other cultivators were even more shocked. Xianxia said, "This means that after Brother Su joined Heaven and Earth Academy, his combat strength has already reached such a level, before he even cultivated the methods of the Academy. Strong. Too strong." Xianxia could not help but exclaim again emotionally. The evaluation of Brother Su on the Earth ranking prediction this time round is truly way too inappropriate. Good kills. Yunting drank a bowl of strong wine and shouted, "How satisfying!" At the same time, many cultivators gradually reacted. The reason why Yunting came to the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom and challenged Su Zimo personally was probably not only for the Heaven and Earth-slaying sword arts. More than that, it was because Su Zimo's strength was enough for Yunting to treat him as such. Heaven Abyss of Mountain Sea Immortal Sek sighed gently and shook his head as well. Back then, I could already tell that this lad was extraordinary. To think that I had still underestimated him. Prince Yuan's face was livid. The Great Jin Immortal Kingdom lost 6 Earth execution guards instantly and suffered immense losses. When he heard the exclamations and praises for Su Zimo around him, he felt even more hatred. "What are you smug about?" Suddenly, Prince Yuan's said. He surveyed his surroundings and declared, "Even if his essence spirit is at the Grade 1 Heaven Immortal realm, the toll on a Grade 8 Earth Immortal to be able to release supreme divine powers is unimaginable. Su Zimo is merely an arrow at the end of its flight right now. These are his final moments of lucidity." Finally, Prince Yuan's ferocious gaze landed on the elders of Heaven and Earth Academy as he grit his teeth. "It's too early for you guys to be happy." "Tui." Elder Zhong spat and said, "Your Great Jin Immortal Kingdom joined forces with Flying Immortal Sect to gather 18 peak Earth Immortals. Now, they're covered in dirt and suffered immense losses because of a single Grade 8 Earth Immortal of our Academy. How do you have the cheek to continue barking wildly here? The reputation of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and the execution guards has been tarnished by you, Yuanzhua." Elder he burst into laughter as well. Prince Yuan's face flushed red from the scolding and he said hatefully, "This is merely the fight of a cornered beast. I'll watch from here to see how much longer he can last." Although the elders of Heaven and Earth Academy cursed heartily, there was still a hint of worry in the depths of their eyes. Actually, Prince Yuanzhua was not wrong. Once the essence spirit was at the Heaven Immortal realm, one could naturally release supreme divine powers. However, if the essence spirit was only at the elementary level of Grade 1 or 2 Heaven Immortals, the toll of using supreme divine powers was way too draining and burdensome for it. Although they were both releasing supreme divine powers, Immortal Tai Hua's situation was completely different from Su Zimo's. Before Immortal Tai Hua attacked, he had already rested for a long time and was at his peak condition. As for Su Zimo, he had expended a lot of energy to release many powerful secret skills along the way because he had snatched the treasures of 4 levels. Now, in the battle earlier on, he released many divine powers, secret skills, and even the supreme divine power, 3 heads 6 arms. Even his essence spirit was comparable to a grade 1 heaven immortal. Its strength would have long been exhausted. However, there were still Tai Han of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom, as well as Immortal Tai Hua, and 4 peak immortals of Flying Immortal Sect remaining. From now on, Su Zimo's situation would be even more difficult and he would most likely be doomed. 9 heavens. Su Zimo's situation was slightly better than the Academy Elders had expected. It was because his essence spirit was way too special. It was a product of the synthesis between the Green Lotus essence spirit and the Dragon Phoenix essence spirit and was extremely pure. Furthermore, after releasing the 6-tusk divine strength, the power of his essence spirit increased exponentially. Although his essence spirit was still at the grade 1 heaven immortal realm, its strength had already reached the level of a grade 2 heaven immortal. Along the way, Su Zimo snatched the treasures in 4 levels, released the Pankati Dao fire, heaven-slaying sword chi, and many other secret skills. In the battle earlier on, he released many trump cards and the power of his essence spirit, consuming a lot of essence chi. Even so, his essence spirit retained its combat strength and could still at least release an essence spirit secret skill. He's already at the end of his rope. Everyone, there's no need to be wary, Immortal Tai Hua said in a deep voice. This lad will definitely die under our combined attack. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Su Zimo burst into laughter and looked at Immortal Tai Hua, who was not far away, with a mocking expression. You want to send me on my way with your puny methods? Cultivators of Flying Immortal Sect, listen up, Su Zimo shouted. Go back and tell Meng Yao that if she wants to send me on my way, she'll have to come over and do it personally. The road to the netherworld is way too lonely. I won't mind letting the Zither Immortal accompany me. Pest! The crowd was in an uproar. Brazen. Arrogant. This was a blatant blasphemy against Zither Immortal Meng Yao. Fairy Meng Yao invited the reincarnated immortal out of seclusion this time round to join forces with the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom to kill Su Zimo. It was understandable for him to harbor resentment. However, even if anyone bore resentment towards the Zither Immortal, who would dare to openly go against her? Even some immortal kings of divine firmament mainland were wary of Zither Immortal Meng Yao. In the eyes of many cultivators, the Zither Immortal was a high and mighty fairy that could not be sullied. But now, Su Zimo was asking the Zither Immortal to appear personally and accompany him to the netherworld in front of everyone. Ignorant Junior! Heaven Immortal White Sea was enraged. This time round, even perfected Immortal Xieling was secretly speechless. Even with his status, he did not dare to say those words to Zither Immortal Meng Yao. Ha 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 ha! Only Yun Ting laughed brazenly and said, Su Zimo, such guts you have. I'm liking you more and more. I've long looked down on the Zither Immortal as well. She's not worthy of being ranked alongside my sister. 2228 exhausted. Su Zimo, you truly don't know what's good for you. Immortal Tai Hua's expression was cold. Although he was a reincarnated perfected immortal, in his heart, Zither Immortal Meng Yao was also a fairy that could not be sullied. Even in his previous life, he would be respectful when he saw Zither Immortal Meng Yao. At least half of the cultivators in Flying Immortal Sect were in love with Fairy Meng Yao. However, not many people dared to reveal it. That was because in everyone's hearts, they were not worthy. To think that Su Zimo would openly blaspheme Zither Immortal Meng Yao today. This had touched the tender spot in Immortal Tai Hua's heart completely. Su Zimo, let me tell you, Immortal Tai Hua said slowly, there are some people you can't touch. Even if it's blasphemy with words and gazes, it's a sin. Is that so? Su Zimo grinned with a cold gaze. I have something you guys can't touch too. If you do, you'll have to die. The moment he said that, Su Zimo's gaze shone brightly as he channeled his essence spirit wildly. His vast spirit consciousness gathered and released an essence spirit secret skill. A palm-sized, seemingly ordinary scale floated out from his glabella slowly with a terrifying aura. The reverse scale. Attack! Immortal Tai Hua shouted. His glabella shone with a resplendent light and released his essence spirit secret skill as well, charging towards the reverse scale. The other 4 Earth Immortals of Flying Immortal Sect were initially condensing their divine powers and secret skills, prepared to release them. However, Su Zimo activated his essence spirit secret skill first. Helpless, the 4 of them could only condense their spirit consciousnesses and release their essence spirit secret skills. A fight between essence spirits was way too dangerous. Unless necessary, no one would use an essence spirit secret skill right away. For example, on the side of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect, even though they had suffered immense losses and were only left with 6 people, they had an absolute advantage in numbers. Therefore, they had never thought of using their essence spirit secret skills. When the reverse scale appeared, they could only use their essence spirit secret skills to defend. Taihan narrowed his eyes slightly. In order to kill Su Zimo without fail, he had collected all the information about Su Zimo and studied it carefully. It was especially so for the battle at the Immortal Sect selection 1,000 years ago. According to his understanding, this essence spirit secret skill was extremely terrifying. If one's essence spirit realm was not high enough, they must not touch it. Taihan hesitated for a moment and did not activate his essence spirit secret skill. Right then, Immortal Tai Hua's essence spirit secret skill collided with the reverse scale in silence. However, the space where the 2 essence spirit secret skills collided trembled violently and fluctuations that resembled water ripples spread in all directions. This was no ordinary essence spirit fight. The aftershock of the clash between 2 essence spirits at the Heaven Immortal realm could be imagined. Even the dozens of cultivators watching beside the earth-ranking steel felt a chill in their consciousness. Many cultivators even retreated far away from the battlefield. Feng Yin no longer closed his eyes. Instead, he watched the battlefield intently, observing every single detail. He knew that no matter who the eventual victor was, that would be his greatest opponent. The moment Immortal Tai Hua's essence spirit secret skill collided with the reverse scale, he suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. It was as though death was about to descend the next moment. Suddenly, a strange power appeared out of thin air in his consciousness and enveloped his weakened essence spirit. After releasing his supreme divine power and essence spirit secret skill, his essence spirit had already become extremely weak and could not defend against the invasion of that strange power. This is bad. Immortal Tai Hua's expression changed starkly. Without hesitation, he channeled his essence spirit once more, and a powerful energy fluctuation burst forth from his body. A tremendous life force gushed out from Immortal Tai Hua's body. It was the supreme divine power, everlasting vitality. At that critical moment of life and death, Immortal Tai Hua made use of the final bit of essence spirit power to release a second supreme divine power. Actually, this was his greatest reliance against Feng Yin. In his initial plan, the fight for the top of the Earth ranking would be between him and Feng Yin. If the 2 of them fought to the end and their blood chi, essence spirit and essence chi were expended to their limits, he could release everlasting vitality to recover a large amount of blood chi and essence spirit and essence chi. There would be no doubt about the outcome of the battle. However, he had not expected that his greatest trump card would be used in advance. He had no other choice. Boom! In his consciousness, Immortal Tai Hua's essence spirit released a terrifying spirit consciousness that dispersed the strange power derived from the reverse scale and escaped a calamity. Don't touch that scale. Right then, as though he recalled something, Immortal Tai Hua roared and reminded. Unfortunately, it was too late. The essence spirit secret skills of the 4 Earth Immortals of Flying Immortal Sect struck the reverse scale one after another. To the 4 of them, most of the power of the reverse scale had already been blocked by Immortal Tai Hua. They felt that the essence spirit secret skills of the 4 of them were enough to crush the reverse scale before surging into Su Zimo's consciousness to kill the essence spirit of the latter. However, when their essence spirit secret skills collided with the reverse scale, their expressions froze and their gazes dimmed as their life force drained rapidly. The reverse scale could not hold on any longer and shattered. In the consciousnesses of the 4 Earth Immortals of Flying Immortal sect, their essence spirits were destroyed as well. The 4 of them fell weakly to the ground despite being unharmed. They were already dead. An essence spirit secret skill killed 4 more people. In just a moment, Immortal Tai Hua and Tai Han were the only ones left after the 18 peak Earth Immortals joined forces. The encirclement was over. After releasing the reverse scale, Su Zimo's figure swayed slightly as well. His face was pale and the light on his glabella turned extremely dim. Even everyone in the square could tell that Su Zimo's essence spirit was exhausted, let alone the cultivators of level 5. The power of his essence spirit and essence chi were depleted, and he could not use all his divine powers, secret skills, and immortal arts. This also meant that Su Zimo would be a fish on the chopping block and his life and death would be in the hands of others. Sigh, what a pity! Someone lamented with a look of pity. The fact that he was able to survive till now against the encirclement of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal sect and even kill 16 peak Earth Immortals is enough for him to leave his name through the ages. That's right. Given his combat strength, it's no exaggeration to claim that he should be at the top of the Earth ranking. However, throughout history, there have been countless paragons and monster incarnates who died prematurely. Who would remember them? In the square, many cultivators looked at the figure in the 9 heavens who was fighting alone and sighed. That figure looked a little lonely, pitiful, and even tragic. Although Tai Han did not release his essence spirit secret skill, he sensed Su Zimo's weakness and sped towards the latter in a flash. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived before Su Zimo. He would definitely not miss such a rare and fleeting opportunity. 2229 Blind Tai Han knew very well. Even if the power of Su Zimo's essence spirit was depleted, and he could no longer release divine powers and secret skills, his body and melee combat strength were extremely terrifying. Therefore, Tai Han did not hold back at all and almost released all his trump cards. Frost Spike. Tai Han's glabella opened up and his massive spirit consciousness condensed continuously, forming a sharp and cold spike that stabbed towards Su Zimo. He did not release his essence spirit secret skill earlier on and avoided the calamity. When Su Zimo's essence spirit was at its weakest, he released this essence spirit secret skill that was fatal. Frost Eye. At the same time, Tai Han released the powerful visual technique that he had cultivated. The temperature in the world dipped. The visual technique was released and 2 streams of frost burst forth from Tai Han's eyes. Almost instantly they arrived before Su Zimo. Boundless Frost Seal. Tai Han growled and released another greater divine power. Under the channeling of his essence spirit and frost blood chi physique, the might of that greater divine power was almost comparable to supreme divine powers. Finally, Tai Han's blood surged and the coldness between his hands rumbled, forming a gigantic ice blade that slashed towards Su Zimo. Tai Han was prepared to engage in melee combat. However, he released essence spirit secret skills, visual techniques, and greater divine powers to match. The losses of Flying Immortal sect and the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom were already immense. He would definitely not allow anything else to happen. He would definitely not give Su Zimo any chance or hope to escape. On the other side, when Immortal Tai Hua released everlasting vitality and recovered the power of his essence spirit, he did not miss this opportunity when he saw that. He channeled his essence spirit and released a second essence spirit secret skill. Swoosh! An essence spirit sword tore through the air and stabbed towards the back of Su Zimo's head. At that moment, the world seemed to have stopped. Outside the 9 heavens, countless cultivators watched with bated breaths. Indeed, there were only 2 people left from the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal sect. However, their combat strength was ranked in the top 10 of the Earth ranking. The combined attack of the 2 of them was even more terrifying than the combined attack of the 18 Earth Immortals earlier on. Given such circumstances, no one believed that Su Zimo could survive. He was absolutely dead in this situation. You're far from being able to kill me. Su Zimo hollered and a majestic aura burst forth from his body. It was filled with vitality and was even more robust than what Immortal Tai Hua created earlier on, reversing the situation entirely. It was the supreme divine power, everlasting vitality. A series of shouts broke out in the square. The crowd that had just quietened down stirred once more. Everlasting vitality was the innate divine power of the Green Lotus true body, and Su Zimo had already comprehended it back in the lower worlds. When released by the Green Lotus true body, the effect of that supreme divine power was even more shocking. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo's essence spirit had already recovered to its peak. Life force surged and Tai Han's greater divine power, Boundless Frost Seal, dissipated instantly. Boundless Frost Seal was only a greater divine power. No matter how powerful it was, it could not freeze the Green Lotus true body that released everlasting vitality. Su Zimo ignored Immortal Tai Hua's essence spirit secret skill and turned around suddenly, looking at Tai Han who was charging over. Crack, crack, crack. The power of Frost I was the first to arrive. Everywhere the visual technique passed, it left a white frost mark in the void. Su Zimo did not dodge or avoid. Suddenly, his right eye shone with a bedazzling light that resembled a blazing sun. Illumination Eye. The illumination stone had already fused into Su Zimo's right eye. The visual technique was filled with the extremities of yang energy. The moment the power of Frost Eye collided with Illumination Eye, it began to melt. There was no way to defend against it. Boom! The illumination light surged in and reached Tai Han's face instantly. Tai Han charged over at his fastest speed. He had not expected such a change. Coupled with the instantaneous release of his visual technique, it was already too late for him to dodge. He could only try his best to turn his head. Poof! Although he avoided the vital spot on his glabella, the light still entered his left eye and pierced it, creating a hole. Not a single drop of blood flowed out. The moment any blood appeared, it was burned by the illumination light. A lot of Illumination Eye's energy was expended after the collision with Frost Eye. Therefore, it did not manage to kill Tai Han and merely blinded him. Of course, with the remnant power of illumination, Tai Han would need a long time to recuperate if he wanted to recover from such injuries. What a pity! A thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind. The nether glow stone in his left eye had once absorbed a large amount of dark power in the Emperor's tomb. Now it was dormant and could not be activated. Otherwise, Tai Han would have been killed on the spot by his two visual techniques if the nether glow eye was released. It was no wonder why Tai Han was the great commander of the Earth Execution Guards. Although he was severely injured and his features were contorted in pain, he did not make a single sound. He glared using his remaining eye with a ferocious glint. Coupled with his essence spirit secret skill, he raised the frost blade in his hands and slashed towards Su Zimo. Behind Su Zimo was Immortal Tai Hua's attack. In Tai Han's opinion, even if Su Zimo's essence spirit recovered to its peak, he would not be able to release the reverse scale again and defend against his and Immortal Tai Hua's essence spirit secret skills. Gautama Dermic Seal. Su Zimo channeled his essence spirit and chanted a sutra silently. His glabella shone with a golden light and an incomparably divine Sanskrit word flew out, emitting a blinding golden light that seemed like it could suppress all evil and transcend all living beings. Su Zimo's second essence spirit secret skill was released. The Gautama Dermic Seal did not defend against Immortal Tai Hua's essence spirit sword. Instead, it charged towards Tai Han's frost spike. Crack! The two essence spirit secret skills collided in midair. Tai Han shuddered and the light on his glabella flickered. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His essence spirit realm was not high enough and he could not defend against the Gautama Dermic Seal. Although he did not kill anyone in the essence spirit fight this time round, his essence spirit was injured. On the other side, Su Zimo touched his glabella gently with his left hand and circulated a secret skill. He withdrew a whip that shone with electric arcs from his glabella and struck the descending essence spirit sword. The third essence spirit secret skill. Many cultivators in the square were shocked. Most ordinary cultivators could cultivate an essence spirit secret skill. Those who could cultivate two were already rare paragons. For most people, no matter how many they cultivated, it was unnecessary and they did not possess the energy to use them either. The power of the Essence Spirit was limited and no one could release Essence Spirit secret skills consecutively. But now, Su Zimo had released 3 Essence Spirit secret skills. Against the terrifying attacks of Immortal Tai Hua and Tai Han, Su Zimo did not die, and even released an incomparably powerful counterattack. The methods displayed in this battle had far surpassed the understanding of ordinary Earth immortals. Piak! The sword and whip collided and spirit consciousness waves surged. The two of them had similar essence spirit realms, and there was no victor in this essence spirit fight. However, this time round, there was a hint of cowardice in Immortal Tai Hua's eyes. 2230 Pursuit. Immortal Tai Hua was not afraid. He merely did not want to continue fighting Su Zimo in the 9 heavens. Su Zimo's strength was troublesome to deal with and had far surpassed his imagination. At most, it would only shock him, but it was not to the point where he would be afraid. Up till this point of the battle, both parties had almost used up all their trump cards. Now that Su Zimo had released the supreme divine power, everlasting vitality, his essence spirit and essence chi had recovered to their peak. Even if he continued to fight Su Zimo here, Immortal Tai Hua was not confident that he could kill the latter. Rather than that, he might as well avoid them for the time being. It would not be too late for him to attack after he left the 9 heavens and could use his dermic treasures. There were a few powerful dermic treasures in his storage bag that increased his combat strength significantly. At the very least, he had prepared some elixir pills that could be consumed as well. At the end of the day, there were many restrictions in the 9 heavens and he could not unleash his combat strength to its peak. It's not because I'm afraid of him, Immortal Tai Hua chanted internally, as though to affirm his conviction. At that thought, Immortal Tai Hua abandoned Su Zimo and turned to leave. On the other side, as the great commander of the Earth Execution Guards, Tai Han obeyed Prince Yuan's orders and could not retreat. Even if he was blinded in one eye and his essence spirit was injured, he was fearless. However, the power of the saber he condensed was greatly reduced after he was severely injured in succession. Su Zimo merely reached out with his bare hands and crushed the saber. At the same time, Su Zimo raised his other hand and released the Great Chaos Essence Palm. Slapping down on Tai Han's head, Tai Han raised his other arm, wanting to defend. Crack! However, the power of the Great Chaos Essence Palm was extremely ferocious and snapped Tai Han's arm. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The tremendous power did not stop at all and continued suppressing Tai Han. Tai Hua, you? Right then, Tai Han's single eye caught sight of Immortal Tai Hua, who was turning to leave and could not help but fly into a rage. Immortal Tai Hua's actions were equivalent to betraying him for Su Zimo. At that moment of life and death, Tai Han's strong desire to survive burst forth as well. Raising his head suddenly, his body tilted backwards and he fell. This time round, he avoided fatal damage by a hair's breadth. Bang! The Great Chaos Essence Palm pushed down Tai Han's arm and slapped his chest. Accompanied by the jarring sound of bones cracking, a palm-sized pit appeared in Tai Han's chest instantly. Unfortunately, Su Zimo's essence spirit power was depleted earlier on and the 6-tusk divine strength and 3 heads 6 arms dissipated as well. If not for that, his strength would have increased by 6 times. Coupled with 3 heads 6 arms, he would have been able to kill Tai Han the moment he closed in. Of course, that palm strike almost took away half of Tai Han's life. Thump! Tai Han landed heavily on the ground with a pale face. Gritting his teeth, he stomped on the ground and his entire body was almost stuck to the ground as he retreated. Right then, Su Zimo's spirit consciousness moved and he sensed Immortal Tai Hua, who was escaping as well. Trying to escape? Killing intent surged in Su Zimo's eyes. Everyone from the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect could survive except Immortal Tai Hua. Since he killed Yi Fei, Su Zimo wanted him to pay with his life and die with Yi Fei. If this was earlier on, Su Zimo was confident that he would be able to kill Tai Han first before turning to chase after Immortal Tai Hua with his many movement techniques and secret skills. But now, he had already released his movement techniques and secret skills and could not activate them again in a short period of time. Right now, Immortal Tai Hua had already made a move first. If he were to chase after Tai Han, immortal Tai Hua would most likely be gone by the time he returned. The 9 heavens was way too huge, and it was impossible to find someone who was bent on hiding here. It was like searching for a needle in a haystack. If he were to leave the 9 heavens and kill immortal Tai Hua in front of many heaven immortal experts, who knew what changes would happen? I have to keep him here. At that thought, Su Zimo gave up on Tai Han and turned around, chasing after immortal Tai Hua who was in the distance. The dozens of cultivators beside the earth-ranking steel were dumbfounded. The alliance of the great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect ended in such an outcome. Tai Han was severely injured and immortal Tai Hua escaped. As for Su Zimo, he strode forward with a murderous aura and locked his gaze on the figure in the distance. It was clear that he had no intention of letting immortal Tai Hua off. Tai Han clutched his chest and coughed out blood with a miserable expression. He was already a dead man to begin with. If Su Zimo were to chase after him, he would not be able to last 3 rounds. To think that immortal Tai Hua's departure would save his life instead. Tai Han looked at immortal Tai Hua's back view and smiled mockingly. Thereafter, he looked at the tall earth-ranking steel not far away. When he looked at the name he left on the steel, the mockery in his eyes intensified. Given his current state, he no longer had the chance to fight for the earth ranking. His essence spirit was injured and his body was severely damaged with one eye blinded. It was unknown if he could even break through to the heaven immortal realm in the future. With a dejected expression, Tai Han turned around and headed towards the teleportation formation in the direction of level 4. If he wanted to survive, he could not stay here. Regardless of whether Su Zimo could kill immortal Tai Hua, he would definitely die when Su Zimo returned. The only way he could survive was if he searched for a place to hide in the first 4 levels. Beside the earth-ranking steel, Feng Yin, who was initially just watching the battle, suddenly moved and chased in the direction of Su Zimo and immortal Tai Hua. Up till this point of the battle, even he was curious. Yu Feng, Yun Lei, and the others chased after him as well. Xie Yun protected Princess Scarlet Rainbow and did not chase after them. He sighed. Scarlet Rainbow, your academy has truly produced a ruthless person this time round. Don't worry. Although the seal on Princess Scarlet Rainbow's body was not removed, she could still speak. She said hatefully, Junior brother Su will definitely not let Tai Hua off. He will definitely take revenge for senior brother Yi. It's difficult. Xie Yun shook his head gently. Su Zimo's combat strength might be superior to immortal Tai Hua. However, if immortal Tai Hua were to avoid the battle and escape, he wouldn't stand a chance either. Princess Scarlet Rainbow was silent. She knew that Xie Yun was not wrong. Su Zimo was alone after all. If immortal Tai Hua wanted to escape, there was nothing Su Zimo could do to stop him. In the square, many cultivators were shocked when they saw that. This battle had already exceeded everyone's expectations. Flying Immortal Sect and the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom suffered immense losses. 16 peak Earth Immortals were killed by Su Zimo and they were almost entirely removed from the Earth ranking. Those 2 factions had lost all face. What was even more frightening was that the battle did not seem to be over yet. Su Zimo did not give up and followed closely behind immortal Tai Hua, bent on killing the latter. Look! What's going on over there? Right then, someone shifted his gaze and was shocked when he saw what happened not far away from the teleportation formation at level 4. 2231 Might of the Willow Tree in level 4. The gigantic willow tree not far away from the teleportation formation was undergoing a shocking transformation. For some reason, countless willow leaves withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The drooping willow branches withered rapidly as well. The ancient and rough bark of the willow tree peeled off bit by bit. However, the life force in the willow tree's body intensified. This disciple of the academy has benefited from misfortune. It's a blessing, perfected immortal Xie Ling lamented. His cultivation realm was the highest and his judgment and knowledge far surpassed others. He could tell that after the essence spirit of this academy disciple fused with the gigantic willow essence spirit, his essence spirit realm had probably already broken through to the heaven immortal realm. Now that his body was reborn and he had undergone a complete transformation, His future was limitless. Initially, the endowment of this academy disciple could be seen at a glance. Although he had joined Heaven and Earth Academy, he would only be a Heaven Immortal in the future at most. But now that he had obtained such a huge opportunity, the potential of this lad was unimaginable. Naturally, Su Zimo obtained the most treasures in the 9 heavens this time round. Apart from him, this disciple of Heaven and Earth Academy benefited the most. What great methods! Perfected Immortal Xialing could not help but sigh when he thought about how this Academy disciple's opportunities were related to Su Zimo as well. Initially, Xialing was displeased with Su Zimo for snatching the foundation treasure of level 4. But now, after witnessing the battle earlier on, Xialing thought about it and realized that it was nothing much for Su Zimo to take away the treasures. He would just treat it as a favor for the latter. At the very least, it was not a bad thing for the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom to be on good terms with this lad. Before long, the willow tree had already completed its transformation and the original gigantic willow tree had vanished. In its place was a seemingly skinny willow tree sapling. The trunk was only as thick as an arm and there were only a few willow branches hanging down. They were slender and weak, as though they could be snapped by a gust of wind. The willow sapling began to sway continuously before intensifying. Hiya! Before long, the willow tree let out a slightly tender human voice and pulled itself out of the mud in one go, revealing its roots. After that action, the willow tree seemed to have expended a lot of energy and stood on the spot to rest. Pausing for a moment, the body of the willow tree gradually changed. Many roots gathered and the trunk evolved. Right in front of many cultivators, the willow tree disappeared and in its place was a child around 9 years old. Lu Ping's appearance could vaguely be seen through his eyes. The child wore a green robe and had makeup on. His hair was naturally tied into a few small pigtails that swayed slightly like willow branches. After transforming into his human form, the child lowered his head and was stunned. So short. The child looked at his fair and tender hand and was shocked. So small. The child hurriedly conjured a sparkling mirror and looked at it. Instantly, he was scared out of his wits and smashed the mirror with a punch. Fuck! The child cursed. However, his voice was tender and the vulgarity sounded out of place. Junior brother Su, what have you gotten me into? The child was Lu Ping, who had devoured the gigantic willow essence spirit and wanted to cry. Indeed, he inherited the body of the gigantic willow and was reborn, synthesizing perfectly with this body. However, for some reason, he returned to his childhood appearance. Lu Ping checked out his seemingly weak body hurriedly. Eh? Lu Ping was slightly stunned. His cultivation realm did not reverse and his essence spirit had already broken through to the Heaven Immortal realm. Furthermore, although this body was skinny, the life force and power contained in it was extremely terrifying and perfectly inherited the power of the gigantic willow. This? Lu Ping clenched his fists in disbelief and muttered to himself, although my body has shrunk, I seem to be stronger than before? Wait! Junior brother Su is in danger. Suddenly, Lu Ping thought of Su Zimo and hurried towards the teleportation formation with his short legs. The pigtails on his head were almost flying. After arriving at the teleportation formation, Lu Ping ascended to level 5 without hesitation. After arriving at level 5, Lu Ping determined his direction and was about to sprint in the direction of the Earth ranking stele when he frowned. Not far away, a figure was clutching his chest and staggering over. The person's face was pale and he was covered in blood. One of his eyes was blind and he emitted a faint blood stench, looking extremely wretched. Tai Han. Lu Ping's eyes widened and he almost did not recognize this person. Compared to the cold and ruthless great commander of the Earth Execution Guards previously, Tai Han was in a wretched state, looking like a stray dog. Lu Ping did not know how Tai Han ended up in such a state. However, when he recalled how Tai Han chased after him previously, he could not help but sneer. He took a step forward and blocked Tai Han's path. Tai Han stopped in his tracks and rolled his single eye, glaring at the child before him. The child looked familiar. However, his essence spirit was injured and his mind was in chaos. coupled with the fact that he was severely injured by Su Zimo this time round and had suffered a huge blow. He did not think too much about it. His expression darkened as he said coldly, "Where did this child come from? Scram and don't stand in the way." Even if he was severely injured by Su Zimo and his essence spirit was hurt, ordinary Earth immortals were not his match. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. He was the great commander of the Earth execution guards and possessed countless killing methods. "Child!" Lu Ping glared and grit his teeth. "Open those dog eyes of yours and take a good look at who your daddy is." Lu Ping's words were rather imposing. However, it was useless when he said it in the voice of a child. "Little cub, you don't know what's good for you." Tai Han did not take Lu Ping seriously at all. He reached out and grabbed Lu Ping's head. Lu Ping's head was not even as big as his palm. Although he could not use his essence spirit, divine powers, or secret skills, his physique and blood chi alone were enough to kill most Earth immortals. Because of the injury on his chest, Tai Han endured the pain and remained silent. His palm strike was enough to crush the child's head. Lu Ping was alarmed. He had witnessed Tai Han's methods and did not dare to fight him head-on. Lu Ping was about to circulate the immortal arts and divine powers of the Academy to defend against Tai Han's palm when for some reason, an unfamiliar memory surged into his mind. As though he was possessed, he shook his head gently. As though they were sentient, the few pigtails on his head suddenly transformed into a few slender and tender willow branches that whipped towards Tai Han's palm. Piak, piak, piak. There were a few crisp sounds. A few scarlet blood scars appeared on Tai Han's arm. The willow branches wrapped around Tai Han's arm and tightened. To Lu Ping's shock, the willow branches dug into Tai Han's flesh so deep that his bones could be seen. Sticky blood flowed out with a chilling intent. However, the willow branches were fearless and did not have any blood stains. They were still emerald green. If he continued exerting strength, Tai Han's arm might be snapped by a few willow branches. 2232 Humiliation. Ugh. Tai Han grunted and his expression changed. Lu Ping was shocked when he saw that. He had not expected that the unassuming pigtails on his head would be so powerful that they could even break through the defense of Tai Han's flesh. Lu Ping did not know what was going on either. However, a memory suddenly appeared and he controlled the willow branches instinctively. He had fused perfectly with the gigantic willow essence spirit and inherited not only its body, but also its many methods and lineage memories. In fact, he could release the methods of the gigantic willow casually without even cultivating. However, he had just transformed into a human and was still unfamiliar with many methods. For example, he could spread out these few willow branches. One of them was enough to lock Tai Han's arm, while the other willow branches could attack the latter continuously. Tai Han's situation was extremely tragic. His other arm was mangled by Su Zimo's great chaos essence palm and his bones were snapped. Right now, his arm was coiled by Lu Ping and could not move at all, almost snapped. His essence spirit was injured and he could not use the divine power to regrow his severed arm. He merely consumed many elixir pills and relied on his blood chi to recover slowly. To think that he would be restrained once more by this unknown child and his injuries would worsen. Even though his body was extremely battered, there was no hint of submission in Tai Han's eyes. They were still surging with a ferocious glint as he prepared to counterattack. He accepted the fact that he was beaten to such a state by Su Zimo. After all, it was his own lack of competence. However, as the great commander of the Earth Execution Guards, how could he be restrained by a child around 9 years old? Most importantly, he knew that there was no such child among the top experts of the 9 heavens. Tai Han's left arm was crippled and his right arm was bound by the willow branches. The only thing he could move were his legs. After Lu Ping fused with the gigantic willow, the power of his essence spirit increased exponentially and his spirit consciousness reached the heaven immortal realm. His senses were extremely sharp. The moment Tai Han intended to move, Lu Ping had already sensed it. Ha! Lu Ping was still extremely wary of Tai Han. Both parties were so close that he could not release any other methods in time. He could only punch instinctively and shout softly, Tai Han had just raised his leg when Lu Ping's punch landed on his chest. That punch was way too fast. Poof! With a single punch, Tai Han's chest was pierced and his heart exploded. A chubby fist protruded from Tai Han's back, stained with blood. Lu Ping and Tai Han were stunned at the same time, their eyes filled with disbelief. Neither of them expected that punch to severely injure Tai Han. With the rupture of his heart, Tai Han's blood drained rapidly and he looked dispirited. Coupled with the injury to his essence spirit, he had almost lost his combat strength. This body is way too strong. Lu Ping's heart was pounding excitedly. Actually, although his physique was strong after inheriting the body of the gigantic willow, it was not at this level. It was because Tai Han's chest was shattered by Su Zimo's great chaos essence palm first, and his flesh and bones were almost rotten inside. That was the only reason why Lu Ping's punch could penetrate his chest. Blood gushed out of Tai Han's mouth continuously. His body could barely hold on any longer and swayed as he looked down at Lu Ping's face and his pupils constricted. Tai Han tried his best to open his mouth, as though he wanted to say something. However, blood gushed out and his words were intermittent and slurred. It's you. Tai Han finally recognized Lu Ping's face. However, he could not imagine how this academy disciple who should have died after he chased after him in the past could become like this and suddenly possess such immense strength. You recognized me? Very good. Lu Ping composed himself and retracted his fist. Tai Han could not hold on any longer and knelt in front of Lu Ping with a thud, his face pale. Tell me. Lu Ping grabbed Tai Han's collar with his petite hands and said sternly, What did you guys do to junior brother Su? Is he still alive? Tai Han could no longer speak. Blood flowed continuously from the hole in his chest and mouth. Lu Ping frowned and hesitated for a long time, but he did not dare to kill. Immortal Tai Hua was the one who killed senior brother Yi Fei, and Tai Han could not be blamed for it. Most importantly, he was only an ordinary disciple of the academy and had too many reservations. He did not have the guts to kill the great commander of the Earth Execution Guards. Of course, if Su Zimo was encircled and killed by Tai Han and the others, he would kill Tai Han to take revenge for junior brother Su even if he had to risk everything. There was another point. If he did not kill Tai Han, he could even use the latter's life to threaten the other Earth Immortals of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom. That might be able to help junior brother Su. At that thought, Lu Ping grabbed Tai Han by the collar and dragged the latter with his short legs towards the earth-ranking steel. In the square, the expressions of Prince Yuanzhua and Heaven Immortal White Sea were extremely terrible. The losses of the two factions were way too great. Not only did they fail to kill Su Zimo after mobilizing such a large force and even inviting reincarnated immortals, they were even killed by the other party. From this day forth, the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect would become the laughingstock of Divine Firmament Mainland. The two of them had dark gazes and glanced in the direction of Heaven and Earth Academy from time to time. Although they were filled with anger, they could not vent it. Do the two of you have anything to say? Elder Zhong stroked his beard and looked askance at Prince Yuanzhua and Heaven Immortal White Sea before saying leisurely, I remember that someone said earlier on that if the Earth Immortals of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect were to die in the 9 heavens, neither of you would say anything. They can only blame themselves for their lack of competence. You're not the only ones who remember it. All the cultivators here heard it clearly. Elder He chimed in at the side. Prince Yuanzhua was so angry that he nearly vomited blood. Heaven Immortal White Sea grit his teeth. Su Zimo of Heaven and Earth Academy is way too ruthless. Even Immortal Tai Hua of Flying Immortal Sect only killed a single disciple of your academy. Your Su Zimo has already killed a total of 16 Earth Immortals. Good kills. Elder Zhong recalled the tragic death of Yi Fei and could not help but shouted. Ha 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 ha. At the side, Yun Ting laughed as well. What a joke. Your two factions joined forces to kill someone else but were killed instead. How dare you accuse the other party of being too ruthless? Yuanzhua, White Sea. You've disgraced the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect completely. Heaven Immortal White Sea could not speak at all after being scolded by Yun Ting. He could only grit his teeth and endure the hatred in his heart. There were also many cultivators in the crowd whispering as they looked in the direction of the great Jin Immortal Kingdom and flying Immortal sect with disdain. White Sea, you had better be worried about that bullshit reincarnated immortal of your sect. Yun Ting took a sip of strong wine and said indifferently, "Humph." Heaven Immortal White Sea sneered. "Why? If Immortal Tai Hua avoids the battle, can Su Zimo retain him in the 9 heavens?" The moment Heaven Immortal White Sea said that, Su Zimo attacked once more in the 9 heavens. 2,233-36 sabers. 9 heavens. Immortal Tai Hua sped the entire way with Su Zimo right behind him. The distance between them did not shorten at all. However, Su Zimo relied on the burst of his physique, and the distance he crossed with each step was huge. Even Immortal Tai Hua could not shake him off. If time allowed, Su Zimo could naturally continue chasing like this. With the physique and powerful life force of the Green Lotus True Body, he could exhaust Immortal Tai Hua to death. However, this was the 9 heavens. Once 100 Earth Immortals left their names on the Earth ranking stele, all the Earth Immortals would be forcefully shifted out. If he wanted to kill Immortal Tai Hua, he had to do it before the elimination round was over. Su Zimo glared at Immortal Tai Hua's back view with a cold expression. Suddenly, he channeled his spirit consciousness and a gray fog shrouded his hands, forming a gray saber. Swoosh! The saber tore through the air and slashed in the direction of Immortal Tai Hua. The greater divine power. Time is like a saber. Su Zimo's essence spirit and essence chi had recovered to their peak after releasing everlasting vitality. However, he had just released many of his methods and could not use them for the time being. He did not have many trump cards left, and the only thing that could threaten Immortal Tai Hua was the power of time. Fufu. Sensing the energy fluctuation behind him, Immortal Tai Hua chuckled with a mocking expression. A single greater divine power was not a threat to him. Just as the gray saber was about to slash him, Immortal Tai Hua suddenly sidestepped and avoided the time saber by a hair's breadth. However, the time saber chased after Immortal Tai Hua like a leech. Who could dodge the power of time? Even if one cultivated to the Immortal King realm and became an immortal emperor that looked down on the world and reigned through history, they would not be able to avoid the passage of time and would not be able to live forever. That was an untouchable level. Although Immortal Tai Hua dodged repeatedly, the time saber followed him like a shadow. Humph! Immortal Tai Hua sneered. It's just a greater divine power. It's nothing much. Although he said that, he did not dare to be careless. Indeed, he sensed a hint of danger from the gray saber. As Immortal Tai Hua sped forward, he drew a rune with the essence chi on his fingertip and imprinted it towards the time saber behind him. Bang! When the time saber struck the rune, it dissipated and gray fog splattered everywhere, filling the air. A strand of Immortal Tai Hua's long hair was accidentally tainted by the gray fog, and his initially black hair turned gray instantly. When Immortal Tai Hua caught sight of that from the corner of his eye, he was shocked and his expression changed. The power of time? The power of time was the most mysterious and difficult to come into contact with, cultivate and comprehend. Even before his reincarnation, he had not mastered the power of time. In the square, the experts were secretly alarmed as well and looked in the direction of Heaven and Earth Academy instinctively. When did Heaven and Earth Academy possess such a time-divine power? Heaven Abyss of Mountain Sea Immortal Sect frowned. The expressions of many cultivators from the major Immortal Dao clan, Pang clan, of Divine Firmament Mainland changed as well as they recalled something that happened not long ago. Right before the 10,000-year meet, they had just received news that the paragon of their race, Pang Yu, was killed in Heaven and Earth Academy and died on the spot. Pang Yu was a paragon groomed by the Pang clan and highly valued. The fact that he was able to join Heaven and Earth Academy and gain a spot in the intersect was proof of his potential. To think that he would die in Heaven and Earth Academy. This matter caused a huge stir in the Pang clan. Pang Yu had died in a strange manner. He was struck by the power of time and his lifespan was depleted. However, according to the information they knew, the person who killed Pang Yu was a heaven immortal of Heaven and Earth Academy. The power of time released was also far stronger than what Su Zimo had displayed. When Heaven Immortal White Sea saw that Immortal Tai Hua was fine, he heaved a sigh of relief and sneered. You want to kill the reincarnated immortal of Flying Immortal Sect with a single greater, divine power. What a joke! The moment he said that, Su Zimo attacked once more. The gray fog in Su Zimo's hands surged and changed continuously, forming a second gray saber. With a whoosh, it tore through the air and slashed towards Immortal Tai Hua. What happened? That lad released the same divine power consecutively? The crowd exclaimed. Even the many Heaven Immortal experts present were shocked and disbelief filled their eyes. Swoosh! Immediately after, another time saber was conjured and slashed towards Immortal Tai Hua. Look, there's a third gray saber. Fourth, fifth. Many cultivators were shocked and looked at everything in the 9 heavens in disbelief. The greater divine power, time is like a saber, was actually transformed from Baron. The power of the time saber came from the gray fog between Su Zimo's palms. As long as the gray fog and his essence spirit were sufficient, he could release the time saber continuously. Although such methods seemed terrifying, they would become extremely useless at the Heaven Immortal realm. That was because no matter how many time sabers he released, they could not defeat a single supreme divine power. However, in a fight between Earth Immortals, this continuous time saber posed a huge threat to any Earth Immortal. Time was like a saber and every single slash aged one. Immortal Tai Hua did not dare to underestimate every single slash. If he wanted to defend, he could only release divine powers and secret skills continuously to defend against the time sabers. With that, the fight between both parties had silently undergone a change. Both of them were peerless monster incarnates among Earth Immortals. However, there were no techniques to speak of in this exchange, and it turned into a battle of attrition of essence spirit and essence chi. Whoever's essence spirit could not withstand it first would die. Whoever exhausted their essence chi first would die. Sigh. Suddenly, perfected Immortal Xianxia sighed with a conflicted expression. He looked at the green-robed cultivator in the 9 heavens and murmured, "That lad is way too terrifying." By terrifying, Xianxia was not only referring to Su Zimo's trump cards. More than that, it was because of Su Zimo's control and judgment of the situation. It was as everyone had thought. If Immortal Tai Hua chose to avoid the battle and escape wholeheartedly, Su Zimo would not be able to hold Immortal Tai Hua back, let alone kill him. But now Immortal Tai Hua had to fight. Not only that, the battle had turned into a war of attrition. There were no techniques or melee combat or long-range attacks. There were only the roughest and simplest clashes that consumed energy continuously. If Immortal Tai Hua could not hold on first and his essence chi was depleted along with the power of his essence spirit, he would truly not have a chance to escape. This might be the only chance to hold back Immortal Tai Hua. Initially, there was no such opportunity. Su Zimo was the one who forcefully created it and forced Immortal Tai Hua into a corner. Despite the fact that he was a reincarnated perfected immortal, he encountered such a ruthless person the moment he came out of seclusion after cultivating and was led by the nose the entire time. Many Heaven Immortal experts lamented when they saw that. When Immortal Tai Hua sensed the gray sabers flying behind him, his expression changed as well. He did not dare to stop and could only channel his essence spirit wildly, releasing many divine powers and secret skills to defend against the power of the time sabers. Great ripping technique, coiling slash, armor bursting seal, great sun saber. In an extremely short period of time, Su Zimo released 36 time sabers. Immortal Tai Hua's long hair danced and his eyes shone brightly. He channeled his essence spirit to its limits, as well and released 36 different divine powers and secret skills. Instantly, divine powers clashed and shook the world, causing the weather to change. 2234 Tai Hua's death. Many cultivators felt their blood pump at the sight of that exchange. After releasing a divine power, ordinary cultivators would have to pause between releases to allow their essence spirits to recover. Otherwise, the burden on the essence spirit would be too great and the toll on it would be immense. The more condensed the essence spirit was, the shorter the time lapse. For people like Yunting, Taihua, and Feng Yin, even if they released multiple divine powers and secret skills in succession, their essence spirits could withstand it. Now that everyone had the chance to witness such a flurry of attacks and divine powers, they were all ecstatic. This is a true peerless expert. To think that the killing power of an Earth immortal expert could reach such a level. Immortal Taihua has reincarnated and has the imprint of his previous life. As such, his essence spirit is even more condensed, so it's understandable. However, Su Zimo came from the lower worlds, and yet, his essence spirit hasn't collapsed, and he can still fight against Immortal Taihua. Exclamations, shouts and cheers intertwined into a buzzing sound that reverberated through the square. Brother Su sure is capable, Xianxia said. The reason why reincarnated immortals are strong is because they possess a previous lifetime of cultivation. Although they only recovered a little of their memories, their combat experience, combat skills, judgment, control, and knowledge of the situation far surpassed their peers. And now, Brother Su forced Immortal Taihua to such a state where his experience and techniques are useless. He can only continue to go against Brother Su. Your Highness, who do you think will win this battle? Naturally, Su Xiaotian hoped that Su Zimo would win. However, he was still worried. After all, Su Zimo had expended too much energy in consecutive battles along the way. Furthermore, the other party was a reincarnated immortal and could not be underestimated. I'm not sure, Xianxia said in a deep voice. Both of their essence spirits are at the level of a grade 1 heaven immortal. They should still have trump cards that they haven't used. Once they use those trump cards, that will probably be the time to determine the victor. In the 9 heavens, both parties fought in such a manner and pushed the combat to its climax in an extremely short period of time. After 36 slashes, Su Zimo's eyes shone brightly and his aura intensified. He fought fiercer and fiercer without any signs of stopping. Swash! 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 Gray fog shrouded in front of Su Zimo and changed turbulently. A few time sabers were formed once more and were ready to strike. Su Zimo! Suddenly, Immortal Taihua stopped in his tracks and spun around, shouting, "If you want to fight, we'll fight outside the 9 heavens and at the ranking battle of the Earth ranking. How about that?" Although Immortal Taihua's voice was loud, it was clear from his tone that he was on the losing end. "I want to take your life right now." Su Zimo glared at Immortal Taihua coldly and said calmly. Immortal Taihua glared at Su Zimo with a menacing expression and hollered, "Su Zimo, don't push your luck. If I'm truly forced into a corner, I'll fight you to the death and you won't be able to survive either." Naturally, Immortal Taihua still had a trump card. However, he was not confident that he could kill Su Zimo even if he released it. If he failed, he might die here. That was the reason why Immortal Taihua did not dare to use this trump card. "Fight me to the death?" Su Zimo was unmoved and had a fearless expression. In fact, he ignored Immortal Taihua and released the time saber that was condensed in front of him, slashing towards Taihua. After releasing 36 divine powers and secret skills in succession, Immortal Taihua's essence spirit could no longer hold on and ached. If this continued, he would be exhausted to death. "Die!" Immortal Taihua hollered and channeled his essence spirit wildly. The essence chi in his hands drew mysterious and complicated runes in midair that were filled with sharp killing intent. A terrifying divine power spread and surged towards Su Zimo. "Immortal slaying talisman," perfected Immortal Xialing exclaimed softly. That was a supreme divine power of flying immortal sect. Once released, it could sever the opponent's life force and was extremely terrifying. "Victory is about to be decided," Xianxia murmured softly without blinking. Countless cultivators watched with bated breaths as well. When that supreme divine power was released, Immortal Taihua's essence spirit turned incomparably weak and his face turned pale. Poof! 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 When the few-time sabers collided against the immortal slaying talisman in midair, they could not defend against it at all and dissipated. "You finally attacked!" Su Zimo looked at the incoming immortal slaying talisman without any fear. Instead, There was a hint of mockery in his eyes, as though he had been waiting for a long time. Bang! The immortal slaying talisman imprinted itself on Su Zimo's chest, and a tremendous power surged into the green lotus true body instantly, destroying a large amount of life force. His flesh, bones and organs were severely injured and his life force drained rapidly. However, the life force of the grade 10 green lotus true body far surpassed other living beings and was unimaginably boundless. If that supreme divine power struck a dragon, it could even kill them. However, Su Zimo managed to survive with the powerful regeneration capabilities of his green lotus true body. Although his life force was weak, it was recovering slowly. Only the grade 10 green lotus true body could receive a supreme divine power head-on without dying. Of course, more importantly, Immortal Tai Hua's essence spirit was only at the grade 1 heaven immortal realm and could not unleash the full power of the immortal slaying talisman. If a grade 9 heaven immortal released that supreme divine power, even the grade 10 green lotus true body would be shattered. Furthermore, Immortal Tai Hua had exchanged 36 divine powers with Su Zimo first and his essence spirit was weak. The power of that supreme divine power was reduced by another level. The collision with the time sabers reduced its strength once more. When it truly landed on Su Zimo, it no longer posed much of a threat. Everything was under Su Zimo's control. He's not dead. Immortal Tai Hua focused his gaze. He saw Su Zimo's figure. Although the latter swayed slightly and coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood weakly, his life force was not severed. Furthermore, his life force was recovering rapidly. You won't get another chance to reincarnate. Su Zimo's expression was calm as he said indifferently. Channeling his essence spirit and circulating his divine power, he pointed at Immortal Tai Hua through the void and spat out 2 words. Fleeting moment. Immortal Tai Hua's pupils constricted violently as a strong sense of danger enveloped him, as though he was about to die the next moment. He wanted to escape and break free from that terrifying feeling, but he could not. He wanted to release another supreme divine power, but his essence spirit felt immense pain and his mind spun, almost fainting. At that moment, he finally understood something. All of Su Zimo's previous methods were to force him to release that supreme divine power. Su Zimo would only release this killing move after his immortal slaying talisman was released. By then, he would no longer have the strength to defend. Time was like a saber, a fleeting moment. Right in front of everyone, Immortal Tai Hua looked like he was in his twilight years. His hair was white and he looked withered and old. His face was filled with wrinkles that looked like they were carved by a blade. All the vigor, glory, pride and drive in him vanished instantly. Why you? Immortal Tai Hua's blood chi was weak and his body was hunched. His eyes were cloudy and filled with fear as he extended his skinny arm and pointed at Su Zimo, as though he wanted to say something. However, in the end, the reincarnated immortal fell backwards and his essence spirit was destroyed, extinguishing his life force. Now that his soul was dispersed, he would no longer have the chance to reincarnate. He had lost his life in the 9 heavens. 2235 suspicious even after killing Immortal Tai Hua. Su Zimo did not let down his guard. Instead, he turned around slowly and looked in the direction diagonally behind him. In the sandstorm, a figure stood there, faintly visible. He had been watching the battle for a long time and emitted a powerful aura without leaving. The other reincarnated immortal, Feng Yin. Su Zimo did not know Feng Yin well and knew nothing about the character and methods of this reincarnated immortal. Worried that this person would take advantage of the situation and attack him, Su Zimo did not dare to be careless. Actually, Feng Yin had indeed thought of taking the opportunity to kill Su Zimo at that moment. The methods displayed by Su Zimo had already made him feel deep fear. If he was in Immortal Tai Hua's position, he would not be able to escape death against such methods either. This person was definitely his greatest opponent for the Earth ranking. It would naturally be best if such a huge threat could be resolved beforehand. However, on second thought, Feng Yin realized that Su Zimo was already at the end of his rope and was of no threat. As a reincarnated immortal, if he were to hit someone when they were down in front of everyone, Even if he won, he would be mocked by the world. The elimination round was about to end and the ranking battle would begin soon. There was no way Su Zimo could recover much essence chi and stamina in such a short period of time, and he had already used up all his trump cards. At that time, he could still defeat Su Zimo openly in the ranking battle. There was no need for him to attack here and become a topic of discussion. Furthermore, if he attacked now, he would definitely offend Heaven and Earth Academy. The losses outweighed the gains. In the ranking battle, he could defeat or kill Su Zimo legitimately, and there was nothing Heaven and Earth Academy could say. Feng Yin stood there for a long time. Most importantly, he was shocked by the scene of Su Zimo killing Immortal Tai Hua. 36 greater divine powers were released in succession. He used his physical body to defend against a supreme divine power head-on. Thereafter, he released a supreme divine power that could exhaust a person's lifespan instantly and even cause their lifespan to vanish in an irreversible manner. Such methods were way too terrifying when released by an Earth Immortal. This battle had indeed shocked Feng Yin. Taking a deep breath of air, Feng Yin composed himself and thought about it. Finally, he smiled indifferently and turned to leave. No matter what, he was the biggest winner for the Earth ranking this time round. Su Zimo had exhausted all his methods and had expended too much energy. He was injured and could no longer fight him. The rest were nothing to fear. The square outside the 9 heavens was already noisy. The ranking battle was the main event for every Earth ranking competition. After the baptism of the elimination round, the final 100 paragons and monster incarnates would fight one another in pairs. That was the greatest show. However, nobody expected such an intense battle to break out in the elimination round. Initially, I thought that with the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect joining forces and the presence of a reincarnated immortal, paragons and monster incarnates such as Qing Qinzi and Taihan, there should be no doubt about the outcome. Who would have thought? It was way too tragic. There were 22 Earth Immortals from the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect who took part in the elimination round this time round. 18 of them died in this battle. Even the reincarnated Immortal is dead. The Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect suffered immense losses this time round. This is truly disastrous for them. When they heard the discussions around them, the expressions of Prince Yuanzhua and Heaven Immortal White Sea were extremely grim. Dark shadows covered their faces and their clenched fists trembled slightly as they tried their best to suppress the anger in their hearts. Prior to this, Prince Yuanzhua even declared that he wanted to teach Heaven and Earth Academy a lesson and remove them from the Earth ranking. Right now, hurry and stop talking. This incident is already extremely humiliating for the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect. Only one disciple of Heaven and Earth Academy died. On their side, almost everyone is dead. Compared to Prince Yuanzhua and Heaven Immortal White Sea, the elders of Heaven and Earth Academy were naturally invigorated and in high spirits. However, the elders still felt a hint of sadness. They could not let go of Yi Fei's death. In the seats of the Pang clan, the Pang clansmen looked at the tragic death of Immortal Tai Hua in the 9 heavens and frowned with grim expressions. The way Tai Hua died was exactly the same as Pang Yu. Could there be more to Pang Yu's death? Could this supreme divine power be imparted to this lad by Yang Ruoxu of Heaven and Earth Academy? A few Pang clansmen sent voice transmissions with their spirit consciousnesses. It's not so easy to comprehend a supreme divine power of time. From what I know, the reason why Pang Yu died that day was because of another outer sect disciple of Heaven and Earth Academy. Go back and check who that outer sect disciple is. Prior to this, although the Pang clansmen knew the cause, none of them took this outer sect disciple to heart. No one would link the death of a grade 9 Heaven Immortal to an outer sect disciple of the Academy who was an Earth Immortal. But now, the death of Immortal Tai Hua had aroused the suspicions of the Pang clan. 9 heavens. Naturally, Su Zimo knew that he would definitely be noticed by the Pang clan if he released Fleeting Moment. However, he had no other choice if he wanted to kill Immortal Tai Hua as soon as possible. Furthermore, he was the one who caused Pang Yu's death, and senior brother Yang Ruoxu was the one who bore all the pressure and hostility for him. This matter should not be shouldered by Yang Ruoxu. He had obtained many treasures in the 9 heavens this time round, and the hell suppression tripod was about to be completely repaired. At that time, when the 4 sacred souls awakened, they would be comparable to at least 4 top-tier heaven immortals. It would not be so easy for the Pang clan to kill him either. Furthermore, when he returned this time round, he would begin to cultivate in seclusion and break through to the heaven immortal realm. The Pang clan had no chance at all. No matter how bold they would not dare to charge into the academy to take revenge. Su Zimo looked at Immortal Tai Hua beneath his feet and removed the latter's storage bag before putting it away. Thereafter, Su Zimo used his palm like a saber and slashed down along Immortal Tai Hua's throat, severing his head. This is the outcome of anyone who tries to kill me. Su Zimo yanked Immortal Tai Hua's pale hair and raised the head high, gazing at the firmaments. His eyes revealed a sinister glint as he shouted. That action caused an uproar outside the 9 heavens. This was a provocation to Prince Yuanzhua and Heaven Immortal White Sea. This was a declaration of war against the 2 of them. Bastard ant! Prince Yuanzhua grit his teeth in anger with a dark expression. The outcome of this battle was equivalent to a slap to the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect. Apart from the chaos caused by Feng Cantion in the past, the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom had never been humiliated like this ever since it was established. It was the same for Flying Immortal Sect. However, this time round, not only did Flying Immortal Sect lose all face, even Zither Immortal Meng Yao's reputation was damaged. What sort of a figure was the dignified Zither Immortal? What sort of bearing did she possess? In order to deal with a Grade 8 Earth Immortal, they did not hesitate to invite a reincarnated immortal out of seclusion. Although they mobilized such a large force, they were completely wiped out. This was definitely a pitiable outcome. Nobody knew how the Zither Immortal would react once she knew about this. 2236 Breaking the Seals Level 5. Dozens of cultivators were still surrounding the Earth-ranking steel, looking at the blood-stained battlefield not far away with a burning gaze. On the battlefield, the corpses of the 16 Earth Immortals of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect were scattered. The storage bags of the corpses were still tied to their waists. At that time, Su Zimo was chasing after Immortal Tai Hua and time was tight. Naturally, he did not have time to clean up the battlefield and collect the storage bags of the corpses. Who do you guys think will win the battle between Su Zimo and Immortal Tai Hua? Don't worry. If Immortal Tai Hua were to escape wholeheartedly and avoid the battle, Su Zimo won't be able to catch up to him. That's right. I reckon that the 2 of them will have to wait till the ranking battle to determine the victor. Everyone waited for a while. When they saw that Su Zimo had not returned, some cultivators could not help but harbor other thoughts. A cultivator of Imperial Wind Temple was tempted and ran towards the battlefield. Waving his robes, he collected the storage bags of the corpses and placed them in his bag. Mo Qian, what are you doing? When Princess Scarlet Rainbow saw that, her beautiful eyes widened as she questioned loudly with a sullen expression. Although her body was sealed by Immortal Tai Hua's power, she could not move and could only speak. I'm just cleaning up the battlefield. What's wrong? Mo Qian rolled his eyes and replied in a huff. These storage bags are ownerless. What's wrong? You can't take them for yourself, and yet you refuse to let others take them. Princess Scarlet Rainbow. Ownerless. Princess Scarlet Rainbow glared at Mo Qian and ground her canine teeth, saying slowly, These Earth Immortals were killed by junior brother Su of my academy. Everyone witnessed it. Naturally, these storage bags belong to junior brother Su as well. How can you have the cheek to say that they are ownerless? Fufu. Mo Qian sneered. He's already gone and he didn't take the storage bags. Who knows, he might not be interested. You! Princess Scarlet Rainbow was momentarily speechless. Xieyun frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, Fellow Taoist Mo Qian, have you thought about how Su Zimo would react if he returned and saw you take away those storage bags? There was clearly a hint of fear in Mo Qian's eyes. But soon, he calmed down and pouted. Don't bother trying to scare me. Su Zimo is off chasing after Immortal Tai Hua. Who knows when or if he'll even return. Furthermore, so what if he returns? If he didn't pick up these storage bags, Why can't others? Right then, Feng Yin's figure appeared not far away and walked over. When Mo Qian saw Feng Yin, he was even more confident and harumphed coldly. Imperial Wind Temple has a reincarnated immortal as well. With senior brother Feng Yin here, how will he dare to snatch things from a disciple of Imperial Wind Temple? When Princess Scarlet Rainbow saw this unreasonable person, she grit her teeth in hatred. However, she could not break free from the seal and attack. Suddenly, a short figure was running over from the direction of level 4. That person seemed to be dragging someone else on the ground in a strange manner. Who is this fellow Taoist that's arriving? Everyone watched as the figure approached rapidly with dumbfounded expressions. The intruder was a child around 9 years old. His face was pink and he wore a green shirt with a few small pigtails on his head. As he ran, his hair fluttered slightly and he looked rather cute. When did such a child appear in the elimination round of the 9 heavens? He's probably from some unknown sect or faction that has nobody else to represent them. What a pity that a child as such has to suffer to take part in the fight for the Earth ranking. A few cultivators shook their heads. But soon, everyone recognized the identity of the person in the child's hands, and their expressions changed. It was the great commander of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom's Earth Execution Guards, Tai Han. Tai Han was severely injured by Su Zimo and had already escaped from this place. How did he end up in the hands of this child? Although Tai Han was in a sorry state when he left, he could still move. But now, Tai Han's arms were crippled, and there was a bloody hole the size of an arm in his chest. He was dragged the entire way and his hair was covered in dust. He looked extremely miserable and dispirited. No one could recognize him right away. What was wrong with Tai Han? Did he encounter another strong foe and was saved by this child? Everyone looked at the approaching child with puzzled expressions. When the child arrived and saw the corpses and blood on the battlefield, he was shocked as well. Pest! They were all dead? The child recognized that the people who died were from the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect. The child was shocked. Could it be Junior Brother Su's doing? Could it be that Junior Brother Su was also the reason why Tai Han was severely injured? However, he quickly recalled that he had something more important. His gaze shifted and landed on Princess Scarlet Rainbow, who was not far away. Senior Sister Scarlet Rainbow, where's Junior Brother Su? Panting slightly, the child asked worriedly with an anxious expression. Did Junior Brother Su win? Where did he go? Where's Immortal Tai Hua? Child. Which sect are you from? Princess Scarlet Rainbow was confused by the child's manner of addressing her, and merely felt that the child's features looked familiar. However, even if he looked familiar, there was no way he could act so chummy with her. Senior Sister Scarlet Rainbow and Junior Brother Su? How old was this child? Was his Junior Brother Su an infant? Senior Sister Scarlet Rainbow, it's me. When the child saw the confusion in Princess Scarlet Rainbow's eyes, he hurriedly explained in his childish voice, I'm Lu Ping. Lu Ping. Princess Scarlet Rainbow was stunned. The other Heaven and Earth Academy disciples were dumbfounded as well. Now that you mention it, the more I look at it, the more you resemble. Princess Scarlet Rainbow murmured softly. Aya. The child was anxious and waved his small hands, gesturing. In any case, something unexpected happened. Junior Brother Su helped me reincarnate through assimilation and changed my body, causing me to look like this. Although that statement sounded like a fantasy, everyone gradually accepted it as they looked at that familiar face. Ah, right? Lu Ping slapped his head with his tiny hands and suddenly recalled something. Senior Sister Scarlet Rainbow, you guys have been sealed. I'll help you guys remove the restrictions right now. Lu Ping loosened his grip and threw the half-dead Tai Han on the ground before walking towards Princess Scarlet Rainbow. There's no need to trouble yourself. You won't be able to dispel it? Princess Scarlet Rainbow sighed gently. Let me give it a try. Lu Ping rubbed his chubby hands eagerly. Xiayun shook his head gently and smiled. Child, you're interesting. These seals were left behind by a reincarnated immortal. Even with my strength, I can only dispel the seal on their mouths. Bang! 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 Before Xiayun could finish, Lu Ping shook his head gently. A few pigtails on his head suddenly extended and transformed into a few soft and tender willow branches, tapping Princess Scarlet Rainbow a few times. Princess Scarlet Rainbow shuddered and her body swayed slightly. She staggered and almost fell. Xiayun's expression froze. He opened his mouth slightly but could not continue. Disbelief appeared in Princess Scarlet Rainbow's eyes as well. She tried to move her arm and circulate her blood qi. Everything was fine. The seals within her body had already been removed. 2237 return. It's really dispelled. Princess Scarlet Rainbow was excited and invigorated. Hee hee. Lu Ping rubbed his chubby hands and grinned. He was also happy to possess such power and be able to help his fellow senior brothers and sisters. Lu Ping, you're amazing. Princess Scarlet Rainbow's character was a little lively to begin with. After being sealed by Immortal Tai Hua for so long, she could not move at all and was truly suffocated. Suddenly, she reached out and placed her hands on Lu Ping's tender face, rubbing it vigorously as she beamed. Little Lu Ping, so you were so cute when you were young. Lu Ping was dizzy from Princess Scarlet Rainbow's rubbing, but he did not dare to react, afraid that he might hurt her if he did not control his strength properly. Junior sister Scarlet Rainbow, let go of him quickly and let him help us remove the seals. Junior brother Lu, hurry over and untie us. The other fellow disciples of Heaven and Earth Academy shouted hurriedly as well. Princess Scarlet Rainbow rubbed for a long time before putting Lu Ping down. As though he had drunk strong wine, Lu Ping swayed towards his fellow senior brothers and released the seals on the other disciples of the academy. How did he suddenly become so strong? Xiayun frowned slightly. Lu Ping, who had turned into a child, seemed to have become a potential opponent for him as well. How is junior brother Su? Where is he? Lu Ping asked again. Junior brother Su is fine. He went to hunt down Immortal Tai Hua. Princess Scarlet Rainbow pointed to the corpses on the battlefield not far away. These Earth Immortals of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect were killed by Junior Brother Su. Lu Ping, you didn't see it. Junior Brother Su's battle was truly earth-shaking. That's right, it was way too scary. 18 peak Earth Immortals joined forces, but 16 of them were killed by Junior Brother Su and one of them was severely injured. Even Immortal Tai Hua was scared off. Listening to the chatter of the Heaven and Earth Academy disciples, Lu Ping could gradually imagine the grandeur of this battle. I'll help Junior Brother Su, Lu Ping said in a deep voice. There's no way to help. An Academy disciple shook his head. Junior Brother Su is chasing after Immortal Tai Hua. We don't even know where the two of them went. How are you going to find them? True. Lu Ping lowered his head slightly. Right. There's something else that has to be resolved. When Princess Scarlet Rainbow saw the corpses on the battlefield, she suddenly thought of something and turned to Imochen. She extended her palm and shouted, "Hand over the storage bags." What are you shouting for? Imochen raised his brow and said impatiently, What storage bags? I don't know what you're talking about. Be it on the Earth ranking prediction or the actual steel, he was ranked in the top 20. In terms of combat strength, he was not inferior to Princess Scarlet Rainbow. The Earth Immortals of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect were killed by my junior brother Su. Those storage bags naturally belong to him. Don't even think about taking them for yourself. Princess Scarlet Rainbow argued logically and refused to show weakness. Fufu. Imochen could not help but laugh. Interesting. Su Zimo has been gone for so long, but no one has touched those storage bags. They are clearly ownerless and anyone can take them. Why? If Su Zimo doesn't return for 10,000 years, no one is allowed to take those storage bags. You! Princess Scarlet Rainbow was enraged. Although she knew that Imochen was being unreasonable, she had her reservations and did not want to fight against an Earth Immortal of Imperial Wind Temple for the sake of those storage bags. There were also 11 Earth Immortals of Imperial Wind Temple here who were looking over with hostile expressions. If both parties were to fight, there was a high chance that it would turn into a chaotic battle between the two factions. On the side of Imperial Wind Temple, there was also a reincarnated immortal, Feng Yin, presiding over. In today's battle, Heaven and Earth Academy was already on bad terms with the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect. It was truly unwise to fight against cultivators of Imperial Wind Temple because of some storage bags. Senior Sister Scarlet Rainbow, why don't we forget about it? Lu Ping tugged gently at the hem of Princess Scarlet Rainbow's clothes and whispered, "It's just a few storage bags. There's most likely nothing good inside." "I know that too." Princess Scarlet Rainbow was indignant and frowned. "I just can't take this lying down. Why should I have to? Enough people have died today. I don't want to see anything happen to you guys." Lu Ping murmured with a worried expression. He was reborn and his combat strength increased exponentially. However, this was his nature and he had many reservations. He was worried that another disciple of the Academy would die if a massive battle broke out between the two factions. Lu Ping witnessed senior brother Yi Fei's tragic death personally. The impact on him was way too great. He could not bear to see his seniors of the same sect die in front of him again. Although his combat strength was indeed not bad, he was not confident that he could defeat Feng Yin. If a chaotic battle broke out, he was even less confident of protecting everyone from Heaven and Earth Academy. When she heard Lu Ping's words, Princess Scarlet Rainbow's expression dimmed, and she could not help but sigh deeply when she thought of Yi Fei who had died not long ago. "Forget it." Princess Scarlet Rainbow lowered her head slightly and murmured before turning to leave. "Fu?" Mo Qian sneered and rolled his eyes, pouting his lips. "Some people just don't know their limits. Someone else is here. How did he come from that direction? This is—" Right then, a series of voices sounded from beside the earth-ranking steel. Su Zimo, a cultivator, recognized the figure and suddenly shrieked. Instantly, the surroundings of the earth-ranking steel fell silent. Those words seemed to possess a demonic power. Even the howling winds in the world seemed to have calmed down. Everyone shut their mouths at the same time and looked at the figure that was getting closer and clearer. Instinctively, they held their breaths and focused with frightened expressions. Dozens of cultivators felt as though their throats were being choked by a pair of invisible hands and they could not breathe. It was an invisible pressure that was indescribable but real. Gradually, Mo Qian's expression changed and turned incomparably pale. As for the cultivators of Heaven and Earth Academy, their eyes widened in excitement as they looked at the approaching figure in disbelief. Finally, the figure passed through the sandstorm and appeared before everyone. Dozens of cultivators looked down slightly and their pupils constricted when they saw Su Zimo's hand. It was a bloodied head that had just been severed. Although his face was incomparably old and filled with wrinkles, everyone could recognize that it was Immortal Tai Hua's face. Pest! Immortal Tai Hua was dead. Immortal Tai Hua abandoned Taihan and escaped alone. Despite that, he was unable to avoid this calamity and was hunted to death by Su Zimo, even having his head cut off. Looking at Su Zimo's refined face, everyone could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. Fufu. Right then, Taihan, who was paralyzed on the ground and could barely move, suddenly smiled when he saw that. A mocking look flashed through his eyes. Immortal Tai Hua abandoned him and escaped alone. To think that he would end up dying before him. This was fate. Su Zimo carried Immortal Tai Hua's head and returned to this place. His gaze shifted to Taihan, who was not far away. 2238 Peerless Might. Junior brother Su. I've caught Taihan. When Lu Ping saw that Su Zimo noticed Taihan, he hurriedly turned back and pulled the ladder over. Thankfully, you injured him severely. That's why I was able to capture him alive with ease. Su Zimo shifted his gaze towards the child in green. I'm Lu Ping. For some reason, I look like this after taking on human form. Lu Ping spread his hands helplessly. Su Zimo nodded slightly with a calm expression. He was the one who helped Lu Ping assimilate and synthesize the gigantic willow essence spirit to inherit the latter's body. As such, he was not surprised by the outcome. Junior brother Su, Taihan is basically a cripple. How should we deal with him? Lu Ping asked again. Su Zimo did not say anything. He merely went forward and pulled Taihan over from Lu Ping's hands. Without saying anything, he raised his palm like a knife and slashed Taihan's neck, Fresh blood gushed out. Tai Han's blood was not warm. It emitted a cold aura. Su Zimo severed Tai Han's head with a single palm strike. The dozens of cultivators in the surroundings shuddered. Mo Qian's eyelids fluttered and the muscles at the corner of his mouth twitched uncontrollably with a terrible expression. The great commander of the great Jin Immortal Kingdom's Earth Execution Guards and the reincarnated perfected immortal of Flying Immortal sect seemed no different from ordinary livestock in this person's eyes. He killed so decisively, nonchalantly, and indifferently. Even everyone from Heaven and Earth Academy was secretly alarmed, let alone others. After Immortal Tai Hua killed senior brother Yi Fei, everyone naturally wanted to settle scores with him. However, if any of them were asked to kill Immortal Tai Hua right in front of everyone, they would have reservations and hesitate. This person before him was the only one who was decisive to kill without reservations. In the square. Good, good, good. When Prince Yuanzhou saw that, his eyes revealed a dark gaze, and he wished that he could charge into the 9 heavens personally to kill Su Zimo. Heaven Immortal White Sea had long put away his folding fan and sat at the table expressionlessly. The encirclement of the great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal sect had failed completely. 18 Earth Immortals led by Immortal Tai Hua, Tai Han and Qing Chunzi died in Su Zimo's hands without exception. Although there were still 4 Earth Immortals left from the 2 factions, they would not amount to much even if they joined forces. Those Earth Immortals had yet to reach the Earth Immortal steel. It was clear that their methods were far inferior to the people who died and were naturally not a threat to Su Zimo. After beheading Tai Han, Su Zimo walked towards the battlefield and beheaded the Earth Immortal corpses of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal sect. 18 heads dripped with fresh blood. Some of them died tragically, some of them looked horrified, some of them had menacing features, and some of them were mangled. A refined, scholarly man wielded the 18 bloodied heads in his hands, creating a stark contrast that sent shivers down one's spine. I've already said that these people will have to die with Senior Brother Yi, Su Zimo said. Bring Senior Brother Ye's corpse back to the academy. The heads of these people will be placed in front of Senior Brother Ye's tomb as tributes. The eyes of everyone from Heaven and Earth Academy reddened. This might be the greatest consolation for Yi Fei. He did not die in vain. His single death caused 18 peak Earth Immortals of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal sect to die with him, including a reincarnated perfected immortal. What were you guys arguing about earlier on? Su Zimo looked at Princess Scarlet Rainbow and suddenly asked. Princess Scarlet Rainbow glanced at Mo Qian, who was not far away, and hesitated. Initially, she wanted to tell him everything. But now, judging from Su Zimo's condition, she was worried that he might not be able to defeat Feng Yin if he were to fight against the cultivators of Imperial Wind Temple for the sake of some storage bags. It's nothing. Princess Scarlet Rainbow lowered her head slightly and averted her gaze. Naturally, Su Zimo could tell that Princess Scarlet Rainbow was hiding something. He surveyed his surroundings and swept his gaze across the corpses on the battlefield. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat as he asked, "Where are the storage bags on the corpses?" Some cultivators of Heaven and Earth Academy turned around instinctively and looked in the direction of Imperial Wind Temple. Su Zimo realized what happened as he carried the 18 bloodied heads and walked over slowly. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before a few cultivators of Imperial Wind Temple. When Su Zimo's gaze swept past them, Mo Qian and the others felt their hairs stand on end and their scalps prickle. Who took them? Su Zimo asked indifferently. His tone was calm and emotionless. However, Mo Qian felt an unimaginable pressure and could barely breathe. I? Unable to take it, Mo Qian chuckled dryly and stuttered. When I saw you leave W without picking you up those storage B-bags, I thought. Su Zimo did not say anything and merely looked at Mo Qian quietly. Mo Qian's tone turned weaker and weaker, and he finally could not continue. He could only hear his own heavy breathing and the sound of blood dripping onto the ground from the 18 heads. Every single drop sounded like the footsteps of the King of Hell. Earlier on, he quibbled self-righteously and confidently in front of Princess Scarlet Rainbow and the other disciples of Heaven and Earth Academy. But now, Mo Qian could not bring himself to say the words ownerless objects. It was as though a calamity was about to descend upon him the moment he said those words. Gradually, a thin layer of sweat appeared on Mo Qian's forehead as a bead-sized drop of sweat slid down his face. It was a little itchy, but he did not dare to wipe it. "Don't be afraid." Right then, a voice sounded in Mo Qian's mind. Senior brother Feng Yin was sending a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness. Mo Qian was invigorated and the fear in his heart seemed to have faded significantly. He glanced sideways in Feng Yin's direction. At that moment, Feng Yin was standing not far away, watching over. His eyes shone with a divine light and his aura was gathered, ready to strike. Mo Qian calmed down and took a deep breath. He mustered his courage and turned to Su Zimo. Just as he was about to quibble, Su Zimo spoke once more. "Hand them over." There were no unnecessary words, only 3 words. His tone was still calm. However, the courage that Mo Qian had just mustered was destroyed by those 3 words, and he almost broke down mentally. Nobody could understand the pressure that Mo Qian was experiencing against Su Zimo right now. Su Zimo had just killed 18 peak Earth Immortals, and even the reincarnated perfected Immortal died in his hands. This was a supreme might that was built from blood, killing and corpses and possessed an unstoppable power. In front of Su Zimo, Mo Qian felt like a weak little rabbit. However, Su Zimo was an ancient ferocious beast that had just torn countless living beings apart and exuded a torrential malevolent aura. In the face of such a ferocious beast, Mo Qian prostrated on the ground and shivered. Mo Qian dared to guarantee that if Su Zimo were to attack, even Feng Yin would not be able to save him. "Here, it's all here." Mo Qian broke down completely and his spirit consciousness moved, pulling out the storage bags and handing them to Su Zimo with both hands. "Very good." Su Zimo nodded and his gaze seemed much kinder. He patted Mo Qian on the shoulder and said gently, "I might not be interested in these storage bags. However, you have to remember that these are mine. You can't take them unless I give them to you." "Gee, got it." Mo Qian shuddered and nodded instinctively. 2239 name on steel. Trash. In the square, Heaven Immortal Green Peak frowned when he saw that and could not help but curse. "How dare you embarrass Imperial Wind Temple? They belong to Su Zimo to begin with. It's nothing much to return them to him." Perfected Immortal Xie Ling smiled gently and consoled. Heaven Immortal Green Peak's expression softened. However, Mo Qian's performance in front of Su Zimo earlier on was way too poor. He was as obedient as a little white rabbit. "After we return to the sect, I'll have this Mo Qian reside in the servant courtyard." Heaven Immortal Green Peak thought to himself and had already decided on Mo Qian's future. Level 5. Feng Yin retracted his gaze and sighed, lamenting internally. It would naturally be best if he could get rid of Su Zimo in advance. However, he had no reason and could not attack unreasonably in level 5. If a conflict broke out because of this, he could naturally step in and suppress Su Zimo. That was the reason why he told Mo Qian not to be afraid. He was waiting for the conflict to escalate. However, to think that Su Zimo did not even have to move a single finger and merely said a few words softly before Mo Qian returned the storage bags obediently. Since things had come to this, Feng Yin could not say anything and could only close his eyes to rest once more. Su Zimo glanced at Feng Yin, who was not far away. Earlier on, he felt immense hostility from this reincarnated immortal. However, it was retracted quickly. Not far away, another cultivator of Heaven and Earth Academy arrived. He was shocked when he saw the bloody battlefield. Before long, a cultivator from the same sect went forward to explain, and everyone headed to the Earth ranking stele to carve their names. "Junior Brother Su, you haven't left your name here yet." Princess Scarlet Rainbow pointed to the stele and said, "Only those who leave their names on it are qualified to enter the final ranking battle." Su Zimo had killed 18 Earth Immortals and there were 18 empty spots. However, the disciples of Heaven and Earth Academy went forward to leave their names and almost filled the empty spots. Furthermore, cultivators arrived continuously during the battle and left their names on the Earth ranking stele. There were already more than 60 names on it. Su Zimo went forward and wrote his name on the steel. The moment he left his name, his final ranking in the elimination round was already decided. 68th. In his consciousness, the hell suppression tripod moved. The treasure of level 5 should be nearby. Su Zimo circled around the earth ranking steel before retreating slowly. He looked up and suddenly frowned slightly. The gigantic steel was 100 feet tall, and at the 90 feet position, there were 2 names listed side by side. It was extremely striking and was above everyone else. One of them was Tai Hua. What's with that? Su Zimo pointed to the 2 names and asked. They're all competitive and don't want their reputation to be inferior to others, Princess Scarlet Rainbow explained. Su Zimo harumphed coldly. It's fine if it's anyone else. But is Immortal Tai Hua worthy? Boom! Arriving before the earth ranking steel, Su Zimo stomped heavily on the ground with a loud bang and the entire space shook. A figure rose from the ground and charged towards the peak of the earth ranking steel. The loud bang attracted countless gazes, and everyone looked at the rising figure in shock. What is he trying to do? Didn't he already leave his name on the earth ranking? Could Su Zimo be thinking of surpassing Feng Yin and Tai Hua's height of 90 feet? In the midst of their discussion, boom! Another loud bang sounded. At the highest point of the earth ranking steel, a figure stood up slowly. His black hair danced as he looked down at the many cultivators in an unparalleled manner. Not only did Su Zimo surpass Feng Yin and Tai Hua, he even reached the peak of the earth ranking steel and it rested beneath his feet. How is that possible? What a powerful burst! Everyone exclaimed. Even Feng Yin narrowed his eyes slightly with a hint of caution. Initially, he thought that Su Zimo was exhausted. To think that he could still release such a tremendous power. Although the grade 10 Green Lotus True Body was severely injured, his injuries were already much better when he returned, and he still possessed an extremely powerful burst power. More importantly, the power of this space was based on the earth element. The element of the creation Green Lotus was wood. Wood countered earth. The Green Lotus True Body was much less affected by gravity in this space than the others. That was the reason why Su Zimo was able to reach the peak in a single leap. Su Zimo stood on the earth ranking steel and shifted his gaze. Not far away, there was a fist-sized yellow mud that emitted a faint glow. In the square, perfected Immortal Xianxia explained, "This yellow mud is called the Saturn soil. It fell from Saturn and the power of the earth within is extremely pure. Although it looks like yellow mud, it's incomparably tough. If you refine an earth element dermic treasure and add a small handful of Saturn soil, the effect will increase significantly." Pausing for a moment, he smiled helplessly. Su Zimo's senses are way too sharp. All the treasures in the first 4 levels were snatched away by him. Naturally, this Saturn soil can't be hidden from him. There won't be any danger, right? Elder Zhong was worried. After all, in the previous 4 levels it took a lot of effort to subdue those treasures. Su Zimo used many powerful trump cards and went through a lot of trouble. But now that Su Zimo had used up all his trump cards and was injured, it would be difficult to deal with things if another living being were to pop out. There's no danger. Xialing shook his head. Throughout history, no one has been able to jump to the top. There are no living beings born in the Saturn soil either. In other words, whoever could reach the top would naturally be able to take over the Saturn soil. Yunting smiled gently and suddenly asked, "Your Highness Xialing, this is only level 5. Could there be these treasures in the later 4 levels as well?" "You mean to say..." Xialing's heart skipped a beat and his expression changed. There were similar treasures in each level of the 9 heavens. Under normal circumstances, cultivators would expend a lot of energy to reach level 5. There were still ranking battles to be fought later on, and naturally, no one would continue to ascend to level 6. No one would create trouble for themselves for no reason. However, the person inside was not an ordinary person. Right then, in the 9 heavens, Su Zimo picked up the Saturn soil and squatted down. After a long silence, he used the Saturn soil to carve 2 words at the highest point of the earth ranking steel. It was the name of a person. When they saw that, the eyes of the elders of Heaven and Earth Academy reddened and they remained silent. The discussions in the square gradually calmed down as well, and many cultivators had conflicted expressions. Dozens of cultivators in front of the earth-ranking stele raised their heads. At the highest point of the stele, another name appeared above Feng Yin and Tai Hua's names. It was the name of a fallen cultivator, Yifei. In Heaven and Earth Academy, Princess Scarlet Rainbow pouted her lips slightly and sniffled. She turned her head away and shed tears silently. Lu Ping recalled the scene of Yifei releasing the lifespan sacrifice art and breaking free from the seal as well, and sighed gently. Yifei was dead. However, his name was left at the top of the earth-ranking stele, looking down on everyone. It was like a meteor streaking through the night sky. Although it was fleeting, it shone with an incomparably resplendent light. 2240 blood for blood level 5. Su Zimo stood up slowly and stood at the highest point of the earth-ranking stele. He put away the Saturn soil into his consciousness, and it was devoured by the hell suppression tripod rapidly. After devouring and refining this Saturn soil, Su Zimo could use the Jupiter wood obtained from level 4 for his own cultivation. The hell suppression tripod could be repaired all the same, and all 4 sacred souls could be awakened. Su Zimo looked in the direction of level 6 in silence. He could vaguely guess that if he continued ascending, a similar treasure might be hidden in level 6. However, given his current condition, it was truly not suitable for him to continue barging forth. That was unless he wanted to give up on the ranking battle and the fight for the top of the earth ranking completely. Killing Immortal Tai Hua at the end took a huge toll on him. The Green Lotus True Body endured quite a blow against Immortal Tai Hua's supreme divine power as well. It was way too risky to continue ascending to level 6. Furthermore, today's matter was not over for him. For other Earth Immortals of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect were still in the 9 heavens. The reason why these people entered the 9 heavens was to join forces to kill him. However, they were not gathered together. Since he had already attacked, Su Zimo would not show mercy. Yifei's death triggered the killing intent in Su Zimo's heart completely. He wanted to annihilate the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect. He wanted those 2 factions to be removed from the Earth ranking this time round. He wanted to embarrass the 2 factions completely. Suddenly, sensing something, Su Zimo's gaze shifted, and he saw a figure speeding over from the distant horizon. From his attire, it was an execution guard of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom. Boom! Su Zimo leaped down from the highest point of the earth-ranking stele and landed heavily on the ground with a loud bang. Among the Earth execution guards of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom, Lu Yu was considered as an expert among the commanders. However, his combat strength was ranked last in this group. Of course, even at the bottom, he had already reached level 5 as well, and the Earth-ranking stele was right before him. As long as he left his name on the Earth-ranking stele, he could join forces with Taihan and the Earth Immortals of Flying Immortal Sect to kill Su Zimo. I'm slightly slower. Who knows? Great Commander Taihan and the others might have already killed Su Zimo. Lu Yu thought as he sprinted. Right then, he suddenly smelled a faint blood stench. Frowning, he looked over and saw more than 10 headless corpses strewn in front of the Earth-ranking stele. They were all from the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect. How could this be? What happened? Lu Yu was shocked. Right then, his feet trembled as though the ground was shaking. Right on the heels of that, a loud bang sounded from the direction of the Earth-ranking stele. Lu Yu's heart skipped a beat as he looked in the direction of the sound. He saw a green-robed cultivator walking over in huge strides, holding 18 heads that were still stained with blood in one hand with a torrential malevolent aura. Su Zimo? Pest! Suddenly, Lu Yu's expression changed. He could clearly see that the heads were all Earth Immortals of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect. Even Taihan and Immortal Tai Hua were among them. Great Commander Taihan was dead. Even Immortal Tai Hua was dead. That piece of information was way too shocking and impactful for Lu Yu. For a moment, he could not accept it and could not react. In that few breaths, Su Zimo had already closed in. He did not abandon the 18 heads on his left hand and merely grabbed them with his palm. He extended his other palm and slapped down towards Lu Yu. That palm covered the skies and released an incomparably tragic and violent aura. Against that palm, Lu Yu's aura was gone and he was scared out of his wits. If it was a normal fight to the death, Lu Yu would not have ended up in such a state. But now, he was scared out of his wits when he saw the heads of Tai Han and Immortal Tai Hua in Su Zimo's hands. Even if he had 100% combat strength, he could not unleash 50%. Without time to activate his spirit consciousness or release his divine powers and immortal arts, Lu Yu could only raise his arms, wanting to grab Su Zimo's palm and turn to escape. Bang! When Su Zimo slapped Lu Yu's arms, there was a dull sound of defeat. Crack! Right on the heels of that, Su Zimo's gaze intensified as he exerted strength and pushed down with one hand. Die! Su Zimo hollered with unparalleled might like a god that had descended to the mortal world. Lu Yu's arms were snapped by Su Zimo's palm. Lu Yu was unlike Tai Han, who possessed the reaction and methods to be able to raise his head to dodge. The tremendous force crushed down and Su Zimo slapped Lu Yu on the head. With a bang, brain juice and blood splattered everywhere. Through the skull, Lu Yu's essence spirit was shattered by Su Zimo's palm. He killed an earth execution guard with a single hand and one palm strike. Using his palm like a saber, Su Zimo slit Lu Yu's throat and cut off the massive head, holding it in his hands. When the cultivators beside the earth-ranking steel saw that, they were relatively calm and their expressions did not change much. After all, compared to the scene of Su Zimo being surrounded by Immortal Tai Hua, Tai Han and the other 16 Earth Immortals earlier on, this was nothing. However, in the square, Prince Xianxia and Heaven Immortal White Sea finally could not help but stand up with furious expressions. Isn't Heaven and Earth Academy way too ruthless? Heaven Immortal White Sea raised his arm and pointed his folding fan at the elders of Heaven and Earth Academy, saying hatefully, "We've already lost this battle. Why is this lad bent on wiping us out? Wiping you guys out?" Elder Zhong sneered. "Let me ask you, if Su Zimo is in your hands right now, will he still be alive?" Elder, he had an unfriendly expression as well as he said coldly, "White Sea, don't forget that Flying Immortal Sect and the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom were the ones who attacked first and killed first. No matter how our Academy disciples retaliate, your two factions will have to endure it." Prince Yuan's would turn to look at perfected Immortal Xialing and cupped his fists. "Your Highness, Su Zimo is so violent and murderous. How is he different from a fiend cultivator? In my opinion, there's a high chance that this lad is a spy from the fiend domain who infiltrated the divine firmament immortal domain." Tui. Yun Ting had just drunk a mouthful of strong wine and spat it out, scolding, "Yuanzhua, you're truly shameless. You're resorting to slander now after you failed to defeat him." Heaven Immortal White Sea took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Your Highness Xialing, I suggest that we move this lad out of the 9 heavens lest he goes on a killing spree within." Xialing shook his head with an indifferent expression. "This is the elimination round of the 9 heavens. Life and death battles are allowed. Earlier on, when your two factions joined forces to attack a disciple of the Academy, I did not interfere. Now, if this Academy disciple wants to kill everyone, I won't stop him either. An eye for an eye, blood for blood until the elimination round is finally over." Prince Yuanzhua and Heaven Immortal White Sea were helpless and could only give up and sit back down. As time passed by, the names on the Earth-ranking steel increased. As for Su Zimo, he guarded this place. The remaining 3 Earth Immortals of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect did not manage to escape and were killed by him in the 9 heavens. Prince Yuanzhua and Heaven Immortal White Sea could only watch helplessly. At that moment, all 22 peak Earth Immortals of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect were annihilated without exception. Earth Immortals, even the strongest Earth Immortals, were nothing to these two factions. In Flying Immortal Sect, Earth Immortals were only Outer Sect disciples. In the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom, they were only Earth execution guards. The loss of more than 20 people was nothing to the two factions. It could not even amount to a single strand of hair. However, the impact on the reputation of the two factions was immeasurable. The two factions joined forces with a reincarnated immortal in the fray but were killed by a single person and removed from the Earth ranking. Before long, the news would spread through the entire divine firmament mainland and cause a huge stir. In fact, for a long time to come, it would become the topic of discussion for many cultivators in divine firmament mainland. Prince Yuanzhua and Heaven Immortal White Sea would be regarded as failures. Naturally, the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect would be implicated as well. Although the elimination round was still ongoing, many cultivators in the square were no longer interested. Everyone merely looked up occasionally to see whose name was added to the stele. Most of them were still excited, immersed in what was probably the most earth-shaking Earth-Immortal battle earlier on. Su Zimo from the Academy has truly become famous after a single battle. That's right. It doesn't matter even if he doesn't have to take part in the ranking battle next. Even the top of the Earth ranking this time round won't be able to cover his glory. For many cultivators, the fight for the Earth ranking was purely for fame. Su Zimo had already obtained enough treasures in the 9 heavens this time round. Now he was renowned through a shocking battle. To everyone, it no longer mattered whether Su Zimo continued to take part in the ranking battle. Another 2 hours passed. Apart from Immortal Tai Hua and the others who died, there were already 100 Earth Immortals on the Earth ranking stele. This also meant that the elimination round of the Earth ranking was officially over. Perfected Immortal Xialing stood up slowly and his glabella shone. His hands changed continuously in midair and released true essence divine lights that entered the mirror in the firmaments. The scenes reflected in the firmaments gradually dissipated. Thereafter, a gigantic crack appeared in the void and countless figures fell out like fishes. Many cultivators controlled their bodies and returned to the Yen-Yang Palace, feeling as though a lifetime had passed. More than 100,000 Earth Immortals died in the elimination round. The other cultivators descended one after another and returned to their sections. Under the control of Xialing's spirit consciousness, the 100 cultivators on the Earth ranking stele hovered in midair above the square and were watched by everyone. The 100 cultivators were arranged in a vertical row according to the ranking of the elimination round. Their leader was the number 1 of the elimination round, Feng Yin. The first is Feng Yin, as was predicted. Strange, the second is Yu Feng of Mountain Sea Immortal Sect? The third is Princess Scarlet Rainbow? Where's Immortal Tai Hua? Most of the Earth Immortals who participated in the elimination round had just come out of the 9 heavens and did not know what happened in level 5. Tai Han and Qing Qinzi aren't in the top 10 either? What's going on? Pest! Who is that? Why is he carrying so many heads? An Earth Immortal exclaimed when he saw Su Zimo, who was ranked 68th. The 22 blood-stained heads had their long hairs intertwined into a bundle that was held in the hands of a refined cultivator in green robes. It looked extremely shocking. Some Earth Immortals focused their gazes and saw the heads of Immortal Tai Hua, Tai Han, and the others that they mentioned earlier on. Wah? What happened? The Earth Immortals were shocked. A cultivator of the same sect beside them had long recounted the battle that broke out in level 5 in a low voice. Instantly, the square was noisy. Piak, piak, piak. A round of applause sounded from the banquet as Yun Ting stood up slowly and declared, Su Zimo, you did not disappoint me indeed. I did not come for nothing this time round. Good kills. That was an enjoyable battle. Remember the challenge between us. I'll be waiting for you on the heaven ranking. Yun Ting burst into laughter and was prepared to leave. He had already achieved his goal for this trip and was unwilling to stay here any longer. The ranking battle is about to begin. Aren't you going to continue watching, Prince Yun Ting? Xialing asked with a smile. There's nothing to see. Yun Ting waved it off. Even without the ranking battle, there's only a single person worthy of being at the top of the Earth ranking this time round. Yun Ting did not say it explicitly, but everyone could tell who he was referring to. In everyone's heart, they had already made their own judgment as well. In that battle, Su Zimo killed 18 Earth Immortals single-handedly, including the extremely famous Immortal Tai Hua, Tai Han, and other Earth Immortal experts. He was indeed worthy of the title of the top of the Earth ranking. Xialing smiled gently. No matter what, according to the rules, the ranking battle has to be carried out. Only the number 1 of the ranking battle is the top of the Earth ranking. Heaven Immortal Green Peak added, there are many methods available to Earth Immortals in a fight. In the 9 heavens, their combat strength is restricted and they can't unleash their full strength. That battle can't prove anything. Feng Yin was from Imperial Wind Temple. Naturally, he was unwilling to give in when he saw that the reputation and glory of the top of the Earth ranking was about to be snatched away by Su Zimo. Furthermore, beside the Earth ranking stele, Su Zimo patted Mo Qian on the shoulder as though he was teaching a child a lesson. That made Heaven Immortal Green Peak very uncomfortable, and he would not let Su Zimo be too smug. Yun Ting pouted and ignored Heaven Immortal Green Peak. Everyone naturally had their own standards, and he could not be bothered to argue with them. Yun Ting stood up and was about to leave when his gaze shifted to the seats of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect. He mocked, Yuanzhua, White Sea, what are the two of you still doing here? It's none of your business. Prince Yuanzhua replied coldly. The two of them had ugly expressions. If they could attack Yun Ting, they would have torn him into pieces long ago. Yun Ting pouted and shook his head. The Earth Immortals of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect have already been removed from the Earth ranking. Aren't you guys embarrassed enough? Instead of scampering away, you're still going to stay here. Our people are indeed dead, but the cultivators of other sects and factions are still on the Earth ranking. Heaven Immortal White Sea harumphed coldly. Since you said that Su Zimo is the top of the Earth ranking, let's see what he has to work with. Everyone knew that Su Zimo had expended a lot of energy using all his trump cards in the Battle of the 9 Heavens. Coupled with the fact that he was injured, he would definitely not be able to fight for a spot on the Earth ranking. At the very least, Su Zimo would not be able to get through Feng Yin. Feng Yin had arrived at the Earth ranking stele a long time ago and had been conserving his energy. He had long recovered to his peak condition. As for Su Zimo, he was already exhausted after consecutive battles. In that regard, the difference between them was way too great. 2242, I'm going to do it. After pondering for a moment, Elder Zhong stood out and cupped his fists towards Xialing. Your Highness, too many changes have happened in the elimination round of the Earth ranking. 18 peak Earth Immortals joined forces to attack a disciple of our academy, causing him to expend too much energy and severely affect his combat strength. I suggest that the ranking battle be postponed for a day. That will be more fair. Elder, he added hurriedly. That's right. No. Prince Yuanzhua was the first to stand out and sneered. What kind of a joke is this? Who doesn't exhaust themselves in the elimination round? You want to change the rules just for a disciple of Heaven and Earth Academy? That's right. Heaven Immortal Green Peak said in a deep voice as well. The ranking battle is about to begin after the elimination round. The goal is to not give these Earth Immortals any time to rest. Otherwise, there's no meaning to the ranking of the elimination round. If anything happens in the elimination round, that's also a part of the fight for the Earth ranking. We can't change the rules just because of a single change. Cultivators of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect were both dead. Naturally, Prince Yuanzhua and Heaven Immortal White Sea were unwilling to see Su Zimo obtain the top of the Earth ranking. Heaven Immortal Green Peak represented Imperial Wind Temple and was unwilling to give in. He could also tell that if Su Zimo rested for a day and recovered to his peak condition, Feng Yin might not be his match. The elders of Heaven and Earth Academy looked at perfected Immortal Xialing. After all, Xialing was the person in charge of the 10,000-year meet and had the right to make the decision. After a moment of silence, Xialing looked at the elders of Heaven and Earth Academy and shook his head apologetically. As fellow Taoists Yuanzhua and Green Peak said, since the rules have been set, they can't be changed casually. Otherwise, the rules will be meaningless. The elders of Heaven and Earth Academy were not surprised by this outcome either. After all, logically, the rules of the 10,000-year meet could not be changed just to accommodate a single disciple of Heaven and Earth Academy. When they stood out to fight for it earlier on, they merely gave it a shot with a sliver of hope. Since that's the case, Elder Zhong looked at Su Zimo and said in a deep voice, Zimo, Withdraw from the ranking battle for the Earth ranking this time round. There's no need to continue fighting. Elder Zhong, don't worry. Su Zimo's expression was indifferent. Since I'm taking part in the Earth ranking competition, I won't withdraw at the last minute. The reason why he wanted to obtain the top of the Earth ranking was not because of reputation. It was because the Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom would give the richest rewards to the top of the Earth ranking. Among them, there were many precious cultivation resources, such as the Essence Spirit Liquid and rare elixirs, such as the Parasol Tree Elixir. He could even enter the palace of the Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom and choose a cultivation technique or secret skill to cultivate, as well as obtain a dermic treasure from the armory in the palace. Those rewards were a huge boost for Su Zimo. Right now, he was at the peak of a Grade 8 Earth Immortal. If nothing went wrong, he would be able to break through to Grade 9 soon. If he digested those rewards, he might be able to cross a major cultivation realm from a Grade 9 Earth Immortal to the Heaven Essence realm in a short period of time and become a Heaven Immortal. If he wanted to fight against Yun Ting on the Heaven ranking, he had to raise his cultivation as soon as possible. He would definitely not give up on any opportunities that he could encounter. Prince Yuanzhua heaved a sigh of relief. Earlier on, he was worried that Su Zimo would withdraw from the fight for the Earth ranking because of the persuasion of the Heaven and Earth Academy elders. At that moment, he was finally relieved. Su Zimo, I'll wait here and see how you end up in a crushing defeat. Prince Yuanzhua sneered. Is that so? Su Zimo glanced at Prince Yuanzhua indifferently. I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed. I'm definitely going to get the top of the Earth ranking. When he heard that, Feng Yin could not help but laugh and shake his head gently. If Su Zimo was in his peak condition, he would not dare to claim victory. Now that the difference in their conditions was so great, could he not suppress a Grade 8 Earth Immortal whose essence spirit was weak and essence chi was depleted? All right. Xialing nodded slightly with a look of admiration. Since no one has any issues, the ranking battle will begin now. Prince Yun Ting, Su Zimo is prepared to fight for the top of the Earth ranking. Are you still leaving in advance? Xialing asked with a smile. I've already said that there's nothing to see. Yun Ting shrugged his shoulders gently. Even if Feng Yin wins in the end, in my heart, Su Zimo will still be the top of the Earth ranking. Su Zimo, it's fine if you lose. However, you have to survive. Remember the challenge between us. Yun Ting added and turned to leave, turning into a sword beam that disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Actually, Yun Ting also felt that there was no doubt about this battle and Su Zimo had no chance. That was the reason why he said that earlier on. Su Zimo's problem was not only his condition, but also his many trump cards that had been used up in advance and had yet to recover. This battle was unfair to begin with. Your Highness, does Mr. Su have a chance of winning? Su Xiaotian asked softly with a worried expression. Xia Qingcheng pondered for a long time before shaking his head gently. If Brother Su is up against ordinary opponents, he should be able to win given his melee combat strength. However, if he wants to fight for the top of the Earth ranking, he'll definitely have to deal with Feng Yin. He most likely won't stand a chance. Pausing for a moment, he continued, furthermore, the rules of the ranking battle are extremely advantageous for the number 1 of the elimination round. What do you mean? Su Xiaotian asked. Xia Qingchang said, the rules of the ranking battle are extremely simple. There will be a total of 7 rounds to determine the top of the Earth ranking. In the first round, the first place is up against the 100th place, the second is up against the 99th, so on and so forth. As the 68th, Brother Su will be up against the 33rd. In the second round, 50 people will remain and they will continue fighting in pairs. The first against the 50th, the second against the 49th, and so on and so forth. In the third round, 25 people will remain. 24 people will fight in pairs, and there will be 1 empty spot. The empty spot will be reserved for the number 1 of the elimination round. Feng Yin. Su Xiaotian understood and came to a realization. In other words, Feng Yin will get more time to rest and less combat. That's right. Xia Qingcheng nodded and continued. By the 4th round, there will be another empty spot among the remaining 13 people. The empty spot this time round will still be reserved for the number 1 of the elimination round. In the 5th round, among the remaining 7 people, the empty spot will still belong to Feng Yin. In other words, in the 7 rounds, Feng Yin will get the chance to rest for 3 rounds. Su Xiaotian had a worried expression. As such, while one party was fighting with others, the other party was resting. The difference between them would only increase. However, a one-on-one fight is only to determine the victor. How will the ranking be determined? Su Xiaotian asked again. Xie Qingchang said, the 3 immortal kingdoms and 4 immortal sects will each send a heaven immortal expert to judge the standard of the losers and eventually determine their ranking. 2243 A divine / in order to determine the final ranking of the Earth ranking. The 100 Earth immortal experts were divided to fight at the same time for 7 rounds. That was the most efficient and reasonable rule. It could prevent paragons and monster incarnates with top combat strength from encountering one another in advance and resulting in one of them being eliminated. That would result in a less accurate ranking. It was difficult for the 1st and 2nd of the elimination round to meet in the first few rounds. Xie Ling tapped his finger gently and true essence surged into the ground in the middle of the square. Boom! 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 Right in front of everyone. In the middle of the spacious square, 50 square green stones rose slowly and hovered in midair. The green stones were flat and gigantic, more than enough to be used as a battlefield for Earth immortals to fight. Everyone, prepare yourselves. According to the corresponding numbers on the green stone battlefield, you can enter the battlefield, Xie Ling declared. There was a number in the middle of every single green stone. The number 1 was the first battlefield where the 1st and 100th ranking Earth immortals of the elimination round would fight. Su Zimo's ranking was 68 and he was fighting against the Earth immortal ranked 33 on the 33rd green stone battlefield. Coincidentally, his opponent was someone from the Shui clan who he had fought on the Long Street in the capital previously, Douyuan. Figures leaped up one after another and arrived on the green stone battlefield. The battle was about to begin. There aren't many rules and restrictions for cultivators in the ranking battle. You can use dermic treasures, talismans, and elixirs. You can also fight to the death, Xie Ling said in a deep voice. However, if the other party leaves the green stone, you can't chase them anymore. Many cultivators had long known about this. If anyone were to attack after their opponents left the range of the green stone, many heaven immortals present, including Xie Ling, could stop them at any moment. Let the ranking battle of the Earth ranking officially begin. When Xie Ling saw that the 100 Earth immortals were already present on the green stone battlefield, he hollered, boom, 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 clang, clang, clang. The moment Xie Ling said that, a huge battle broke out on the green stone battlefield. The sound of divine powers and dermic treasures colliding was deafening. Although it was a ranking battle, it was also an elimination round. Anyone who lost a single round would no longer have a chance to advance to the second round. Therefore, none of the cultivators dared to hold back. The moment the battle broke out, victory was already decided on one of the battlefields. The first battlefield. Feng Yin sent the rank 100th Earth Immortal down from the green stone battlefield with a single move, and the other party did not even have time to react. Feng Yin's movement technique was shockingly fast. The spectators were not surprised at all and nodded to themselves. Many cultivators shifted their gazes towards the 33rd battlefield instead of the 2nd and 3rd battlefields. The 2 people on the battlefield did not fight right away. Douyuan cupped his fists first. Fellow Taoist Su, my combat strength is definitely inferior to yours. However, the ranking has to be calculated no matter the outcome. I can only fight with my full strength. Please forgive me. Douyuan had witnessed that earth-shaking battle in the 9 heavens personally as well. He knew very well that if Su Zimo was in his peak condition, he would not be a match for Su Zimo at all. But now he had a chance of winning. Come on. Su Zimo's expression was indifferent. Although he knew that Su Zimo was in a weak state, Douyuan did not dare to be careless. He swiped his storage bag and withdrew his destiny dermic treasure right away. A cold saber was in his hands. There were mysterious patterns etched on the saber and its aura was sharp and powerful. Connate Earth-grade dermic treasure. Almost every Earth immortal qualified to take part in the ranking battle had a connate Earth-grade dermic treasure in their hands. Some Earth immortals with extraordinary backgrounds that came from heaven-grade sects and factions might even have more than one. For example, Princess Scarlet Rainbow had 3 connate Earth-grade dermic treasures alone. 2 of them were from the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom and 1 of them was from Heaven and Earth Academy. At the same time that Do Yuan summoned his Destiny dermic treasure, he crushed a protection talisman and instantly formed a protective barrier filled with runes around him. Boom! The moment he did that, Su Zimo stomped on the ground and the green stone shook. Do Yuan heard a loud bang. The next moment, Su Zimo had already closed in. Even without using any movement techniques or secret skills, the speed released by his physique was extremely terrifying. Swoosh! With a calm expression, Do Yuan hollered and raised the saber in his hands, slashing down at Su Zimo. That slash was extremely powerful and released an unparalleled aura. At the same time, the patterns on the saber lit up and shone with an incomparably resplendent light, illuminating Su Zimo's eyes like a blazing sun. The saber was called the Blind Saber. The patterns on the saber were activated with essence chi and would shine with a blinding light the moment blows were exchanged. If the opponent was caught off guard, they would be blinded for a short period of time. However, the Green Lotus True Body's 5 senses were way too strong. Furthermore, Su Zimo had fused 2 divine stones in his eyes. The light of the blind saber had no effect on him at all. Su Zimo did not even move his eyelids. He merely raised his palm casually and coiled, trembled and yanked the blind saber. Buzz! The blind saber trembled endlessly, as though it was crying. Do Yuan was alarmed and felt a sharp pain in his palm. He could not hold on to the blind saber any longer, and it was snatched away by Su Zimo's bare hands. Swoosh! After snatching the saber, Su Zimo slashed in reverse. Splash! The flash of the saber beam was majestic, as though furious tides had struck the shore or a tsunami was surging. It was bedazzling. Do Yuan could no longer see the saber or Su Zimo. There was only a tsunami that was 1,000 feet tall with a terrifying might. It let out a series of roars and charged over fiercely, colliding against him. Boom! 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 Before one wave was over, another rose and the tsunami surged continuously. Not only did Do Yuan lose his sight, even his 5 senses had been reduced to their limits. It was as though he was in an endless torrential wave. Even if he had countless divine powers and secret skills, he had no choice but to float with the wave. Such a saber technique is truly amazing. To think that this academy disciple would have such a move. I've never heard of any high-quality saber techniques in the academy. A divine slash. The person was referring to how the power of that single slash was comparable to a divine power. Gasps could be heard from both sides of the spectator area. However, Do Yuan could not hear any of those sounds. Piak! Suddenly, Do Yuan jolted awake. The turbid tides before him vanished completely, as though everything was an illusion. As for him, he had already fallen from the greenstone battlefield and landed on the ground. Unknowingly, the protection talisman on his body had already shattered. He had lost. There was no doubt about it. Clang! Right then, a cold light flashed and entered the ground in front of him. Su Zimo tossed away the blind saber casually and threw it in front of him. Sigh! Do Yuan had a conflicted expression as he withdrew his blind saber and cupped his fists towards Su Zimo. Thank you for showing mercy, fellow Taoist. With that said, Do Yuan returned to his seat. 2244 victory without a fight. Su Zimo returned to his seat and rested as well. The 36-time sabers coupled with fleeting moment to kill Immortal Taihua had expended too much of Su Zimo's essence spirit. The gap between the elimination round and ranking battle was too short. Although the Green Lotus True Body's regeneration speed was shocking, he could not recover much. He could only make use of every opportunity and trivial time to rest as much as possible and recover his essence chi. Of the 50 green stone battlefields, Feng Yin and Su Zimo ended their combat the fastest. Most of the cultivators were still fighting intensely on the battlefield. Su Zimo took a rough look. If nothing went wrong, at least 15 people from Heaven and Earth Academy would win in the first round. Among them was Princess Scarlet Rainbow and Lu Ping. Lu Ping's opponent was from Imperial Wind Temple, and his movement technique was extremely fast. The person surrounded Lu Ping, wanting to make use of his movement technique advantage to get rid of the latter as soon as possible. However, Lu Ping was reborn through assimilation and underwent a complete transformation. Just by standing on the spot, he could deal with his opponents with the few willow branches conjured on his head. Su Zimo could tell that Lu Ping was not familiar with the control of this body's power yet. If he were to fuse perfectly with this body, this Earth Immortal of Imperial Wind Temple would definitely not be a match for him. As time passed by, the first round of the ranking battle ended and 50 Earth Immortals were eliminated. The Heaven Immortal experts of the 3 Immortal Kingdoms and 7 Immortal sects would decide the ranking of the 50 Earth Immortals. Those 50 people could only be ranked in the bottom 50 of the Earth ranking. However, the exact ranking was judged by 7 people. Without giving the victorious Earth Immortals any time to rest, the second round of the ranking battle began immediately. There were only 25 green stones left in midair. On the first battlefield, Feng Yin still defeated his opponent at the fastest speed. Although he attacked 3 times, it was less than a breath. After Su Zimo defeated Do Yuan, his ranking was replaced and he was now ranked 33rd. This time round, his opponent was a fellow Heaven and Earth Academy cultivator ranked 18th. Junior brother Su, I admit defeat for this battle. The Earth Immortal of the Academy smiled gently and admitted defeat automatically, withdrawing from the battle. Thank you, senior brother Xiang. Su Zimo expressed his thanks. Automatically admitting defeat was equivalent to being eliminated directly and would have a negative impact on one's ranking on the Earth ranking. Of the 25 people eliminated in the second round, the 7 Heaven Immortal experts would tacitly agree to rank them last. The Academy disciples' intentions were clear. He wanted Su Zimo to get as much time to rest as possible. Junior brother Su, I should be the one thanking you. The person smiled. If not for your earth-shaking battle, our Academy disciples would have lost all face this time round. Junior brother Su, we're all looking forward to your final battle. With that said, he leaped down from the green stone. Su Zimo retreated as well and continued to recuperate, conserving his energy. Before long, the third round of the ranking battle began. In the third round of the ranking battle, 25 people advanced and Feng Yin had a free pass. The remaining 24 people fought in pairs. Feng Yin ended his battles quickly in the first 2 rounds without much effort. At that moment, he sat at the table calmly and watched the 9th battlefield with a relaxed expression. Su Zimo won the second round and was ranked 18th. His opponent in the third round was the 9th Earth Immortal. The Earth Immortal could be considered as an acquaintance as well. Mo Qian of Imperial Wind Temple. When Mo Qian saw that his opponent was Su Zimo, he had an awkward expression and smiled bitterly. Fellow Taoist Su, we meet again. Mo Qian cupped his fists and smiled embarrassedly. I'm definitely not as strong as you, fellow Taoist. I'll choose to concede as well. Before Mo Qian could finish, his expression changed. He stood on the green stone with a conflicted expression before sighing helplessly. Fellow Taoist Su, this concerns the ranking of the Earth ranking after all. I can only fight with all my might. Please show mercy, fellow Taoist Su. Su Zimo glanced sideways in the direction of Imperial Wind Temple and understood. From the looks of it, Mo Qian had clearly received a voice transmission from a cultivator of Imperial Wind Temple. It was most likely Heaven Immortal Green Peak who forbade him from withdrawing from the fight. That was easy to understand. The goal of Heaven Immortal Green Peak was to exhaust Su Zimo as much as possible without any time to rest and fight for a higher chance of winning for Feng Yin. Come on. Su Zimo's expression was calm. Swoosh. In a flash, Mo Qian touched his storage bag and withdrew a sword as thin as a cicada's wings, piercing towards Su Zimo. A gentle breeze blew and the sword beam converged. The combination of the sword and sword technique complemented one another and was almost integrated into the wind. It was already difficult to detect with just the 5 senses. Su Zimo closed his eyes. Suddenly, he struck like lightning and extended 2 fingers, clamping them in the void not far away. Between his 2 fingers, a sword that was as thin as cicada wings appeared. Suddenly, Su Zimo opened his eyes and his gaze intensified. He strode forward and condensed his finger sword, piercing towards Imotian's glabella with a sharp aura and a shocking killing intent. That was the opening stance of the heaven-slaying sword art. He had released the heaven-slaying sword art extremely early on. Although he had yet to recover completely, his finger sword was sharp with an unstoppable killing intent. Under that terrifying killing intent, the scene of Su Zimo fighting against 18 peak Earth Immortals in the 9 heavens suddenly flashed through Mo Qian's mind. The bloody battlefield seemed to flash before his eyes as headless corpses scattered around. He could almost see a familiar face among the bloodied heads that Su Zimo was holding in his left hand. It was his face. Arg! Mo Qian was scared out of his wits. Without hesitation, he released Imperial Wind Temple's divine powers and secret skills and turned to flee. Swoosh! A streak of light flashed and Mo Qian had already leaped down from the green stone. It was so fast that even Su Zimo was momentarily stunned. It had to be said that Imperial Wind Temple was indeed outstanding in terms of movement technique. If that was the case, even though Mo Qian's combat strength was not considered top tier in Imperial Wind Temple, Feng Yin was definitely even stronger. Trash! Heaven Immortal Green Peak could not help but curse when he saw that. A series of chuckles sounded from both sides of the spectator area as well. However, there was not much mockery in those laughter. That was because everyone knew that even if they were in Mo Qian's position, none of them might be stronger than him. Su Zimo heaved out a sigh of relief. If Mo Qian were to make use of his movement technique to fight him, it would indeed take him some effort to win. However, he had already scared Mo Qian out of his wits back in the 9 heavens. Right now, he did not release the heaven-slaying sword chi. He merely released his edge to scare Mo Qian off and won without having to fight. After the 3rd round of the ranking battle, Su Zimo was now ranked 9th. The next battle would be even more difficult. Su Zimo rested at the spectator area while paying attention to the battlefield. Unexpectedly, his next opponent would be Yun Lei or the latter's opponent. No matter who it was, a tough battle would be inevitable at that time. 22:45-12 Heavenly Thunders. Initially, Prince Yun Lei was ranked 9th on the Earth ranking scale. Because Su Zimo killed Immortal Tai Hua, Tai Han and Qing Qinzi, his ranking was raised to 6th. In the 3rd round, Prince Yun Lei's opponent was a rank 21st Earth Immortal from the Yen Yang Immortal Kingdom. Although the combat strength of this Earth Immortal was rather extraordinary, he was clearly weaker than Prince Yun Lei. After watching for a while, Su Zimo had already deduced that his opponent in the 4th round would be Prince Yun Lei. From the 4th round on, apart from Feng Yin, there were only 12 people left. The 12 Earth Immortals could be considered as true monster incarnates among Earth Immortals. What was worth mentioning was that in Heaven and Earth Academy, apart from Su Zimo who advanced to the 4th round, Princess Scarlet Rainbow defeated her opponent without any doubt and was still ranked 3rd. After assimilation, Lu Ping's body was reconstructed and he underwent a complete transformation. He advanced all the way and entered the 4th round, temporarily ranking 10th as one of the top 12 Earth Immortals. In Heaven and Earth Academy, 3 Earth Immortals entered the top 12. This was also the best record in history for Heaven and Earth Academy. If Su Zimo's sudden appearance was the most shocking, Lu Ping's rise was the most enviable and mysterious of fate. This was the effect of opportunities. With just an opportunity, Lu Ping went from an ordinary disciple of Heaven and Earth Academy, who could not enter the Earth ranking, to a dazzling monster incarnate of the Earth Immortal realm. His fate was completely changed and his future was limitless. Before long, the 3rd round of ranking battle ended and the 4th round began. Feng Yin was still given a free pass. In the 6th battlefield, Prince Yun Lei was up against Su Zimo. Fellow Taoist Su, we didn't have the chance to fight at the Immortal sex selection 1,000 years ago. Today, I've fulfilled a load on my mind, Prince Yun Lei said with a conflicted expression. 1,000 years ago, He participated in the Immortal sex selection with Su Zimo but was outshone by the latter. It was also because the pressure of facing Su Zimo was too great that he changed his mind at the last minute and joined Mountain Sea Immortal sect. From time to time, Prince Yunlei still thought about the matter and worked diligently on his cultivation, wanting to compete with Su Zimo on the Earth ranking. However, the battle in the 9 heavens shocked him way too much. Prince Yunlei knew in his heart that this battle was completely unfair to Su Zimo. If it was a fair fight, even 20 of him would not be a match for Su Zimo. This concerns the ranking of the Earth ranking. I'll do my best. I hope you understand, fellow Taoist Su. Prince Yunlei cupped his fists. It's fine, just attack. Su Zimo still had a calm expression and gaze. Prince Yunlei channeled his essence spirit and the essence chi in his body surged. Beams of resplendent lightning appeared on his body and coiled around him like snakes as his aura rose continuously. Dark clouds filled the square and rumbled, emanating a tremendous pressure that was suffocating. Instantly, the skies darkened. I heard that when Prince Yunlei was born, the sound of instant thunder reverberated through the world. He is innately acquainted with the power of thunder and cultivated many thunder cultivation techniques and secret skills with terrifying killing power. That's right. If not for the appearance of Prince Yunting later on, who was even more terrifying, Prince Yunlei would have been the #1 paragon of the Xianxia Immortal Kingdom's younger generation. Boom! 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 Thunder rumbled and the skies darkened, enveloping the Yan-Yang Palace as though the apocalypse had arrived. Up till this point of the ranking battle, this was the first time a universal phenomenon descended due to the attack of an Earth immortal. Su Zimo raised his head slightly and looked at the lightning that filled the firmaments. A strange glint flashed through his eyes as he murmured softly, "Thunder! Bang!" Suddenly, Yunlei opened his mouth and released a sound domain's secret skill. The secret skill resonated with the thunder in the firmaments and created an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation that struck Su Zimo. At the same time, Yunlei released his visual technique. A thunderbolt tore through the dark void and descended before Su Zimo. Sound domain secret skills and visual techniques descended almost at the same time. Kill! Su Zimo hollered as well and released the secret skill, Thunderclap Kill, to negate the power of Yunlei's sound domain secret skill. At the same time, he conjured hand seals with both hands and channeled his essence spirit. His hands seemed to be gripping a gigantic spear as he stabbed into the void. Buzz! An incomparably blinding light burst forth from the void, illuminating the world like daylight. In fact, even the dark clouds in the firmaments were torn apart by the resplendent light, revealing cracks that shone. 9 firmament instant thunder. At the spectator area, Xialing exclaimed. As though he thought of something, Prince Yuan's expression darkened and suddenly turned extremely terrible. That was Feng Xantian's secret skill. He had long known that Feng Xantian was related to Su Zimo. To think that even that terrifying secret skill was imparted to Su Zimo, back when Feng Xantian was at his peak. This secret skill alone blinded a perfected immortal at the 9 firmament meet. That was also the reason why an immortal king granted this secret skill its name, 9 firmament instant thunder, in a stroke of emotional inspiration. Although Prince Yunlei's visual technique was strong, it melted instantly against the envelopment of the resplendent light like a blazing sun striking ice and snow. It could not defend against it at all. Yunlei's eyes stung as well. In that instant, he felt a violent and savage aura surge towards him. It was like an ancient ferocious beast that was filled with a tragic blood stench, as though it wanted to rip him into two. This is bad. Prince Yunlei's heart skipped a beat as he realized that Su Zimo had already closed in. He had witnessed how terrifying Su Zimo was in melee combat and knew that he had no chance of winning in melee combat. Crack! Prince Yunlei released his thunder escape technique and transformed into a streak of lightning. Instantly, he vanished from the spot and retreated, distancing himself from Su Zimo. At the same time, Prince Yunlei channeled his essence spirit to its limits and conjured hand seals repeatedly with both hands, letting out thunderous sounds. Divine firmament heavenly thunder. 5 elements heavenly thunder. Wind heavenly thunder. Rain heavenly thunder, cloud heavenly thunder, torrential heavenly thunder, ice heavenly thunder, sound heavenly thunder, sandstorm heavenly thunder, food heavenly thunder, fiend suppression heavenly thunder, ghost devouring heavenly thunder. 12 heavenly thunderdermic arts were released in the blink of an eye, and instantly, the world changed. There was heavy rain, hailstorms that blanketed the skies, torrents that surged over, wild winds that sent sand and rocks flying, malevolent ghosts that roared out of cages, and fiend celestials that were faintly visible. Countless phenomenons filled the world, and every single phenomenon contained an endless power of thunder that blanketed the skies in all directions. Pest! 12 heavenly thunders. Prince Yunlei sure is capable. A series of exclamations sounded from both sides of the spectator area. The power of thunder was the most lethal. Every single heavenly thunder possessed immense power. Now that 12 heavenly thunders were released at the same time, it was absolutely devastating. 2246 Thunder Palm. If Su Zimo was in his peak condition and had yet to use his trump cards, he would naturally be able to neutralize the 12 heavenly thunders. But now, supreme divine powers are probably the only way to defend against the combined might of those 12 heavenly thunders. Why hasn't Su Zimo attacked yet? Is he prepared to give up and admit defeat? Commotion broke out in the crowd. The 12 heavenly thunders blanketed the skies and rumbled over. Su Zimo stood motionlessly on the green stone. Against the terrifying and vast attack, his figure looked a little frail and could be devoured at any moment. On the other side, Prince Yunlei's face was pale and his gaze was dim. He only heaved a sigh of relief when he noticed that Su Zimo seemed to have given up on resisting. The release of the 12 heavenly thunders at the same time consumed too much of the power of his essence spirit, and his essence spirit was almost on the brink of collapse. However, Yunlei felt uneasy when he looked at Su Zimo's face. That face was way too calm. There was no panic or fear in the face of such an attack, only calmness. Furthermore, Su Zimo's eyes shone with a glint of anticipation and eagerness. Boom! 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 The 12 heavenly thunders descended and struck Su Zimo. Su Zimo did not dodge or avoid. With a bright gaze, he channeled the bone-strengthening section of the Void Thunder Manual with all his might and channeled electricity into his body, using the 12 heavenly thunders to refine his bones. That action was way too crazy. For others, it was unimaginable. However, Su Zimo was confident. He possessed the grade 10 green lotus true body, and his physique was unparalleled. His life force was exuberant, and he believed that even the 12 heavenly thunders could not destroy his life force. He was confident in the Void Thunder Manual as well. He believed that the dermic formulation created by the Thunder Emperor was enough to subdue the 12 heavenly thunders for his own use. Nobody could imagine that Su Zimo would make use of his opponent's thunderous killing methods to temper his body and bones strengthening in the earth-ranking battle. Heavy rain, hail, fiend celestials, malevolent ghosts, flying sand, all sorts of completely different powers struck the green lotus true body continuously. However, when they surged into his body, they were refined and subdued by the Void Thunder Manual, turning into runes that stimulated his bones continuously. The power of thunder on the bones of the green lotus true body intensified and shone with resplendent electric arcs. His marrow flowed and even let out rumbling thunder, thunder bones strengthening and marrow cleansing. Against the destructive 12 heavenly thunders, Su Zimo's life force did not weaken. Instead, it intensified. A series of exclamations sounded from the crowd. Disbelief filled the faces of many cultivators. Thunder represented killing and the destruction of everything. However, it also contained life. The sound of spring thunder revived everything. The 12 heavenly thunders were like the first sound of thunder of spring and triggered the life force in the green lotus true body completely. In the 9 heavens, Su Zimo was severely injured after defending against a supreme divine power of Immortal Taihua. Although the green lotus true body was healing continuously, it had not recovered completely. Now, with the help of the 12 heavenly thunders, Su Zimo was bathed in lightning. His bones buzzed and trembled. His marrow flowed and his blood chi surged. His physical injuries had already healed. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Through the rumbling thunder, Su Zimo's voice sounded slowly into Prince Yunlei's ears. At the same time, on the green stone battlefield, Su Zimo's hands changed, and he conjured a dermic seal in the sea of lightning left behind by the 12 heavenly thunders. Boom! Su Zimo raised his hand and a gigantic palm slapped down towards Prince Yunlei. In the blink of an eye, the endless power of thunder in the world gathered on the gigantic palm. The aura of that palm turned increasingly terrifying and was surrounded by endless lightning. It was like a gigantic hand that had descended from the heavens to kill all living beings and could suppress and destroy everything. Thunder Palm. It was a powerful secret skill of the Void Thunder Manual. Back in Absolute Thunder City, the Thunder Emperor, Feng Cantion, had just escaped with his severely injured body. The moment he released that secret skill, he killed 2 perfected immortal experts on the spot. After Prince Yunlei released the 12 heavenly thunders, his essence spirit was extremely weak. He could not defend against the incoming palm strike at all. Yunlei withdrew a few dermic treasures from his storage bag hurriedly and tore apart more than 10 protection talismans. The moment he did that, the thunder palm descended. An unimaginable power struck him and Prince Yunlei heard cracking sounds. More than 10 protection talismans were like paper against the impact of the thunder palm. Boom! Even with dermic treasures in front of him and above his head, Prince Yunlei's body shuddered. Unable to control his body, he fell from the green stone battlefield and landed heavily on the ground. His mind was in chaos and he fainted on the spot. A heaven immortal of the Xianxia Immortal Kingdom hurriedly took action and brought Prince Yunlei back to the spectator area. He was only relieved when he saw that the latter's life force was not severed. Everyone looked at Su Zimo with wary gazes, as expected of someone who received a personal challenge from Prince Yunting. In the same cultivation realm, only Prince Yunting could fight against such a monster incarnate. In the 4th round, Su Zimo won and his ranking on the Earth ranking rose to 6th. Su Zimo heaved a sigh of relief and leaped down from the green stone battlefield, returning to Heaven and Earth Academy to recuperate his essence spirit. Although his body had already recovered to its peak, the power of his essence spirit had not recovered much. Under the nourishment of the Creation Lotus platform, the Green Lotus essence spirit only recovered around 30%. Feng Yin felt a sense of relief after watching the battle. To think that Su Zimo would have such a powerful trump card. Thankfully, Prince Yunlei made a move and forced out his trump card first. Otherwise, it would have taken me a lot of effort to neutralize such methods. Feng Yin was expressionless as he contemplated the situation in his mind. With that, his chances of winning were much higher. Although Su Zimo's physical injuries had already recovered, his essence spirit had expended a lot of energy. This was a huge weakness and could be considered fatal in a fight of this level. Feng Yin's expression was calm, and he was increasingly confident. In the other battlefields, Lu Ping defeated Prince Yun Tao of the Xianxia Immortal Kingdom and was temporarily ranked 5th on the Earth ranking. Before long, Princess Scarlet Rainbow defeated her opponent as well and was still ranked 3rd on the Earth ranking. After the 4th round, 3 of the top 6 of the Earth ranking were from Heaven and Earth Academy. Many cultivators shook their heads gently and lamented when they saw that. In the 9 heavens, when they saw Immortal Tai Hua, Tai Han and the others attack and seal Princess Scarlet Rainbow and the other Heaven and Earth Academy disciples, everyone thought that Heaven and Earth Academy was finished. To think that a shocking battle would change the situation of the Earth ranking completely. Heaven and Earth Academy shone brightly, while the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal Sect were removed from the Earth ranking completely. 2247 all out at the end of the 4th ranking battle. There were only 7 people left and the final ranking was not decided yet. 1st, Feng Yin. 2nd, Yu Feng. 3rd, Princess Scarlet Rainbow. 4th, Xia Yun. 5th, Lu Ping. 6th, Su Zimo. 7th, Pang Xian. When the 5th round of the ranking battle began, Feng Yin was still given a free pass and there were only 3 green stone battlefields left in midair. The second-ranked Yufeng of Mountain Sea Immortal Sect was up against the seventh-ranked Pang Xian of the Pang clan. Princess Scarlet Rainbow was up against Su Zimo. Xiayun was up against Lu Ping. After the 3 battles, the final 4 people would be selected. When they saw the order of the battle, many cultivators could vaguely guess that Princess Scarlet Rainbow and Su Zimo would most likely not fight on the 3rd battlefield. Indeed, Princess Scarlet Rainbow announced her intention to withdraw and Su Zimo naturally advanced, leading to a free pass for him. He obtained some rare rest time as well. For the other 2 battlefields, there was no doubt about the outcome of the battle between Yufeng and Pang Xian. Under normal circumstances, Pang Xian would not have been able to make it to the top 10 of the Earth ranking. He only got here because of the death of Immortal Tai Hua, Tai Han and Qing Chenzi. In terms of combat strength, he was clearly weaker than Yufeng. The Earth ranking prediction had an extremely high evaluation of Yufeng and stated that he would be the number 1 candidate for the top of the Earth ranking if not for the 2 reincarnated immortals. If nothing went wrong, this would be Su Zimo's opponent in the 6th round. Su Zimo recuperated while observing Yufeng's methods. Among the 4 immortal sects, Mountain Sea Immortal Sect was best at body tempering and cultivating blood chi. Legend has it that the foundation of Mountain Sea Immortal Sect, the Mountain Sea Sutra, was divided into 2 sections, mountain and sea. The mountain section tempered one's body while the sea section cultivated one's bloodline. Both sections were supreme cultivation techniques that were second only to the legendary taboo mystic classics. It was clear that Yufeng had already obtained the legacy of Mountain Sea Immortal Sect and was strong in melee combat. Pang Xian was no match for him at all. The moment the 2 of them exchanged blows, Pang Xian was completely suppressed and was forced to retreat in defeat. It was only a matter of time before he lost. The methods of Mountain Sea Immortal Sect, be it offensive skills, immortal arts, or secret skills, were grand and wide. Every single move of Yufeng had an extraordinary aura that resembled mountains and oceans. On the other side of the battlefield, Xiayun and Lu Ping were fighting back and forth as well. As the number 1 Earth Immortal of the royal family of the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom, and had even defeated Princess Scarlet Rainbow, Xiayun's combat strength was clear to all. Apart from the immortal arts and secret skills of Heaven and Earth Academy, Lu Ping relied on many strange methods inherited from the gigantic willow, giving Xiayun a headache. Over the years, the gigantic willow's body had devoured the essence, energy, and flesh of countless Earth Immortals, and was tempered to an incomparably strong state. In fact, it even wanted to attempt to fight against the Green Lotus true body. Xiayun could not gain any advantage in melee combat. In terms of immortal arts and secret skills, Xiayun was gradually disadvantaged and could not compare to the many inheritances in Lu Ping's memories. More importantly, after Lu Ping's essence spirit synthesized with the gigantic willow essence spirit, his essence spirit was already at the Heaven Immortal realm. The toll of a sustained fight was something Xiayun could not handle. Before long, the 5th round of the ranking battle was over and Yufeng, Su Zimo and Lu Ping won. Right now, the top 4 of the Earth ranking were Feng Yin, Yufeng, Su Zimo and Lu Ping. Among them were 2 Earth Immortals of Heaven and Earth Academy. The 6th ranking battle was Feng Yin against Lu Ping and Yufeng against Su Zimo. Many cultivators became incomparably excited and filled with anticipation. Everyone knew that the 6th round of the ranking battle would definitely be 2 rare Earth Immortal battles. Feng Yin was up against Lu Ping. As a disciple of Heaven and Earth Academy and someone who was saved by Su Zimo and given a great opportunity that changed his fate, Lu Ping would definitely try his best to deal with Feng Yin and exhaust the latter's methods and strength. As the number 1 Earth Immortal of Mountain Sea Immortal Sect, Yufeng would definitely not surrender without a fight against Su Zimo. For the 2 battles of the 6th round, the 4 of them would give it their all. To think that Lu Ping, would be able to reach this stage. It's like a dream. Lu Ping placed his hands behind his back and a look of emotion flashed through his tender face. Although he looked like a child, he seemed mature. It was a strange sight and one could not help but laugh. Everyone from Heaven and Earth Academy chuckled. Princess Scarlet Rainbow teased Lu Ping. "Junior brother Lu, if you win Feng Yin, I'll give you candy when we return to the academy." Tisk! Lu Ping waved his sleeves and pouted his lips. Turning to Su Zimo, he said, "Don't worry, junior brother Su. I'll do my best to let Feng Yin witness the capabilities of Heaven and Earth Academy. There's no need to force yourself. If anything goes wrong, choose to admit defeat and leave the green stone battlefield." Su Zimo reminded. "What if I win?" Lu Ping raised his face and said proudly, "Junior brother Su, who knows? You might even go against me in the final battle." Su Zimo smiled gently and his heart warmed. He knew that the reason why Lu Ping wanted to fight with all his might was because he wanted to exhaust Feng Yin's methods as much as possible. That would allow Su Zimo to have a greater chance of winning at the final battle. Under Xieling's orders, the four of them stepped onto the battlefield. "Fellow Taoist Su, this battle is not fair. However, I represent Mountain Sea Immortal Sect and have no other choice." Yufeng cupped his fists and said in a deep voice. Su Zimo had a calm expression as he nodded slightly. "I want to experience the methods of Mountain Sea Immortal Sect as well. Please go ahead." Great Mountain Movement Technique. Yufeng channeled his essence spirit and conjured hand seals with both hands, condensing the power of divine powers as he pointed at Su Zimo. A large shadow blanketed the skies. A majestic mountain peak arrived with a bang and countless rocks and dust rolled down, suppressing Su Zimo with a terrifying might. "Om, Ma, and I, Pa, Mi, Ham." Su Zimo chanted 6 Sanskrit words in succession. At the same time, he conjured 6 different dermic seals with both hands and eventually formed a dermic seal that was immovable as a mountain. It was as though a tall and mighty phantom had appeared behind him, emitting an endless glow that was incomparably divine. Fiend Suppression Seal, Demon Subduing Seal, Immortal Trap Seal, Immovable Foundation Seal, Great Vajra Seal, and the Great Mount Meru Seal. The 6 dermic seals were activated at the same time and condensed into a greater divine power. The Immovable Mingwang Seal 1. Boom! Boom! The mountain peak smashed onto the immovable Ming King with a loud bang. The tall phantom did not move at all, as though it had roots beneath its feet. When the entire mountain peak smashed onto it, cracks appeared and it collapsed continuously. Yufeng did not give Su Zimo any breathing room at all. He clasped his palms together and a second greater divine power followed closely behind. Mountain-splitting gigantic axe. Yufeng hollered and endless divine powers gathered, forming a gigantic divine axe in the void. Phew! He cleaved down with both hands. Boom! The gigantic divine axe descended from the skies and struck the immovable Ming King heavily. This time round, the immovable Ming King swayed slightly and his figure dimmed significantly. Cracks appeared on his body and he could collapse at any moment. 2248 Anaconda Shifting Mountain. This can't continue. A thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind. He had only recovered around 30% of the power of his essence spirit. If he were to clash head-on with Yu Feng's divine powers and secret skills, he might still be able to secure victory. However, the power of his essence spirit would be expended too much and it would definitely become a huge problem when he encountered Feng Yin later on. In a flash, Su Zimo sped towards Yufeng. When Yufeng saw Su Zimo approaching, he chose to avoid the battle and retreated, circling around the edge of the green stone battlefield to maintain his distance. Yufeng's plan was simple. He knew Su Zimo's weakness. As long as he used divine powers and secret skills continuously to exhaust the power of Su Zimo's essence spirit, he would have the advantage. At that time, be it in melee combat or ranged attacks, he would have an absolute chance of winning. See calming. Su Zimo's gaze intensified as he raised his palm like a saber and suddenly slashed in the direction of Yufeng. That was the sea calming stance of the Saber Emperor's inheritance. When comprehended to its limits, this saber technique could turn into a divine power, releasing the ability to shackle space. Break! Yufeng did not dare to be careless and released his sect's secret skill hurriedly as well. The sound of mountains collapsing and the ground cracking echoed from his body as he dispelled the power of sea calming. After Su Zimo slashed out sea calming, his hand gestures changed and he condensed essence chi, writing a gigantic trap word in midair. Greater divine power, trap word art. Su Zimo knew that sea calming alone was not enough to trap Yufeng. Therefore, after Sea Calming was released, he released a second greater divine power, the trap word art, right after. A powerful divine power appeared out of thin air and imprisoned Yufeng. Splash! Without hesitation, Yufeng channeled his blood chi to its limits, and the sound of a tsunami echoed from his body, impacting the surrounding divine powers. With that slight delay, Su Zimo had already closed in, and Yufeng had nowhere to run. "All right," Yufeng hollered. "Let me see how strong you are in melee combat." Phew! Yufeng's blood chi circulated wildly and rose to another level. Suddenly, the phantom of a gigantic mountain appeared behind him, towering into the clouds as though it was the center of the world. Against the phantom of the mountain peak, Su Zimo even felt extremely tiny. Even the many heaven immortals present, perfected immortal Xieling, and even the massive Yen-Yang palace seemed to be shrinking continuously against the phantom of the mountain. Let alone him. Yufeng did not hold back and released his bloodline phenomenon right away. As for that bloodline phenomenon, it was incomparably terrifying as well. A single phantom was enough to emit such a powerful might that looked down on all living beings. At the same time, Yufeng attacked and punched towards Su Zimo, coupled with the rise of the bloodline phenomenon. That punch released an unshakable will and indestructible power. It was majestic like mountains and surged like the seas. That punch gave Yufeng a mysterious feeling. Under the pressure of Su Zimo, he released the strongest and most perfect punch he had ever released since he started cultivating. It felt extremely satisfying. His essence, chi and spirit rose to another level. Su Zimo did not retreat either, and his gaze intensified. His green lotus true body had healed and his physique had recovered to a great extent. He raised his fist and punched towards Yufeng's fist. Bang! The fists collided and the gigantic green stone beneath their feet trembled. A tremendous shockwave burst forth from the center of the collision and spread in all directions. The long hair of countless cultivators at the spectator area swayed slightly. Their fists collided and neither of them took a half step back. Su Zimo's eyes were filled with admiration. Although he was wary and did not use his blood chi, there were not many people who could defend against the full-powered attack of the grade 10 Green Lotus True Body in melee combat. On the other side, Yufeng was shocked. That punch was already his peak and it was an unimaginable release. Even if he did it again, he might not be able to release such peak strength. However, in the end, Su Zimo was not pushed back, not even by a half step. How did this person cultivate his physical body? Yufeng was alarmed. However, Su Zimo did not give him time to think. He strode forward and bent his knees slightly, as though his legs had crossed the ground. Boom! Boom! Instantly, Su Zimo's feet landed on the ground and his aura surged, as though he wanted to trample on the phantom of the mountain behind Yufeng and even plow 2 ravines. He clenched his fists and his knuckles protruded slightly. Leaning forward, he raised his arms and punched towards Yufeng's chest. Yufeng's pupils constricted. Pest! Gasps could be heard from both sides of the spectator area as well, and many cultivators were shocked. To everyone, Su Zimo's figure seemed to have vanished from the green stone battlefield. In its place was a massive and torrential bull demon. It raised a pair of sharp horns and stabbed towards Yufeng. The pair of horns seemed to be able to penetrate everything and even the firmaments. Even bystanders could sense a tragic aura. Yufeng, who was on the battlefield, endured even more pressure. He reached out and gripped the pair of horns tightly. However, the power of the bull demon's charge was way too ferocious. Although he managed to negate most of the power, the horns still struck his chest. Yes! Yufeng grunted and circulated his sect's secret skill hurriedly. His skin and flesh turned incomparably tough like rocks. When the horns struck his chest, the sound of metal clashing echoed and sparks flew. Although Yufeng managed to defend against the attack, his chest throbbed in pain and he staggered a step back. Suddenly, Su Zimo's figure vanished once more. Yufeng's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly felt a cool breeze beneath him and realized that something was amiss. Su Zimo lowered his body like an anaconda snake and slithered forward, arriving behind Yufeng in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Su Zimo's body wrapped around Yufeng's body in a soft and boneless manner. In the eyes of many cultivators, Su Zimo could no longer be seen. They could only see a gigantic anaconda coiling tightly around the phantom of the mountain on the green stone battlefield. The anaconda's body expanded continuously, and the phantom of the mountain that was being squeezed let out crackling sounds as well. Yufeng felt suffocated, and his bones were about to fall apart. The suffocating feeling did not only come from his body. Even in his consciousness, his essence spirit felt an unimaginable pressure, as though it could die on the battlefield at any moment. The anaconda reared its head and roared. Relying on its massive mouth, it breathed in and out endless essence chi and solar luna essence. Its body expanded and its head protruded, as though it was about to transform into a dragon. Boom! 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 Finally, the phantom of the mountain could not hold on any longer. Yufeng's essence spirit escaped from his consciousness as well. 2249 Final battle. Nobody expected Yufeng to lose so quickly in the 6th round. Initially, both parties fought with their divine powers, and it was difficult to determine who was stronger. However, after Yufeng was closed in by Su Zimo, he could not defend against it and was almost minced to death by Su Zimo within 2 rounds. It's understandable why Immortal Tai Hua and the other 17 Earth Immortals died in the 9 heavens. Some cultivators who participated in the elimination round of the Earth ranking did not have the chance to witness the shocking battle before the steel. They only lamented when they saw this fight. Understandable? It's more than that. You guys did not witness it personally, but Su Zimo's counterattacks were even more ferocious in that battle. I just didn't expect that even for Yufeng, who had obtained the legacy of the Mountain Sea Sutra of the number 1 body tempering sect of the 4 immortal sects, he lost so quickly. Heaven Abyss, who was top of the heaven ranking in the past, was expressionless and remained silent. Under normal circumstances, given Yufeng's strength and defense, he would not lose out to Su Zimo in melee combat. However, Su Zimo's offensive skill was truly a little strange. It coiled around Yufeng like an anaconda and locked him down completely without any way of resisting. Senior brother, I lost. Yufeng returned to Mountain Sea Immortal Sect's table and lowered his head slightly with a guilty expression. You lost in terms of melee combat technique and was caught off guard by him, Heaven Abyss said. This is the ranking battle of the Earth ranking, and you had a chance to escape. If this was a life and death battle, you would have already been dead. You are right, senior brother. Yufeng did not dare to retort. On another battlefield, from the moment Feng Yin and Lu Ping exchanged blows, Feng Yin had the upper hand the entire time. With the help of Imperial Wind Temple's top-tier movement technique, Shadow with the Wind, he controlled the situation and attacked continuously, forming a crushing situation. Although Lu Ping had the inheritance of Heaven and Earth Academy and the gigantic Willow, many of his methods would often come to nothing when released. He could not even touch the corner of Feng Yin's clothes. When Feng Yin saw that Su Zimo had already ended his combat, his attacks intensified. Gradually, Lu Ping could not hold on any longer and could barely defend. Actually, be it in terms of essence spirit realm or physique and blood chi, the difference between the two of them was not too great. However, reincarnated immortals were best at combat skills and experience. In that aspect, Feng Yin was almost superior to Lu Ping. In a sense, Lu Ping was facing a perfected immortal with the power of an Earth immortal. As for Lu Ping, he had just fused with his essence spirit and inherited the body of the gigantic Willow. Although his strength had increased exponentially and he had more methods, he was not completely familiar with this body yet. He could release many methods with the memories of the gigantic Willow. However, without his own comprehension and understanding, he could not unleash his full strength. Under such circumstances, Lu Ping was almost completely helpless. Actually, if the battle between Su Zimo and Immortal Tai Hua in the 9 heavens was a normal fight, it might have lasted for a long time. Su Zimo released 36 time sabers in one go and forced Immortal Tai Hua into a corner, forming a battle of attrition between both parties. Immortal Tai Hua's advantage as a reincarnated immortal was gone, and he could not use any combat skills or experience. That was the reason why he died on the spot. However, Lu Ping clearly could not do that. Poof! Lu Ping was slightly slower and a wound appeared on his arm, dripping with blood. His tiny face was flat and his gaze was resolute. He was still moving around the green stone battlefield, defending against Feng Yin's attacks. Poof! 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 Feng Yin was expressionless and his attacks turned increasingly sharp. Many Earth immortals present could not see what weapon injured Lu Ping. Everyone could only see a cold beam of light dancing around Feng Yin, faintly discernible. Each time it appeared, it would definitely leave a flash of blood on Lu Ping's body. In just a few breaths, there were more than 10 shocking wounds on Lu Ping's tiny body. Lu Ping's face was pale as a sheet as he continued waving his willow branches, releasing immortal arts and secret skills with both hands. Biting his lip, he fought Feng Yin without saying anything. Every additional second I hold on for will be a second longer junior brother Su gets to rest. There were too many wounds and his blood qi was severely depleted. Lu Ping was already feeling dizzy. However, that thought was unusually resolute in his mind. Lu Ping, come on down. Su Zimo frowned slightly and declared. Lu Ping did not seem to have heard anything and was still fighting Feng Yin with all his might. You still refuse to admit defeat? Feng Yin's expression turned cold. Naturally, he could tell Lu Ping's intentions as well, and a cold glint flashed beside him. Blood spewed into the air. Two skinny children's arms flew into the air. Lu Ping's arms were severed by Feng Yin. Ah! Lu Ping let out a furious roar and did not retreat. Shaking his head, countless willow branches coiled towards Feng Yin like spirit snakes. Lu Ping admits defeat. Fellow Taoist, please show mercy. Sensing that the situation was bad, Su Zimo stood up hurriedly and shouted. If Lu Ping refused to retreat on the greenstone battlefield, Feng Yin could even kill him on the spot. Poof! Another blood beam spewed out. A gigantic hole of blood appeared in Lu Ping's chest from the cold light beside Feng Yin. Lu Ping's heart was pierced by Feng Yin and his blood qi deteriorated rapidly. Swoosh! Right then, a green figure suddenly appeared on the battlefield and shielded Lu Ping. Su Zimo appeared and closed two fingers, conjuring a sword art that pointed at the void before him. Clang! The sharpness of the finger sword surged, and the moment it descended, a cold light appeared in the void, colliding against it with an ear-piercing sound. Feng Yin retreated and appeared on the other side of the green stone battlefield, raising his brow slightly. Why? Does Heaven and Earth Academy want to fight with numbers? Why don't the two of you come together? I can take both of you. What a wild tone. As expected of a reincarnated perfected immortal. Someone praised. Another person pouted. What do you know? Lu Ping's heart exploded and his blood qi is weak. He's almost equivalent to a cripple. If Su Zimo really joins forces with Lu Ping will become his burden instead. This reincarnated perfected immortal is smart. Su Zimo glared at Feng Yin coldly before turning to check on Lu Ping's injuries. Lu Ping's injuries were extremely severe and Feng Yin's later actions were clearly intentional. He wanted to cripple Lu Ping's body. Thankfully, the life force contained in Lu Ping's current body was way too immense. Even though he was severely injured, his body did not deteriorate and was still recovering bit by bit. Although the speed was very slow, his body could recover to its original state as long as he recuperated carefully. Junior brother Su, I didn't manage to last long. Lu Ping endured the pain from his body and forced a smile on his face. It's enough. Su Zimo murmured softly and waved his sleeves, sending out a gentle breeze that wrapped around Lu Ping's body, causing the latter to float slowly to the spectator area of Heaven and Earth Academy. He had not left the green stone battlefield himself. Perfected Immortal Xialing stood up slowly as well and nodded and said, That's perfect. The 7th round of the Earth ranking battle, the final battle, shall officially begin. 2250 heart peering the final battle would also determine the top of the Earth ranking this time round. All eyes were on this. Everyone knew that no matter who the victor of this battle was, the top of the Earth ranking this time round would possess sufficient prestige. This 10,000-year meet would definitely be recorded in history and spread through the entire divine firmament. Looking at the two people on the greenstone battlefield, no one could be certain who would achieve the supreme reputation of this generation. Would the reincarnated immortal use thunderous means to suppress this monster incarnate of the new generation, or would this paragon of the Academy trample on the glory of this predecessor? He had already admitted defeat earlier on. There was no need for you to continue attacking. Su Zimo looked at Feng Yin and said slowly, I won't stop since he did not admit it personally. Feng Yin said coldly. The two of them stood on both sides of the green stone battlefield and faced off through the air. Their auras rose continuously and neither of them was willing to show weakness. Their gazes collided in midair and sparks flew with a torrential killing intent. Why? You want revenge for your fellow sect mate. Feng Yin's lips curled slightly with a hint of mockery in his eyes. I have that intention. Su Zimo's tone was calm. All right then. Suddenly, Feng Yin released a tremendous spirit consciousness pressure and said coldly, Let me tell you a fact today. As someone who ascended from the lower worlds, you're not qualified to challenge my status. The moment he said that, Feng Yin attacked and released multiple divine powers and immortal arts in succession. They were ferocious and blanketed the skies as they struck towards Su Zimo. Su Zimo took a deep breath of air as well and channeled his essence spirit to condense a secret skill and divine power to fight head-on. There was no technique to speak of in a fight between divine powers. It was just a continuous drain of essence spirit and essence chi. It was the same as the battle between Su Zimo and Immortal Taihua. Before the 6th round, Su Zimo had already recovered 40% of the power of his essence spirit. Thereafter, he fought a huge battle with Yu Feng and expended some energy. After resting for a while, he recovered to around 40% once more. But now that both parties released their divine powers and immortal arts, the power of Su Zimo's essence spirit was depleting rapidly. The divine light in Feng Yin's eyes intensified. Everything was under his control. This is bad. Xianxia frowned and murmured. The current situation is similar to the battle between Brother Su and Immortal Taihua. Feng Yin has the absolute advantage in terms of essence spirit power. Brother Su can't afford the expenditure. Su Zimo realized this as well. During the clash of divine powers, he relied on the powerful physique of his green lotus true body to withstand the power of the divine powers and closed in to Feng Yin continuously, shortening the distance between them. If he wanted to defeat Feng Yin in this battle, his only chance of winning was in melee combat. The Green Lotus True Body was currently in his peak condition and could ignore all opponents of the same cultivation realm with his melee combat strength. Be it paragons, monster incarnates, or reincarnated perfected immortals, Su Zimo was absolutely confident of suppressing them in melee combat. Finally, after a series of divine powers and immortal arts, the distance between the two of them shrank continuously and they were already within Su Zimo's attack range. Phew! Su Zimo conjured the great chaos essence palm and slapped down on Feng Yin's head with an unstoppable might. Fufu! Feng Yin chuckled and moved with the wind like a willow catkin, floating down gently to avoid Su Zimo's great chaos essence palm. The power of that palm strike missed. With a calm expression, Su Zimo strode forward and attacked once more, charging towards Feng Yin. Feng Yin swayed and dodged Su Zimo's killing move again. In just a few breaths, Su Zimo attacked more than 10 times in succession and each time he missed. In fact, he did not even manage to touch Feng Yin's clothes. This scene was extremely similar to what Lu Ping had experienced earlier on. Even now that the opponent was Su Zimo, the situation did not change much nor was any advantage gained. How strong! To think that Imperial Wind Temple's shadow with the wind movement technique would be so powerful. Even Su Zimo's melee combat techniques have failed repeatedly. If I had known earlier, I would have joined Imperial Wind Temple at the Immortal Sect selection back then. With the help of such a movement technique, my combat strength would have doubled at least. The crowd was in an uproar. Your Highness, can Feng Yin be invincible just because of that movement technique? Su Shaotian had a worried expression. It's not that simple. Xia Qingcheng shook his head with a grim expression. I've experienced shadow with the wind's movement technique as well. It's far less terrifying than what Feng Yin displayed. Feng Yin must have other methods to be able to unleash such power with that movement technique. On the green stone battlefield, Su Zimo's attacks intensified. However, Feng Yin was carefree and casual. "Do you think that you can defeat me in melee combat?" With a smile and a mocking expression, Feng Yin made use of shadow with the wind to linger around Su Zimo. Swoosh! A cold glint appeared faintly on his body. It was the same cold glint that severely injured Lu Ping earlier on. He could retaliate at any moment. Heart-peering. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged as he suddenly murmured, "MMM?" Feng Yin exclaimed softly in surprise. He had not expected Su Zimo to see through his methods so quickly. Apart from his sex movement technique, shadow with the wind, the reason why he was able to avoid Su Zimo's killing methods repeatedly was because of the greater divine power, heart-peering. Heart-peering was a divine power secret skill of the Buddhist monasteries. As the name suggested, it could read the other party's mind. However, Feng Yin's comprehension of heart-peering far surpassed others. With heart-peering, he could sense the landing spot of Su Zimo's attacks in advance and the trajectory of each attack. From there, he could make use of his movement technique to avoid Su Zimo's attacks. Throughout history, there were extremely few cultivators who could use heart-peering in battle. This required unimaginable comprehension and extraordinary reaction time. Neither could be missing. It's impressive that you're able to cultivate heart-peering to such an extent. Su Zimo replied indifferently, seemingly in no hurry. Suddenly, in that intense battle, Su Zimo closed his eyes. That action caused an uproar in the crowd. Could Su Zimo be using his spirit consciousness to fight? That can't be, right? That's equivalent to having a death wish. For cultivators, even with their eyes closed, they could naturally scan their surroundings with their spirit consciousnesses. In fact, in many places, spirit consciousnesses were more comprehensive than what the eyes could see. However, spirit consciousnesses were not direct enough. In a battle, one's vision was the most direct and could reflect all information to themselves right away, allowing them to react and make judgments. If one closed their eyes and relied on their spirit consciousness to fight, they would be a step slower in every aspect. "You think you can hide from my heart-peering just by closing your eyes?" Feng Yin burst into laughter. "Su Zimo, you're way too naive." In reality, Su Zimo had not only closed his eyes, he had sealed all 5 senses of his body. 2251 Reverse the situation heart-peering. Back at the bottom of the Dragon Burial Valley in Tianhuang mainland was the first time Su Zimo experienced the mysteriousness of this divine power. At that time, Monk Xianbei knew what Su Zimo was thinking before the latter replied. However, Monk Xianbei's comprehension of that divine power was far inferior to Feng Yin. To be able to comprehend his heart-peering to such a realm and fuse it perfectly with his combat strength was almost flawless. That alone was enough to shock everyone. Throughout history, there had never been any paragons or monster incarnates who could do that. Actually, the reason why Feng Yin could comprehend him to this level was mainly because of his reincarnation experience. He had died once. His soul carried his spirit consciousness imprint and vaguely comprehended something in the unknown. He reincarnated with that wisp of comprehension. Ever since he started cultivating, he had not recovered the memories of his previous life. However, he possessed the mysterious ability of heart-peering from the moment he was born. Given his talent, it did not take long for him to incorporate that ability into his combat, and it was always successful. "Oh!" Feng Yin's spirit consciousness moved, and his smile intensified when he sensed the change in Su Zimo. "Sealing your 5 senses? Do you think that you can avoid heart-peering's detection just by sealing your 5 senses?" Expressionlessly, Su Zimo sealed his 5 senses and allowed himself to remain in a state of emptiness. His heart gradually calmed down without any emotions. If he wanted to hide from Feng Yin's heart-peering, it was not enough to just lock his 5 senses. He could not make any strange movements with his mind, or Feng Yin would definitely notice it. If Su Zimo had a thought and wanted to release any methods, Feng Yin would sense it and be prepared. That way, his attacks would most likely come to nothing and Feng Yin would gain the upper hand with a firm grasp of the situation. Calming your mind by sealing your 5 senses. Feng Yin frowned slightly. Through heart-peering, he could sense that Su Zimo was like a deep and dark ancient well and could not detect anything. Although there was water in the ancient well, there were no ripples and it was silent. There were no emotions in the ancient well. Humph! Feng Yin sneered. In order to defend against my heart peering, you've given up so much. Let's see how you defend against my attacks. In a flash, Feng Yin made use of shadow with the wind's movement technique, and a cold light surrounded him. He switched from defense to offense and attacked Su Zimo fiercely. Su Zimo is going to lose. At the spectator area, Heaven Immortal Green Peak smiled gently. Although condensing his chi to calm his mind through sealing of the five senses can defend against the detection of heart peering, he must be dreaming if he thinks he can make use of his spirit consciousness to defend against Feng Yin's attacks. The other cultivators nodded as well. Everyone could tell that this was a trap as well. If Su Zimo did not seal his five senses, he would always be led by the nose by Feng Yin. If he sealed his five senses, he would still be disadvantaged and would fall into Feng Yin's ferocious attacks. He would not be able to defend at all. To think that Feng Yin would have such a move, perfected Immortal Xialing shook his head gently and lamented. He's almost invincible with heart peering and shadow with the wind. Even if Su Zimo is at his peak, he might not be able to win this match. As everyone discussed, Feng Yin's attacks on the battlefield were ferocious and both parties fought with speed for a few rounds. Relying on shadow with the wind's agility and grace, Feng Yin's attacks were extremely fast and his angles were tricky, almost pervasive. Even if they released their five senses, many Earth Immortal Paragons of the Earth ranking could not defend against such attacks. However, to everyone's shock, Su Zimo received all of Feng Yin's attacks and even had the upper hand. A strange scene appeared on the battlefield. Feng Yin was clearly the one who attacked forcefully and released a flurry of attacks. However, as the two of them exchanged blows, Feng Yin was suppressed by Su Zimo, who had his five senses sealed and was disadvantaged. What happened? How strange. Could Su Zimo have opened his heavenly eye? In the upper world, those from the heavenly eye race had heavenly eyes on their glabellas and could hide from heart-peering senses. However, it was clearly different from Su Zimo's situation. What is Su Zimo using to fight? Heaven Immortal Green Peak frowned. He had just said that Su Zimo would definitely lose. To think that the situation would change so strangely. Swoosh! A cold light flashed. The cold light that danced around Feng Yin stabbed towards the back of Su Zimo's head at an extremely tricky angle. The cold light was filled with killing intent. The sound that pierced the void was extremely sharp as well. However, because Su Zimo had sealed his five senses, there was no way he could sense it. Even many Earth Immortals who widened their eyes could not see what the cold light was. However, the moment the cold light flashed, Su Zimo did not turn back. Expressionlessly, he fought against Feng Yin while suddenly grabbing back without any warning. Clang! Clang! Sharp, knife-like fingernails protruded from the fingertips of Su Zimo's fingers. They shone with a green glow and were surrounded by lightning. Clang! Su Zimo's five fingers grabbed the back of his head and his fingertips grabbed the cold light. There was a crisp sound and sparks flew. The true form of the cold light was finally revealed. Everyone could clearly see that the cold light was an exquisite flying saber the length of a finger. Crack! 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 Cracks sounded from the saber. Su Zimo released his grip and the flying saber turned into tiny shards that fell onto the green stone battlefield. Everyone was shocked. Such a powerful divine weapon severely injured Lu Ping, but now, it was crushed by Su Zimo's fingernails. More importantly, the situation seemed to be changing. Feng Yin's advantage was gone. Nobody knew why Su Zimo, who had condensed his chi to calm his mind through the sealing of his five senses, could fight Feng Yin and even gain the upper hand. The reason why Su Zimo was able to do that was because of his spirit perception that was cultivated from the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. That was something even more unfathomable than heart-peering. It was also because of his spirit perception that Su Zimo was able to survive countless life and death situations. The mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness was a cultivation technique that Su Zimo cultivated when Yu left it in the lower worlds. Many of the cultivation techniques and sutras within were useless by now. However, The essence of this cultivation technique and many killing moves could release unimaginable terrifying might even in the upper world. Yu Feng, who was renowned for his melee combat strength, was able to witness the terror of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness in less than 2 rounds against Su Zimo. Feng Yin stood on the green stone battlefield with a grim expression. The crippling of a dermic treasure was nothing to him. However, the fact that heart-peering was resolved by Su Zimo was a huge blow to him. Up till this point of his cultivation, he had not encountered any opponent who could break heart-peering. As an Earth Immortal, he even encountered Heaven Immortal experts, but they could not avoid his heart-peering detection. To think that it would be destroyed by a cultivator of the lower worlds who was initially unknown. 2252 Crushing Su Zimo did not give Feng Yin any time to think or catch his breath. Relying on his spirit perception, Su Zimo continued to engage Feng Yin in melee combat, and his fingernails popped out with a cold glint. They were sharp like sabers and swords as they flew up and down with ferocious attacks. Each time he attacked, Su Zimo's body would be accompanied by a series of dragon roars that were incomparably loud and shook the world. His aura was torrential and he looked down on the world. To everyone, Su Zimo seemed to have vanished. If everyone closed their eyes and merely scanned with their spirit consciousnesses, they would see a divine dragon with sharp fangs and claws soaring through the green stone battlefield, shaking its head and wagging its tail while biting. In the face of the divine dragon, Feng Yin was as insignificant as an ant, like a mayfly that wanted to shake a tree. Where did Su Zimo learn his offensive skills? The Heaven Immortals of the major factions were puzzled. I'm not sure. If I'm not wrong, they seem related to the dragon race. Perfected Immortal Xie Ling pondered for a moment. In the 9 heavens, he once released a movement technique similar to teleportation. It should be a secret skill of the dragon race. Even if he has a supreme opportunity and obtained the inheritance of some cultivation technique or secret skill of the dragon race, how can a human unleash the capabilities of the dragon race to such an extent? Another person asked with a frown. Xie Ling shook his head with a lost expression as well. Back on the Dragon Abyss Star, by chance, Su Zimo's essence spirit fused into a dragon corpse and fought against 3 perfected immortal experts. In that battle, the dragon corpse relied on its remnant memories to release many offensive skills of the dragon race. Su Zimo had synthesized the dragon phoenix essence spirit and had cultivated in the dragon race before. He was extremely familiar with everything about the dragon race. He cultivated the offensive skills of the dragon race with half the effort. If Zither Immortal Meng Yao and Sword Immortal Yu Hua were present and saw Su Zimo's methods, they might be able to discover some clues and recall some unhappy memories. On the green stone battlefield, Su Zimo released the offensive skills of the dragon race. His attacks were ferocious and he possessed both form and spirit. Feng Yin could not defend against it at all and retreated continuously. Heart-peering was useless. Even Shadow like Wind was not Su Zimo's match in melee combat. Although Feng Yin was expressionless, he felt frustrated. Although the power of heart-peering was mysterious, maintaining this divine power required the continuous consumption of the power of his essence spirit. Now that heart-peering was useless, maintaining this divine power was equivalent to wasting the power of his essence spirit. There was no need for that. At that thought, Feng Yin dispersed his heart-peering with a single thought. Suddenly, 2 divine lights shone before his eyes. Those were Su Zimo's eyes that were frighteningly bright. The moment Feng Yin dispersed heart-peering, Su Zimo sensed something and opened his eyes. With a burning gaze, he unlocked his 5 senses and his aura surged to another level. Spirit perception was a passive reaction towards danger. In a fight as such, even if one's attacks were ferocious, they would not be able to unleash the full might of melee combat. If this continued, it would be difficult to determine the victor. Now that Feng Yin had dispersed heart-peering, Su Zimo no longer had any reservations. Feng Yin, you've lost. Su Zimo smiled with a mocking gaze. This is bad. Feng Yin's heart sank as he realized that he might have made a huge mistake. Now that he had removed heart-peering, it was already impossible for him to condense it again. Kill! Sensing the opening in Feng Yin's mind, Su Zimo hollered and raised his fist like a gigantic seal, smashing it towards Feng Yin's head with a tragic blood stench. Feng Yin's expression changed starkly. He was slightly distracted, and that momentary opening was immediately seized by Su Zimo to release such a terrifying power. Feng Yin's aura was snatched away by Su Zimo, and he could not resist. He could not help but growl and circulate his blood qi to its limits. Hoo hoo hoo. A hurricane that connected the heavens and earth appeared behind Feng Yin, letting out a ghostly wail. Bloodline phenomenon. Feng Yin released his bloodline phenomenon and included his visual technique as though it was not enough. Two sinister cold beams of light shone from the depths of his eyes and shot out, arriving on Su Zimo's face instantly. Before the two cold beams slashed down, Su Zimo already felt a sharp pain on his face. The visual technique was extremely powerful. Su Zimo had already released his visual technique in the 9 heavens. However, it was difficult for him to dodge at this distance. He tilted his head slightly, and the two cold beams entered his left eye instantly. Right on the heels of that, Su Zimo's left eye suddenly turned pitch black and emitted a cold and dark aura. There was no white in it, and it looked a little terrifying. Feng Yin's expectation that Su Zimo's eyeballs would be exposed with blood splattering did not happen. On the contrary, he saw the bottomless darkness in Su Zimo's left eye. His gaze, mind, essence spirit and essence qi seemed like they were about to be devoured by the darkness. Thankfully, the darkness in Su Zimo's left eye dissipated rapidly. Pest! Feng Yin was shocked and his body shuddered. His reaction was slightly slower as he hurriedly raised his arms to defend. Bang! Su Zimo's fist smashed down heavily like a mountain. A creaking sound came from Feng Yin's body, as though his bones were about to fall apart. Although he had the support of his bloodline phenomenon, his mind was distracted by Su Zimo's left eye earlier on and his reaction was a tad slower. He could not gather his full strength. In melee combat, if Su Zimo had the upper hand, he would release suffocating attacks and would definitely not give his opponent any chance. After punching, Su Zimo's entire body darted forward. Bending his legs slightly, his hands seemed to be holding something as he offered it to Feng Yin with a fake smile. Feng Yin's pupils constricted and his hairs stood on end. With the help of his movement technique, he tapped his feet on the ground and retreated. However, Su Zimo's speed was not slow either. Like a shadow, his killing intent enveloped Feng Yin the entire time, and he was ready to strike. Suddenly, without any warning, Feng Yin suddenly swept his long hair. Buzz! A dense beam of cold lights burst forth from Feng Yin's long hair and shot towards Su Zimo's face. That attack was extremely fast and his moves were wild. Nobody expected such a killing move to be hidden in the long hair of the reincarnated Immortal. With the help of the wind and the channeling of Feng Yin's bloodline phenomenon, the cold lights were extremely fast and arrived almost instantly. Su Zimo was in hot pursuit and could not dodge in time against such a counterattack. A series of exclamations sounded from the crowd. Su Zimo's expression was calm and composed. His glabella opened up and a handful of golden yellow sand suddenly appeared in front of him to defend. 2253 Heavenly dark light shuttle. The yellow sand spread and seemed to form a yellow cloud that was dense, tough, and airtight. The cold light released by Feng Yin's hair entered the yellow sand. Humph! Feng Yin sneered. You want to defend against my clear wind immortal needles with just a ball of yellow sand? To be precise, the clear wind immortal needles was a heaven-grade dermic treasure. Although Feng Yin's essence spirit was only at the level of a grade 1 heaven immortal, and it was difficult for him to unleash the power of those immortal needles, it was not something that ordinary weapons could defend against. After consecutive exchanges, Feng Yin had already realized that ordinary weapons and dermic treasures could no longer hurt Su Zimo's foundation. The only way to severely injure him was if higher-level dermic treasures were used. If it was anyone else, it would naturally be extremely difficult for them to obtain powerful heaven-grade dermic treasures at the Earth Immortal realm. Even the sect would not give Earth Immortals heaven-grade dermic treasures. However, it was different for Feng Yin. His identity was a reincarnated, perfected immortal. Before his reincarnation, he was a legacy disciple of Imperial Wind Temple and the treasures he possessed were unimaginable. Many of those treasures were retained for his use. This set of 108 clear wind immortal needles was only one of them. The clear wind immortal needles were synthesized with the sky glow stone, golden light stone, thunder fire sand, light jade, and many other rare materials in the Wind Valley of Imperial Wind Temple when he was alive. The immortal needles were as thin as a cow's hair and were usually hidden in his hair. They were impossible to detect. Clang, clang, clang. The yellow cloud rumbled and a sharp sound came from within, as though the clear wind immortal needles wanted to penetrate the yellow cloud and were attacking continuously. However, after a few breaths, not only did not a single clear wind immortal needle appear, Feng Yin's control and sensing of the immortal needles became weaker. In that few breaths, Su Zimo's attacks did not delay and became even sharper. Bang! Su Zimo bent his knees forward and pushed up with both hands, colliding against Feng Yin's arms with a dull thud. Feng Yin shuddered. Even with the augmentation of his bloodline phenomenon, he felt his blood qi rumble and his organs vibrate while his bones creaked. Not only did Feng Yin fail to change the situation by summoning a heaven-grade dermic treasure, his situation was even worse. His heaven-grade dermic treasure was also neutralized by the yellow sand released by Su Zimo with ease. Your Highness, can you tell what that yellow sand is? Heaven Abyss frowned slightly with a puzzled expression and could not help but ask. Among the many Heaven Immortal experts present, none of them recognized the yellow sand released by Su Zimo. Even the elders of Heaven and Earth Academy were confused. This yellow sand was definitely not a treasure of Heaven and Earth Academy. I'm not sure. Perfected Immortal Xialing frowned as well and said in a deep voice, up till this point of my cultivation, I've never seen anyone use something like sand as a dermic treasure or weapon. It's indeed a little strange. However, the fact that this yellow sand can defend against the clear wind immortal needles shows how extraordinary it is. The yellow sand that spread out from Su Zimo's glabella was the Nine Heavens living soil. Typically, he would rarely use the Nine Heavens living soil. The flesh of the grade 10 green lotus true body was comparable to a connate earth-grade dermic treasure. Almost no one of the same cultivation realm could hurt his foundation. But now that Feng Yin had summoned a heaven-grade dermic treasure, the clear wind immortal needles, the green lotus true body could no longer defend against it. Only the Nine Heavens living soil could resolve it. Su Zimo was not worried that the Nine Heavens living soil would expose his green lotus true body. Even with Dai Yu's cultivation realm and experience, she did not know how the creation green lotus would change after grade 9. It was even more impossible for the Earth Immortals and Heaven Immortals present to recognize the origin of the Nine Heavens living soil. On the battlefield, Feng Yin was forced to retreat continuously by Su Zimo. Even though he possessed shadow with the wind, his space was shrinking. Before long, Feng Yin was about to retreat to the edge of the greenstone battlefield. Although Feng Yin was disadvantaged, he looked calm without much panic in his eyes, as though he was not worried about his situation. Even if his heart-peering and heaven-grade dermic treasure were rendered useless, he had other methods. Any of those methods could change the situation instantly when released. The many Earth Immortals in the square were merely watching the show. As for some Heaven Immortal experts at the spectator area, they saw things even clearer and knew in their hearts that Feng Yin was only disadvantaged but did not show any signs of defeat. The outcome of the battle was still unknown. Let's stop here. Suddenly, Feng Yin spoke indifferently, revealing a condescending tone as though he was getting impatient. At that moment, he did not seem to be an Earth Immortal, but a perfected immortal of the past. Swoosh! Feng Yin swiped his storage bag. A dark light appeared. Stepping on the dark light, Feng Yin swooshed and disappeared from the edge of the greenstone battlefield at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye, escaping from Su Zimo's attack range. It was too fast. Su Zimo frowned slightly. If he could still release the rock wings, he would naturally be able to catch up. But now, it was impossible for him to catch up with the burst of his green lotus true body alone. He could clearly see that the dark light beneath Feng Yin's feet was a shuttle-shaped dermic treasure. With the help of that dermic treasure, Feng Yin's speed increased exponentially, and he managed to escape from Su Zimo's attack. Heavenly Dark Light Shuttle. Heaven Abyss focused his gaze and suddenly spoke. Perfected Immortal Xie Ling nodded as well. That's right. It's Feng Yin's destiny dermic treasure before his reincarnation. It's also a pure Yang spirit treasure. The Heavenly Dark Light Shuttle. Back then, Feng Yin used this dermic treasure to dominate Divine Firmament mainland and had never tasted defeat. Even if he encountered strong foes, he could make use of the Heavenly Dark Light Shuttle to flee far away, leaving his opponents in the dust and unable to catch up. With that pure Yang spirit treasure, Feng Yin was able to shuttle through the various worlds back then and was omnipotent. He managed to survive countless close shaves and gained quite a bit of fame. Later on, Feng Yin encountered a strong enemy from another world and was severely injured. Although he managed to escape back to Divine Firmament mainland with the Heavenly Dark Light Shuttle, he was already at the end of his road. That was the reason for his reincarnation later on. Xie Ling paused for a moment. Seems like Feng Yin did encounter quite a bit of trouble in that battle back then. Even this Heavenly Dark Light Shuttle was severely injured and is crippled. Even though it's crippled, it was a 9 tribulations pure Yang spirit treasure back then, and its quality is still present. While the full might of the spirit treasure can't be released, it's enough to kill Su Zimo. Heaven Immortal White Sea said coldly. Under normal circumstances, Feng Yin would not be able to control the Heavenly Dark Light Shuttle given his essence spirit realm. However, because this was his destiny dermic treasure before his reincarnation and was extremely compatible with his essence spirit, he could use this dermic treasure. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As the experts discussed, dark lights flashed continuously on the greenstone battlefield at an extremely fast speed. The Earth Immortals could no longer see Feng Yin's figure clearly. In everyone's eyes, they could only see a dark light disappearing and appearing around Su Zimo from time to time, dancing and attacking fiercely. After summoning this destiny spirit treasure of the past, Feng Yin regained the initiative. 2254 Might of the Auspicious Jade Poof. 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 A few streaks of bloodlight appeared on Su Zimo's body. The Heavenly Dark Light Shuttle was way too fast. Relying on his spirit perception, Su Zimo could avoid fatal damage. However, it was inevitable that he would be injured by the Heavenly Dark Light Shuttle. A few wounds appeared on his arm, shoulder and thigh, dripping with blood. Instantly, the many disciples of Heaven and Earth Academy became extremely nervous. Elder Zhong, how about we admit defeat? Princess Scarlet Rainbow had a worried expression. Feng Yin is relying on the weapons of his previous life. In this aspect, junior brother Su is way too inferior and can't fight at all. Elder Zhong and the others exchanged glances and hesitated. Indeed, Su Zimo was disadvantaged and was completely suppressed by Feng Yin. However, his expression was calm and composed, as though he was not in a desperate situation. Although a few wounds appeared on Su Zimo's body, they stopped bleeding before long and showed signs of healing. Those were only minor injuries and were nothing to the Green Lotus true body. Let's wait and see, Elder, he said in a deep voice as he glared at the battlefield fixedly, prepared to call for a stop at any moment. On the green stone battlefield, Su Zimo was also thinking of countermeasures. If he wanted to break out of the situation, he had to get rid of Feng Yin's Heavenly Dark Light Shuttle. The Hell Suppression Tripod was currently devouring and refining a few treasures of the 9 heavens and could not be interrupted. Although the few sacred souls had awakened, their strength had not recovered completely. Furthermore, this was Su Zimo's strongest trump card, and he did not want to expose it in advance in a fight between his peers. The 9 heavens living soil was still rumbling in midair not far away. Just as Su Zimo was about to recall the 9 heavens living soil, the 108 clear wind immortal needles within stirred, wanting to escape and return to Feng Yin's control. He could not touch the 9 heavens living soil. Otherwise, if Feng Yin regained control of the clear wind immortal needles, it would be troublesome as well. Swoosh! Right then, the dark light appeared once more and stabbed towards Su Zimo's glabella. This time round, Su Zimo did not dodge. With a single thought, a green light appeared in his palm. It was an incomparably exquisite jade weapon. Its head was in the shape of an auspicious cloud, and there were 3 pearls embedded on it that shone brightly. This jade weapon was the Trinity Auspicious Jade that was born when Su Zimo broke through to the Grade 10 creation Green Lotus. Initially, the 3 pearls were dim. Right now, Su Zimo had cultivated for many years and cultivated the exalted mystic spirit Big Dipper True Sutra continuously. This Trinity Auspicious Jade also attracted a large amount of light from the sun, moon, and stars. The 3 pearls gradually regained their luster and were bedazzling. Actually, the 3 pearls were condensed from the essence of the sun, moon, and stars in the chaos and corresponded to heaven, earth, and man. Su Zimo cultivated the exalted mystic spirit Big Dipper True Sutra and refined the stars. The Green Lotus Essence Spirit wielded the Trinity Auspicious Jade and received immense replenishment as well. As for the Trinity Auspicious Jade's 3 pearls, they released an even more condensed tricolored starlight, allowing Su Zimo to cultivate the exalted mystic spirit Big Dipper True Sutra at an even faster speed. Otherwise, there was no way he could have cultivated that cultivation technique to level 3 and opened up a 3rd-star region in just 1,000 years. When Su Zimo first obtained the Trinity Auspicious Jade, he was pressed for time and did not have much time to study it. One of the uses of the Trinity Auspicious Jade was to change one's appearance. It was also because of this magical use that he could avoid Prince Yuan's was wanted notice in the territory of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and lie dormant for 2,000 years. Apart from cultivating in seclusion in Heaven and Earth Academy, Su Zimo would also study the use of the Trinity Auspicious Jade in his spare time. Over the years, he had gained quite a bit of insights, but he did not have a chance to test them out. Now that Feng Yin had summoned the heavenly dark light shuttle, Su Zimo pondered for a moment and took out the Trinity Auspicious Jade. Su Zimo raised his hand and raised the Trinity Auspicious Jade with his spirit perception, striking towards the heavenly dark light shuttle. "You're trying to strike a stone with an egg." Feng Yin burst into laughter when he saw Su Zimo's actions. Compared to the heavenly dark light shuttle, the jade weapon looked incomparably fragile, as though it could shatter with a single strike. Clang! However, after the collision of the 2 dermic treasures, the sound of jade clashing could be heard on the battlefield. Feng Yin's figure appeared and he shuddered. He had a shocked expression and almost fell from midair after losing his footing. The heavenly dark light shuttle revealed itself as well and swayed slightly, falling from midair as though it had suffered a huge blow. Everyone was in an uproar. What's going on? What's that jade weapon? It can actually knock down the heavenly dark light shuttle? Although the heavenly dark light shuttle is crippled, it was a 9 tribulations pure yang spirit treasure back then after all. How is that possible? The crowd was in an uproar. Even the perfected immortal Xialing, Heaven Abyss, and the elders of Heaven and Earth Academy were dumbfounded. Feng Yin, who was on the green stone battlefield, was even more frustrated and confused. When he saw Su Zimo take out an exquisite jade weapon and attack the heavenly dark light shuttle beneath his feet, he did not take it seriously at all. The jade weapon did not contain much power. However, when the jade weapon struck the heavenly dark light shuttle, the essence chi attached to it was dispersed. As for the essence chi in his body, it was shaken into chaos indirectly through the heavenly dark light shuttle. Caught off guard, Feng Yin nearly fell from midair. Feng Yin channeled his spirit consciousness hurriedly and tried to control the heavenly dark light shuttle once more. Steadying himself, he looked at the jade weapon in Su Zimo's hands with a wary expression. Su Zimo was secretly delighted when he saw that. The 3 pearls on the Trinity Auspicious Jade absorbed more and more essence of the sun, moon, and stars, gradually giving birth to a tricolored glow. Su Zimo realized that the tricolored glow seemed to have a special effect on essence chi. Now that it was released in battle, it was indeed extraordinary. After all, the heavenly dark light shuttle on the other end was once a 9 tribulations pure yang spirit treasure and had a solid foundation. If it was an ordinary dermic treasure, even if it was not injured or damaged after being struck by the Trinity Auspicious Jade, it would most likely be struck down and could not be used for a short period of time. When he saw how powerful the Trinity Auspicious Jade was, Su Zimo was invigorated. He strode forward and wielded the Trinity Auspicious Jade, striking towards Feng Yin. Swoosh! Feng Yin channeled the heavenly dark light shuttle once more, wanting to distance himself. However, the heavenly dark light shuttle was clearly greatly affected after being struck by the Trinity auspicious jade. The speed slowed down and it could no longer shake off Su Zimo. The situation had changed once more. Humph! Feng Yin dodged a few times in succession but could not break free from Su Zimo's pursuit. His expression turned cold as he said coldly, "Do you think that's all there is to my weapon? Go!" Feng Yin conjured hand seals and channeled his spirit consciousness, shooting out an essence chi that entered the heavenly dark light shuttle beneath his feet and pointed at Su Zimo. Swoosh! A dark light flashed and stabbed towards Su Zimo. While in midair, the dark light suddenly disintegrated and turned into 6 dark lights that tore through the air. 22:55 9 dragons surround. If the heavenly dark light shuttle was intact and at its peak, it could have produced far more changes. Of course, even the current changes were enough to affect the situation. The heavenly dark light shuttle split into 6 and danced in midair, piercing towards Su Zimo from different directions at an extremely fast speed. Although the Trinity auspicious jade possessed a mysterious might and had a tricolored glow that could dissipate essence chi from divine weapons, it was difficult for it to brush away all 6 dark lights at the same time. At the same time, a massive spirit consciousness gathered on Feng Yin's glabella, emanating a shuddering energy fluctuation. "This is bad." Elder Zhong of Heaven and Earth Academy frowned and exclaimed softly, "He's about to release his essence spirit secret skill." The other disciples of the Academy were shocked. They had witnessed Su Zimo release 3 essence spirit secret skills in the 9 heavens to fight against Immortal Tai Hua and the other Earth Immortal experts. That was Su Zimo's limit. Furthermore, the power of Su Zimo's essence spirit was depleting continuously in the battle against Feng Yin. Right now, he only had 10 to 20% of his essence spirit's power left. Even if he knew other essence spirit secret skills, the power of his essence spirit could not release another essence spirit secret skill. Feng Yin was no longer holding back when he released his essence spirit secret skill. Buzz! A cold light burst forth from Feng Yin's glabella at an extremely fast speed. In fact, it was even faster than the 6 dark lights and arrived before Su Zimo. The cold light was a wind blade conjured by Feng Yin's massive spirit consciousness using an essence spirit secret skill and had already materialized. Su Zimo did not move or dodge. He could not dodge against the envelopment of the essence spirit secret skill either. Poof! The wind blade pierced Su Zimo's glabella and entered his consciousness, disappearing. "It's over." Xianxia's expression dimmed with pity. Prince Yuanzhua and Heaven Immortal White Sea were delighted and excited. Ha 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 ha! Prince Yuanzhua could not help but burst into laughter. The essence spirit attack of a grade 1 Heaven Immortal has already entered his consciousness. Su Zimo will definitely die. Heaven Immortal White Sea opened his folding fan once more and revealed a smile. Even if that lad has any defensive essence spirit dermic treasures, the aftershock of the collision will definitely cause a huge impact to his essence spirit, since the essence spirit secret skill has already entered his consciousness. Furthermore, there's the killing power of the heavenly dark light shuttle. Heaven Immortal Green Peak was finally relieved when he saw that. Although there were some twists and turns in this battle, they finally won. These Heaven Immortal experts were sharp and guessed correctly. Indeed, the power of Su Zimo's essence spirit was close to exhaustion, and he could no longer release any essence spirit secret skills. However, he had a dermic treasure that specialized in defending against attacks to the essence spirit. The moment Feng Yin's essence spirit secret skill was formed, the 90 green lotus seeds in Su Zimo's consciousness had already gathered, forming a sharp green lotus sword. However, Su Zimo had his reservations. The green lotus seeds were different from dermic treasures such as the Trinity auspicious jade and 9 heavens living soil. It was easy for others to tell their origins and link them to the lotus platform. That was the reason why Su Zimo did not release the green lotus sword. Instead, he kept the battlefield of the essence spirit fight in his consciousness. The wind blade entered his consciousness and collided with the green lotus sword. The green lotus sword dissipated and turned into 90 green lotus seeds once more, returning to the creation Lotus platform. The wind blade dissipated as well. The wind blade collided with the green Lotus sword and released an extremely powerful spirit consciousness fluctuation that swept through Su Zimo's entire consciousness. However, the green Lotus essence spirit sat on the creation Lotus platform. The Lotus platform spewed out rays of light that enveloped the surroundings and blocked the spirit consciousness fluctuation without any damage. Feng Yin's essence spirit secret skill was neutralized by Su Zimo silently. He merely had a blood scar on his glabella and his consciousness was slightly destroyed. The impact on his combat strength was almost negligible. Before Prince Yuan Zhua and Heaven Immortal White Sea could finish laughing, the green stone battlefield suddenly changed. Su Zimo was not affected at all after being struck by an essence spirit secret skill. Instead, he channeled his essence spirit and suddenly turned the Trinity Auspicious Jade, holding the tip of the Trinity Auspicious Jade and revealing its end. An endless stream of essence chi surged into the Trinity Auspicious Jade. Roar! Suddenly, the exquisite jade weapon let out a loud and incomparably dignified dragon roar that reverberated through the 9 heavens. Even the massive palace of the Yen-Yang Palace trembled slightly. At the end of the Trinity Auspicious Jade, where the handle was, there were 9 5-clawed golden dragons with different shapes and horns etched. At that moment, the glow from the 3 infinite pearls surged into the handle wildly. The 9 5-clawed golden dragons came to life and fell off the Trinity Auspicious Jade. They soared into the air with divine charms, sharp claws and fangs as they roared into the skies with endless might. The crowd was in an uproar. It was an extremely shocking scene. On the green stone battlefield, a green-robed cultivator wielded an auspicious jade and 9 5-clawed golden dragons circled around him. The beards of the dragons fluttered and their eyes widened in rage as roars sounded endlessly. Under the encirclement of the 9 dragons, an unstoppable aura of supremacy burst forth from the green-robed cultivator. The 6 dark lights conjured by the heavenly dark light shuttle were stopped by 6 5-clawed golden dragons the moment they approached. They fought continuously in midair, and it was difficult to tell who was stronger for a moment. However, there were still 3 5-clawed golden dragons left in midair. Besides Su Zimo, they glared at Feng Yin, who was not far away with a murderous aura. Sticky dragon saliva flowed from their mouths as they spat out dragon breaths, ready to pounce at any moment. He's not dead? Su Zimo isn't dead after being struck by Feng Yin's essence spirit secret skill. What happened? How is that possible? Where did those 9 5-clawed golden dragons come from? It's as though they're real. Why do I feel an uncontrollable sense of trepidation in the face of these divine dragons? A clamor broke out from the crowd as exclamations, shock and doubt intertwined. None of them could drown out the dragon roars on the battlefield. The smiles of Prince Yuan Zhua and Heaven Immortal White Sea froze on their faces. Heaven Immortal Green Peak's expression gradually darkened as well. The cultivators of Heaven and Earth Academy heaved a sigh of relief and cheered. What a powerful dermic treasure! Perfected Immortal Xialing looked at the Trinity Auspicious Jade in Su Zimo's hands and was secretly speechless. This small jade weapon could defend against the sentient dermic treasure of a reincarnated perfected immortal. It could even derive such a powerful transformation and wipe out the weapons and dermic treasures of others. Even with his experience as a perfected immortal, he did not recognize the origin of the auspicious jade. Logically speaking, a dermic treasure that was so powerful and varied should not be an unknown object. Although the Trinity Auspicious Jade did not have any sharpness or ferocious power, its advantage was that it was unfathomable and mysterious. This was the first time that Su Zimo had released the 9 5-clawed golden dragons. To think that they would possess such terrifying might. 2256 Impermanence Seal. Of course, the formation of the 9 5-clawed golden dragons consumed all the resplendent light in the 3 infinite pearls. At that moment, the 3 infinite pearls dimmed once more. Without the tricolored glow, the Trinity Auspicious Jade was almost equivalent to an ordinary jade weapon. Su Zimo threw the Trinity Auspicious Jade into his consciousness once more. This dermic treasure had already helped him enough. Go! Su Zimo pointed at Feng Yin from afar. The remaining 3 five-clawed golden dragons were already impatient and roared, charging towards Feng Yin. Swoosh! A green figure flashed. Su Zimo followed closely behind, closing in on Feng Yin as well. This time round, he would not give Feng Yin any chance. Soaring Cloud Sword, Golden Flame Seal, Dragon Suppressing Rope. Feng Yin swiped his storage bag and withdrew 3 heaven-grade dermic treasures, attacking the 3 five-clawed golden dragons that flew over from midair. Cling! Clang! The soaring cloud sword blocked one of the 5-clawed golden dragons and collided continuously in midair, causing sparks to fly and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Although the 5-clawed golden dragon was ferocious, the soaring cloud sword was extremely sharp and a large number of dragon scales fell off when it struck the dragon. The golden flame seal and dragon suppressing rope blocked the other 2 5-clawed golden dragons respectively and fought in midair. It was hard to tell who was stronger. Feng Yin has too many dermic treasures, and almost all of them are heaven-grade dermic treasures. He's a reincarnated perfected immortal after all, and has a strong foundation. In that case, Immortal Tai Hua's death was a little unjust. If he could use dermic treasures and divine weapons in the 9 heavens, Su Zimo might not have won that battle. Everyone discussed endlessly. On the green stone battlefield, Feng Yin's face was slightly pale. Indeed, he had many dermic treasures and divine weapons. In fact, he had even more dermic treasures in his storage bag. However, controlling those dermic treasures and divine weapons took a huge toll on his essence spirit as well. Right now, he had released the Clear Wind Immortal Needles, Heavenly Dark Light Shuttle, Soaring Cloud Sword, Golden Flame Seal and Dragon Suppressing Rope. All of them were heaven grade or above dermic treasures. His essence spirit was only a grade 1 heaven immortal, and controlling so many heaven-grade dermic treasures at the same time was already his limit. Su Zimo charged forward once more like a galloping divine steed. His body was filled with an incomparably tragic aura, and his aura was unstoppable. This time round, Feng Yin did not retreat or dodge. Su Zimo were finally at this point. Feng Yin spoke and gathered the final bit of essence spirit power. He conjured hand seals and terrifying divine powers gathered, causing the world to change. Ah, that's the power of a supreme divine power. Another series of shouts broke out from the crowd, and all the cultivators were shocked. Xianxia stood up instinctively. He was not surprised at all. In his opinion, Feng Yin's greatest reliance had always been supreme divine powers. If Su Zimo was at his peak, Feng Yin would definitely not rely completely on his supreme divine powers. But now, after a fierce battle, Su Zimo's essence spirit was almost depleted while Feng Yin could still release a supreme divine power. This was the final killing move. Actually, the scene of Su Zimo killing Immortal Tai Hua in the 9 heavens earlier on was similar to what was happening before him. Su Zimo also expended the power of Immortal Tai Hua's essence spirit continuously. In the end, when the power of his essence spirit was depleted, he released his supreme divine power and killed the latter with a single strike. Feng Yin had clearly planned everything as well. The reason why he left this trump card till the end was because he wanted to be certain that Su Zimo's essence spirit power could not release another supreme divine power. Perhaps Mr. Su's body might be able to withstand that supreme divine power? Su Xiaotian could not help but ask. After all, in the 9 heavens, Su Zimo was the one who defended against a supreme divine power of Immortal Tai Hua and killed the latter. That's different. Xianxia shook his head. In the 9 heavens, Su Zimo was severely injured as well after defending against a supreme divine power. However, he attacked and killed Immortal Tai Hua without giving the latter any chance. However, right now, even if Brother Su is able to defend against that supreme divine power and is severely injured, he doesn't have any other methods to kill Feng Yin. On the contrary, Feng Yin will seize the opportunity to defeat Brother Su. Feng Yin looked at Su Zimo, who was getting closer, and a mocking look flashed through his eyes. You might not have expected that you would be defeated in the same situation. This might be karma and your final resting place. I'll take back the dignity of reincarnated immortals lost by the death of Tai Hua. I want you to understand something. A reincarnated immortal is definitely not someone like you who ascended from the lower worlds can challenge. The moment he said that, the divine power condensed in Feng Yin's hands was already at its limits. Hurricane catastrophe. Feng Yin pointed at Su Zimo. Phew! A gigantic black hurricane appeared before him with an incomparably terrifying aura. It let out a ghostly wail as though it could tear everything in the world apart. Hurricane catastrophe was an extremely lethal supreme divine power that was even more terrifying than the one released by immortal Tai Hua. Su Zimo did not stop in his tracks against that supreme divine power. His expression was incomparably calm as he channeled the remaining essence spirit power in his consciousness. His hands shifted and conjured an incomparably sacred and mysterious strange dermic seal. All things are impermanent. This is the law of arising and passing away. The nature of impermanence is as such. Su Zimo murmured softly. Although the Sanskrit was neither loud nor soft, it spread to every corner of the Yen-Yang palace. An incomparably mysterious power emanated from the dermic seals on his hands. Su Zimo released the dermic seal and struck the hurricane catastrophe before him. Humph! Feng Yin sneered. You want to fight against supreme divine powers with just a dermic seal of the Buddhist monasteries? You must be dreaming. He was not the only one. Many heaven immortal experts present could see it clearly. Although Su Zimo's dermic seal looked mysterious, it did not have any divine powers and should be an ordinary secret skill of the Buddhist monasteries. It was impossible for him to defend against a supreme divine power with such ferocious killing power with a secret skill of the Buddhist monasteries. Right then, the Buddhist dermic seal collided with the hurricane catastrophe. Swoosh! Instantly, the black hurricane that was destructive earlier on dissipated instantly as the divine power dispersed without affecting Su Zimo at all. Feng Yin's expression changed starkly and his pupils constricted. There was only a single thought in his mind. How was that possible? With the disappearance of the hurricane catastrophe, Su Zimo's figure had already arrived before him. Kneeling forward, he was like a divine steed that was galloping with an unstoppable might. Feng Yin could not dodge in time and could only raise his arms to defend against his chest. Bang! Su Zimo collided heavily against it. Feng Yin felt a sharp pain in his arms and vaguely heard the sound of bones cracking. 2257 top of the earth ranking initially. Everyone thought that there was no doubt about this battle after Feng Yin released his supreme divine power. To think that the situation would change rapidly. Su Zimo suddenly released a dermic seal of the Buddhist monasteries, causing the hurricane catastrophe to dissipate without warning and allow him to close in. Even the onlookers were stunned and could not understand what happened, let alone Feng Yin who was in the middle of it. For a fight of this level, a single misstep was a chasm of difference. Be it his essence chi or essence spirit, Feng Yin had already expended all his trump cards and was no match for Su Zimo who was closing in. Su Zimo used a killing move from the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness and severely injured Feng Yin in the blink of an eye. With his life on the line, Feng Yin's strong desire to survive burst forth as well. Before his blood chi dissipated completely, he gathered all his blood chi to a single spot and exploded. Right then, he received a tremendous power and retreated, turning into a blood beam that fell from the green stone battlefield. Feng Yin was defeated. In midair above the square, there was only a green-robed figure standing on the green stone battlefield. After a moment of silence in the crowd, Princess Scarlet Rainbow and the others in the direction of Heaven and Earth Academy burst into cheers. They were invigorated and delighted. The crowd was also in an uproar. Su Zimo won. A grade 8 Earth Immortal became the leader of the Earth ranking and even defeated 2 reincarnated perfected Immortals. He's truly invincible among his peers. This 10,000-year meet is enough to be recorded in history. Did you guys notice how Su Zimo seemed to have injured Feng Yin with a particular intent? Many cultivators understood what he meant. Prior to this, Feng Yin injured Lu Ping of Heaven and Earth Academy by severing his arms and penetrating his chest. Now, Su Zimo had torn Feng Yin's arms apart, penetrating his heart and chest. The wounds were almost identical, It was clear that he was taking revenge for Lu Ping. To think that someone who ascended from the lower worlds would step on two reincarnated immortals to ascend to the top of the earth ranking in this 10,000-year meet. Such a huge commotion and scene has not happened for hundreds of thousands of years. An old man lamented. The previous time someone from the lower worlds displayed such might was probably back in the year of Feng Cantion, another person said. The first old man shook his head gently. I heard that although Feng Cantion was at the top of the earth ranking at the 10,000-year meet and was domineering and invincible, his opponents were not as powerful and dazzling. Prince Yuanzhua and Heaven Immortal White Sea had ugly expressions. Now that Su Zimo was at the top of the earth ranking, it meant that the alliance of the two factions had failed completely. The loss of Earth Immortals from the two factions was secondary. The main thing was that they had lost too much face this time round and would become the topic of discussion for many cultivators for a long time to come. Prince Yuanzhua looked at Su Zimo's figure. Although he was filled with hatred, there was nothing he could do. He had noticed something. If he could not kill Su Zimo at the 10,000-year meet this time round, he might not have another chance in the future. Heaven Immortal White Sea was also thinking about how he should report to the Zither Immortal as well when he returned to the sect. The two of them had a tacit understanding and did not linger here. After bidding farewell to perfected Immortal Xialing, they left hurriedly with their cultivators. The Earth Immortals of the two factions had already been killed by Su Zimo. The two of them would only be asking for a rebuff if they continued staying here. Feng Yin, how are you? Are you all right? Heaven Immortal Green Peak had a terrible expression as he supported Feng Yin back to the table and asked softly. Feng Yin took out a few bottles from his storage bag and consumed more than 10 elixir pills in one go. His expression softened slightly as he stabilized his injuries. I'm fine. Feng Yin raised his head slightly and looked at the figure on the green stone battlefield with a cold gaze as he spat out two words. What happened? Heaven Immortal Green Peak frowned and asked, why did your hurricane catastrophe suddenly disappear? Can you tell the origin of that dermic seal? Although he was a Heaven Immortal expert, his knowledge and judgment might not be superior to Feng Yin. I'm not sure either. Feng Yin shook his head gently. That dermic seal should be from the Buddhist monasteries. I've never seen it before. For some reason, the moment the dermic seal made contact with the hurricane catastrophe, it dissipated on the spot. The change happened too quickly and he could not react in time given the circumstances. Under normal circumstances, even if Su Zimo released a supreme divine power to fight against hurricane catastrophe, there would be a violent collision. Both parties might be forced back the aftershock of the divine powers. However, the moment the hurricane catastrophe made contact with the dermic seal of the Buddhist monasteries, everything vanished silently without any warning or energy fluctuation. That was the reason why Su Zimo could reach Feng Yin without any resistance and release his killing move. On the green stone battlefield, Su Zimo gradually recovered his essence chi stamina. He sensed the shock, admiration, jealousy, coldness, and various complicated gazes around him, but his heart was calm. He had not won this battle easily. If he had not used the secret skill of the Prajna Nirvana Sutra, the impermanence seal, at the end, the outcome of this battle would have been unpredictable. All things are impermanent. This is the law of arising and passing away. The nature of impermanence is as such. Everything in the world was impermanent and cycled between the phases of life, residency, dissonance, and destruction. For example, all living beings were born from the initial intersection of yin and yang as well as the interweaving of heaven and earth. That created life. Once one's body was complete, that created residency. As they gradually age, that created dissonance. Eventually, at the end of their lifespans, destruction was created. Even the supreme divine power, hurricane catastrophe, released by Feng Yin could not escape the changes of life, residency, dissonance, and destruction. When Feng Yin circulated his spirit consciousness and condensed the technique, life was created. When the hurricane catastrophe took form, residency was created. When divine powers howled, regardless of whether its strength increased or weakened, dissonance was created. No matter what sort of divine power it was, the moment it dissipated was destruction. Everything and all changes were impermanent. The fastest changes often came from the mind. Life and destruction occurred between instances. When the impermanent seal conjured by Su Zimo came into contact with the hurricane catastrophe, life, residency, dissonance and destruction were decided with a single thought from him. Therefore, the moment that supreme divine power was formed, it was dissipated by the supreme might contained in the impermanent seal. According to Heavenly Wolf, the Prajna Nirvana Sutra was a taboo mystic classic. Up till this point of its cultivation, a dermic seal recorded in it had indeed displayed an extremely terrifying might. Although that secret skill did not consume much of the essence spirit, it could neutralize supreme divine powers. The ranking battle for the Earth ranking is over. Right then, perfected Immortal Xianxia's voice sounded as he said slowly, "Next, I'll announce the ranking of this Earth ranking. Top of the Earth ranking, Heaven and Earth Academy, Su Zimo." Splash. As Xianxia's voice sounded, a gigantic ranking list appeared in midair and fell. On the first row was a line of words, Heaven and Earth Academy, Su Zimo. That line of words represented the supreme glory of the Earth Immortals. Second on the Earth ranking, Imperial Wind Temple, Feng Yin. Third on the Earth ranking. Xianxia paused for a moment and looked in the direction of Heaven and Earth Academy before saying, "Third on the Earth ranking." Although the few of us argued, we eventually decided on Heaven and Earth Academy, Lu Ping. Heaven and Earth Academy occupied 2 of the top 3 of the Earth ranking. 2258 Spirit Consonance Art Yufeng was 4th on the Earth ranking. Princess Scarlet Rainbow was 6th. As Xianxia finished reading the names of the 100 Earth Immortals, the gigantic Earth ranking was filled with names. The line of words at the top of the ranking shone with a golden light and was the most dazzling. From this day forth, the name list of the Earth ranking would spread through the divine firmament immortal domain in various forms. The 10,000-year meet has ended. Everyone, please disperse and rest first, Xianxia declared loudly. 3 days later, the 100 cultivators on the Earth ranking will return and accept your rewards. Su Zimo, follow me. Xianxia looked at Su Zimo on the green stone battlefield and nodded slightly. Many cultivators revealed looks of envy. The rewards for the top of the Earth ranking were the most generous and were different from everyone else on the Earth ranking. Among them, the most important thing was that the top of the Earth ranking could choose a cultivation technique secret skill and a heaven-grade dermic treasure from the library and armory of the Xianxia Palace. Taking a deep breath of air, Su Zimo followed Xianxia in a flash. Many cultivators and factions in the square dispersed as well. The 10,000-year meet had already ended. Apart from sects and factions that had cultivators in the Earth ranking, most of them chose to return home. Su Zimo followed behind Xianxia and headed into the depths of the Xianxia Palace. The decorations of the Xianxia Palace were rather particular. Be it flowers, trees, or architectural style, they exuded the power of flames. That included the stone slabs beneath Su Zimo's feet. Every single slab was burned red. If one's cultivation realm was not high enough, it would be impossible for them to enter and exit the Xianxia Palace freely. Your performance this time round has truly broadened my horizons. Without turning back, Xianxia suddenly praised, "Given your talent and potential, your future accomplishments are limitless." "Your Highness, you're too kind," Su Zimo replied. Xianxia continued, "You're from the same sect as Scarlet Rainbow. The fact that you've experienced such changes in the 9 heavens can be considered as a trial and tribulation. Why don't you explore Heaven and Earth Academy more from now on?" It was clear from Xianxia's words that he was trying to rope Su Zimo in. Su Zimo replied with a smile without saying anything more. Before long, Xianxia brought Su Zimo to a pavilion with 3 floors. There were 2 armored guards guarding the entrance of the pavilion. They were expressionless and had sinister gazes. Their cultivation realms were already at the Heaven Immortal realm. "Go on in. This is the library of the Xianxia Palace. You're not allowed to borrow the ancient books on level 3. Apart from those, you're free to browse through the other cultivation techniques and secret skills." Xianxia said, "I'll give you 2 hours. After 2 hours, no matter what cultivation technique you choose, you'll be forcefully sent out." "All right," Su Zimo nodded. He was not surprised about that. He was a disciple of Heaven and Earth Academy after all and was considered an outsider. No matter how great the rewards of the Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom were, there was no way he would allow Su Zimo to cultivate the many secret skills of the Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom. There was a high chance that level 3 of this library contained many secret skills exclusive to the Yin-Yang Immortal Kingdom. Su Zimo entered the library and took a deep breath. He went straight to level 2 and took a casual spin before heading northwest. When he left the square, Xianxia sent him a voice transmission and instructed him that there were a few precious cultivation techniques and secret skills in the northwest direction of level 2. He might as well take a look there first. The library was huge and had many books. If Su Zimo were to browse through them one by one, he might not even be able to browse through all the books on level 1 within a month, let alone 2 hours. Arriving at the northwest direction of the library, Su Zimo saw a few rows of bookshelves and casually took out an ancient book, Falling Dust Heavenly Thunder Hands. He flipped through a few pages and shook his head gently before putting it back. This was a cultivation technique related to thunder. Su Zimo merely browsed through a few pages and determined that the power of this cultivation technique could not compare to the Void Thunder Manual at all. Su Zimo took out another book and took a rough look at it. It was the Blazing Sun Brightness True Sutra. This cultivation technique was rather domineering. In the Earth ranking battle, he had seen Xiayun release it before, but it was destroyed by Lu Ping. Su Zimo placed the cultivation technique back and continued browsing. Unknowingly, an hour had passed and Su Zimo had read dozens of cultivation techniques and secret skills. The might of those cultivation techniques and secret skills was indeed extraordinary. However, even if he cultivated them, it would not increase his combat strength significantly. Actually, those cultivation techniques and secret skills were top-tier cultivation techniques for any Earth Immortal. However, after Su Zimo ascended to the upper world, he cultivated the taboo mystic classic, the Prajna Nirvana Sutra. Coupled with cultivation techniques such as the Pankati Dao Fire, Heaven and Earth-slaying sword arts and exalted mystic spirit Big Dipper True Sutra, he was not interested in the ancient books earlier on. 2 hours were about to pass. Su Zimo was flipping through a copy of Flame Dragon Wind Fire. If there was no better choice, he would choose this cultivation technique. Suddenly, an ancient yellow paper floated down from the interlayer of Flame Dragon Wind Fire. Su Zimo frowned slightly and picked up the yellow paper. Spirit Consonance Art. 3 words were written at the top of the yellow paper. Su Zimo took a rough look and saw that it described a rather unorthodox secret skill. It was originally created by a Dao couple. The two of them cultivated this cultivation technique at the same time and could communicate telepathically. Their chemistry was seamless when they joined forces against enemies. Su Zimo was not interested in joining forces with others against enemies. However, the state described in the Spirit Consonance Art caused him to fall into deep thought. As described in the Spirit Consonance Art, if 2 people cultivated to the peak and were telepathic and had chemistry, as long as both parties circulated their secret skills at the same time, they would reach a state of seeing what the other saw. In other words, even if they were thousands of kilometers apart, one of them could see the situation on the other side through the other's eyes. Su Zimo vaguely realized that this secret skill might be useful to the Green Lotus True Body and the Martial Dao Prime Body. However, he could not think of an exact scenario yet. No matter what, the Green Lotus True Body and the Martial Dao Prime Body would definitely require less effort to cultivate the Spirit Consonance Art. The 2 true bodies came from the same origin to begin with. Although they were independent, they were telepathic. However, up till now, the connection between the 2 true bodies was still limited to telepathy and could not reach the state of seeing what the other saw. 2 hours have passed. Suddenly, Xieling's voice sounded in Su Zimo's mind. Su Zimo had already made up his mind. He held the Spirit Consonance Art in his hands and in a flash, he was enveloped by a powerful force and arrived outside the library. Xieling glanced at the yellow paper in Su Zimo's hands and asked in surprise, "You want to choose this secret skill? Is there anything wrong with this secret skill?" Su Zimo asked. "Not really." Xieling shook his head. "However, this secret skill is a little useless. Apart from the Dao couple who created it, no one else had cultivated it. This secret skill requires both parties to have implicit trust and telepathy. That fact alone is something that not many people can do. No matter how close two people were, as long as they had any sliver of doubt in their hearts, this secret skill would be worthless. Su Zimo smiled and did not explain. Naturally, such a problem would not happen to the Green Lotus True Body and the Martial Tao Prime Body. 2259 Seven Tails Phoenix Feather Fan. Using his spirit consciousness, Xie Ling copied the spirit consonance art onto a jade scroll and handed it to Su Zimo. Thereafter, he brought Su Zimo to the armory of the Yen-Yang Palace. As the top of the Earth ranking, you can choose any weapon in the armory. A meaningful smile appeared on Xie Ling's face. This armory is filled with heaven-grade dermic treasures, and there are even connate heaven-grade dermic treasures. The time is still 2 hours. As for whether you can obtain them, that will depend on your luck and opportunities. Su Zimo nodded and entered the armory. The moment he stepped through the door, it was as though he had entered another space. His surroundings were scarlet and burning with an extremely high temperature. Right then, streaks of flames sped towards Su Zimo. Su Zimo reached out and grabbed a flame. The flare revealed its true form. It was a supreme-grade flying sword, and its quality was not bad. The flames were all divine weapons and dermic treasures. Su Zimo released his grip, and the flying sword transformed into a streak of flames, disappearing into the void behind him. It was no wonder why Xie Ling said that luck and opportunities are required to obtain a connate heaven-grade dermic treasure. Su Zimo murmured softly. The flames before him streaked through the air densely, and there was no way to detect what divine weapons and dermic treasures were nurtured in the flames. Everywhere Su Zimo looked, there were thousands of flames. If he wanted to find a connate heaven-grade dermic treasure by searching one after another, he would have to rely on luck. As Su Zimo advanced, he grabbed the flames around him and checked out the dermic treasures inside. Superior grade, thrown away. Supreme grade, thrown away. Perfect grade. Su Zimo hesitated for a moment before throwing it away. By the time he broke through to the heaven immortal realm, a perfect heaven-grade dermic treasure would not be able to match his grade 11 Green Lotus True Body. Another streak of flames floated over. Just as it was about to reach Su Zimo, it seemed to have sensed something and changed its trajectory, floating in another direction. Su Zimo's eyes lit up. In a flash, he arrived beside the flame and grabbed it. It was a jade bracelet that burned with thin flames that coiled around it in an extremely extraordinary manner. Connate grade. Su Zimo was delighted. In less than 15 minutes, he found a connate heaven-grade dermic treasure. Just as he was about to exit the armory, his heart skipped a beat and he turned to look. In a flame not far away, his essence spirit sensed a familiar aura. Su Zimo hesitated for a moment and went forward to grab the flame. It was a scarlet fan with 7 transparent bones. Every single section of the fan was red without any feathers of other colors. However, the fan was dim and there were clear cracks on the bones, as though it was severely injured. The reason why Su Zimo felt a familiar aura from the fan was because the material used to make it came from the divine phoenix race. Su Zimo channeled his spirit consciousness. Sensing the power of the dragon phoenix in his essence spirit, the fan gradually glowed red and intensified, emitting an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation. This is it. Su Zimo was relieved. This fan had a powerful background and might even be more powerful than the jade bracelet earlier on. Having made up his mind, Su Zimo did not linger in the armory and left without waiting for the 2-hour deadline. So fast. When Xie Ling saw Su Zimo leave the armory in less than 15 minutes, he revealed a look of surprise. However, he could not help but shake his head gently when he saw the scarlet feather fan in Su Zimo's hands. "Your Highness, what's the background of this fan?" Su Zimo noticed Xie Ling's expression and did not take it to heart, asking. Xie Ling said, "This is the 7 Tails Phoenix Feather Fan, made from the feather and bones of a divine phoenix. It was indeed extremely famous back then, and was a 9 Tribulations pure Yang spirit treasure. It's said that when this pure Yang spirit treasure is pushed to its limits, it can even summon a true divine phoenix. Xialing paused for a moment and shook his head with a regretful expression. Unfortunately, this seven-tails phoenix feather fan was severely injured in a huge battle back then. The spirit consciousness within dissipated and its cultivation realm fell. Right now, it can only be considered as a heaven-grade dermic treasure. You made your selection way too hastily for this rare opportunity. Su Zimo smiled. No matter what, this fan was a pure yang spirit treasure in the past. Even if it was severely injured, its material is extremely special. At the very least, it won't be weaker than a connate heaven-grade dermic treasure. You're mistaken. Xialing shook his head. If this fan wants to unleash its true power, it needs the power of the divine phoenix race to activate it. It's useless for any other living beings that obtains this dermic treasure. Su Zimo, you don't know much about the seven-tails phoenix feather fan. It's understandable. How about this? I'll give you another chance. Enter the armory and make a new choice. This time round, you have to be more careful and cautious. Thank you for your kind intentions, Your Highness. Su Zimo cupped his fists and said in a deep voice, There's no need to choose anymore. I'll choose this feather fan. When Xialing saw Su Zimo's determination, he did not persuade him further and nodded. Since that's the case, return to the palace to rest. Gather in the square of the Yen-Yang Palace 3 days later. Farewell. Su Zimo bid farewell and returned to the palace residence of Heaven and Earth Academy. Those ranked in the Earth ranking could even obtain a huge opportunity in the Yen-Yang Palace. There was an ancient parasol tree in the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom. Cultivators on the Earth ranking had the chance to cultivate under the parasol tree for a period of time. Beneath the parasol tree, Heaven and Earth essence chi was exuberant and one would require less effort to cultivate. A single year was equivalent to 1,000 years. Every time Earth ranking cultivators cultivated beneath the parasol tree, there would be paragons who broke through on the spot and entered the Heaven Immortal realm. Those who could be ranked on the Earth ranking were monster incarnates among Earth Immortals, and almost all of them had cultivated to the peak of grade 9. After the baptism of life and death in the 9 Heavens elimination round and the consecutive battles of the ranking battle, the bottlenecks of these Earth Immortals would have been loosened and they merely lacked an opportunity. The cultivation beneath the parasol tree was this opportunity. Naturally, Su Zimo would not let go of this opportunity either. Right now, he was at the peak of a grade 8 Earth Immortal. If nothing went wrong, he would be able to break through to grade 9 soon. He wanted to make good use of the opportunity to cultivate beneath the parasol tree to raise his cultivation as much as possible. Su Zimo returned to the Palace of Heaven and Earth Academy and summoned the martial Tao Prime body in his heart to impart the spirit consonance art. It was not difficult to cultivate that secret skill. Given the talent of the martial Tao Prime body and Green Lotus True body, they cultivated it in just 3 days. He wanted to make good use of the opportunity to cultivate beneath the parasol tree to raise his cultivation as much as possible. Su Zimo returned to the Palace of Heaven and Earth Academy and summoned the martial Tao Prime body in his heart to impart the spirit consonance art. It was not difficult to cultivate that secret skill. Given the talent of the martial Tao Prime body and Green Lotus True body, they cultivated it in just 3 days. 2260 Parasol Tree Secret Ground Yen-Yang Palace, Imperial Wind Temple's Palace Residence. After 3 days, Feng Yin's complexion had changed drastically. His face was rosy and the hole in his chest had long healed. His body's recovery capabilities were shocking. The physique and blood chi of someone who could cultivate a bloodline phenomenon was naturally not to be underestimated. It was only because he encountered Su Zimo's Green Lotus True body that Feng Yin was suppressed so badly and encountered his greatest setback since his reincarnation. Right then, Heaven Immortal Green Peak walked in from outside. When he saw Feng Yin's rosy face, he nodded slightly. You seem to be fine now, senior brother Feng Yin. I see. The depths of Feng Yin's eyes were dark, as though he had yet to break free from his defeat for the top of the Earth ranking. As a reincarnated perfected immortal, he was defeated in front of countless cultivators. This was an unacceptable humiliation for him. Don't worry, senior brother, Heaven Immortal Green Peak said. From what I know, Su Zimo is in trouble and will most likely not be able to return to Heaven and Earth Academy alive. Oh, Feng Yin's eyes lit up as he asked, "What happened?" Heaven Immortal Green Peak said. Su Zimo spoke rudely of the zither Immortal in front of everyone, and even declared that he wanted her to accompany him. That's equivalent to having a death wish. The zither Immortal is extremely famous in Divine Firmament mainland and has countless followers and admirers. Even without her personally appearing, there will naturally be people who will settle Su Zimo in order to please her. Pausing for a moment, Heaven Immortal Green Peak said, "From what I know, a prince of the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom has admired the zither Immortal for a long time." "What's his cultivation realm?" Feng Yin asked. "Grade 9 Heaven Immortal," Heaven Immortal Green Peak replied. "What can a Grade 9 Heaven Immortal prince do?" Feng Yin was a little disappointed. The elders sent by Heaven and Earth Academy this time round are all Grade 9 Heaven Immortals. Could he bypass all the elders of Heaven and Earth Academy and kill Su Zimo directly? Heaven Immortal Green Peak smiled. "This prince is not simple. He rules over Spirit Cloud County of the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom and has hundreds of cities under him. He is extremely powerful and influential among the many princes of the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom as well. As for how to deal with Su Zimo, senior brother, don't forget, this is the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom after all. It's his territory." When he heard that, Feng Yin's eyes lit up and his lips curled with a look of anticipation. This day, the 100 Earth Immortals on the Earth ranking gathered on the square once more. After 3 days of recuperation, most Earth Immortals had already recovered to their original states. Xialing stood at the highest point and said in a deep voice, "This time round, everyone will be heading to a secret ground in the Yen-Yang Palace. Even those of the royal family can't cultivate casually inside." Over the past few days, through Princess Scarlet Rainbow, Su Zimo gained some understanding of this secret ground. This secret ground was set up by the Yen-Yang Immortal King personally. The core of the secret ground was an ancient parasol tree that was said to be older than the Yen-Yang Immortal King. In the upper world, there was a powerful world called the Parasol Tree World. In this world, the most common flora and fauna were the ancient parasol trees. The living beings that ruled over this world were the divine phoenixes. That was the reason why there were all sorts of rumors in the upper world that phoenixes only resided in parasol trees. The parasol tree was a royalty of the trees. No birds would dare to roost, nor would living beings dare to enter. In the heavenly world, there was only a single stalk of it in the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom. The secret ground did not have much space. Coupled with the presence of the ancient parasol tree, the heaven and earth essence chi in the secret ground was extremely rich after years of consolidation. Therefore, there was a legend that a year was worth 1,000 years of effort cultivating in this parasol tree secret ground. Of course, as Xialing had said, even the royal family of the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom could not cultivate casually inside. The heaven and earth essence chi in the parasol tree secret ground would only accumulate to a certain level after it was sealed for about 10,000 years for cultivators to cultivate. As for cultivators, after cultivating inside for a period of time, the heaven and earth essence chi in the parasol tree secret ground would gradually thin and be no different from the outside world. At that time, there would no longer be a need for them to cultivate within. As such, the parasol tree secret ground would be sealed once more. Xialing raised his voice. "Everyone, according to the order of your ranking on the Earth ranking, the time you can cultivate in the parasol tree secret ground is different as well. The top of the Earth ranking can cultivate for a full 100 days in the parasol tree secret ground. The second on the Earth ranking can cultivate for 99 days inside and so on. The last on the Earth ranking can only cultivate for a day inside." Even so, the cultivator at the bottom of the Earth ranking was delighted. Although he could only cultivate for a day, that day was equivalent to dozens of years of cultivation. "Your Highness, will there be any danger in the parasol tree secret ground?" Right then, a childish voice sounded from the crowd. Everyone looked over and saw a child around 9 years old wearing a green shirt. His face was flushed and he had a few small pigtails that swayed slightly. It was Lu Ping of Heaven and Earth Academy, third on the Earth ranking this time round. "Don't worry, your senior sister here will protect you." Princess Scarlet Rainbow waved her hand and rubbed Lu Ping's head, speaking as though she was coaxing a child. Everyone chuckled as well. Xialing burst into laughter and shook his head. Everyone, you don't have to worry about that. The Parasol Tree secret ground is a cultivation secret ground, and there's no danger. However, the power contained by the ancient Parasol Tree is extremely immense. The closer it is to the ancient tree, the richer the heaven and earth essence chi. However, it also means that the essence chi is even more berserk and difficult to absorb and refine. Everyone, do your best. Everyone agreed. Everyone, just hang this badge on your waists. Xialing waved his hand and 100 badges landed accurately in front of many cultivators on the Earth ranking. Each badge had a number written on it that corresponded to the time that each cultivator could cultivate in the Parasol Tree secret ground. Xialing said, "Once the time is up, this badge will naturally take you guys away from the Parasol Tree secret ground." Elder Zhong of Heaven and Earth Academy looked at Su Zimo and the others and smiled. "Go on, we'll meet again 100 days later. I hope that all of you will be able to break through by then." The rewards for the Earth ranking had already been distributed to everyone. For people like Princess Scarlet Rainbow and Lu Ping, who had already cultivated to the peak of Grade 9 Earth Immortal and could cultivate in the Parasol Tree secret ground for more than 90 days, as long as they consumed the Parasol Tree elixir, they would most likely be able to break through to the Heaven Essence realm and become Heaven Immortals. Elder, he said, "Zimo, you don't have to feel any pressure. It's fine as long as you can break through to become a Grade 9 Earth Immortal." Su Zimo's situation was different. After all, he was only a Grade 8 Earth Immortal. If he cultivated in the Parasol Tree secret ground, it would not be a problem for him to break through to Grade 9 in 100 days and stabilize his cultivation realm. However, it was almost impossible for him to advance further. After all, time was too short. Everyone followed Xialing to the southernmost part of the Yan-Yang Palace and stopped at the foot of a mountain. There was a gigantic cave at the foot of the mountain that was pitch black. On both sides of the cave, 2 armored Heaven Immortal experts guarded. Arriving here, Xialing channeled his spirit consciousness and tapped his finger gently, sending a few spirit lights into the cave not far away. Right on the heels of that, a screen appeared at the entrance of the cave, rippling like a water barrier. "Everyone, go on in," Xialing said. "After your cultivation is over, the palace guards will naturally take you away. We'll bid farewell here." With that said, Xialing waved his sleeves and left in a flash, disappearing from everyone's line of sight.